People want to feel known.
Really building technology fast.
The lack of personalization and consumer trust cost businesses $756 billion last year.
Email itself is going to evolve into something very different.
Automation,
messenger and SMS, business process optimization,
customer experience,
inventory planning,
be more visual, be more tactile.
What's the future of e-commerce?
The heyday's just beginning.
Hello, everybody. We are live. I am here in Walnut Creek, California, just outside of San Francisco. It is a beautiful, cool day here. Where are you watching from? You can tune in and comment in the chat. It's somewhere below my head. I'm probably in a box on the micro site, and then there's a little blurb about the opening notes, and then there's a little chat box right below that. Go down there. Tell me where you're watching from. I'd love to know. I'd love to hear from you throughout the events. Good news, by the way, now that you found your way here, you don't have to leave this page to view the rest of the day, today's event. This is a 2-day event, so you will have to come back tomorrow to a slightly different page. But for now, you can just sit here, relax, listen in. I know you're going to be doing some work on the side. I know it's hard to focus, but hopefully you do kind of tune in when you're hearing those nuggets of value that you're going to hear today, and do focus on a lot of these sessions, as we're going to be dropping a lot of content over the next 2 days, all designed to help you understand how to expand internationally, how to sell better in the US and outside of the US. We're going to go through things like, here, let me give you the rundown. In fact, let me share my screen. We'll go through it together. By the way, we're going to go through a few things here today. Can you see my screen all right? So check it out. Let's go through the schedule. I'm just grabbing my notes on this, okay? Give me 1 second. 2 days. Tomorrow we're starting a little late. Today I'm going to bring Christine on in just a minute. We're going to discuss retail technology and the future of e-commerce, always my favorite topic. We're going to have customer service, analytics, messenger marketing, personalization, international payment processing, conversion rate optimization, email and SMS marketing, AI, conversational commerce, how to make good video ads with the team at Pencil, how to optimize your product images with the team at Bloom. Man, and at the end of day 2, this isn't a mistake. We are interviewing the founder of Modern Sexual Wellness. She has raised $10 million for redefining the sex essentials industry. That's right. We're going there at the end of day 2 tomorrow. Stay tuned for all of this. You're sure to learn something in the mix. By the way, some quick housekeeping for you. All of these replays will be available for you on demand by Monday the 30th. If you'd like to see these talks, or you missed something or something like that, you can subscribe to our YouTube page. I'll give you the link, ecomtech.link/YouTube in just a second. Excuse me. And of course, all of these sessions, we have one of my team members taking frivolous amounts of notes, so that if you miss a link or something that somebody said, you can kind of go through the show notes and stay kind of abridged of this. It'll also help you on action items as you go through the next few weeks or months, trying to actually do the things that you heard about here. It is important, right? We don't just want to listen to the talks. We actually need to take action, change our behavior in order to get more done in our business. And we'll send you the link for that. It's ecomtech.link/global21 show notes here. Maybe I can find my way into the chat. I see some comments here. James Flanagan from Florida. James, I was going to talk about James actually to you guys in just a second. James, I'm glad you're with us. Jose from Mexico. David from Croatia. Tina from Vancouver. It's great to see an international audience for an international event. Here, let me get these links to you. Show notes coming to you in chat. And then I'll get you the YouTube link here as well. It takes a second to populate. Thank you. StreamYard, which is our streaming service that you guys can kind of see here today. Oh, it doesn't want us to publish this to Facebook. Okay, great. We're off to a fine technical start. All right. So quickly about me, and if James could come on screen, I think he might be able to give a better blurb of it. We've got Bihar Home from Colombia. I'm assuming this is the brand name. We'll have to take a look at that site later. And if you do want to drop your website in chat, feel free to do so. We've got Thierno from Winnipeg, Canada. This is awesome. I can't believe how many people are tuned in across the world right now. This is crazy. I think we have about 1,000 people registered for this event. So it's great to see you actually showed up, because it is tough to do. So a little bit about me. I'm the chief e-commerce technologist over at ecommercetech.io. This is something like our 30th event doing this, our 9th this year for these virtual events that are always free for merchants. We couldn't do these virtual events without our sponsors. I've got to give a plug for them in just a second, but I have to give a plug for myself first, right? So over at eCommerceTech.io, we're building the world's first recommendation engine to connect e-commerce teams to e-commerce technology providers. And what James can attest to from Florida is that right now what we do in these sessions, we have manual consultative sessions with merchants where we kind of peel back what's going on in the business, understanding some of the core metrics and the existing tool stack for you. And then we build a roadmap within about an hour of the tools you should be thinking about installing today, the workload that's going to be hitting you in order to make those tools successful. And then at various stages of the business in the future, other tools to install, test, and ensure that you're creating positive ROI, increasing conversion rate, increasing lifetime value, but better understanding your business analytics and all the things that go into growing a store. So if you'd like to do a free tech consult with me, I would love to tear down your brand and give you a roadmap for the future. You can head on over to our site. Let me see if I've got it here. Send it to you in chat to book a consult. Again, it's free. I honestly have nothing to sell you except for making the store a better place. It is a weird business model, but we essentially can be a merchant's best friend by showcasing them technology and then ensuring that we are agnostic. We've partnered with all of the major players across the industry so that if you do go with one of those partners, we make a small commission at no cost to you. And in many cases, we've negotiated discounts. Okay, let me get back to the sponsor plug, and then I'm going to bring Christine on stage. We've got 2 minutes if we're going to keep this right on time. Thank you so much to our sponsors. And we've got a ton of amazing partners. I can't even mention everybody today, but let's go ahead and talk about Gorgeous, the help desk for e-commerce. If you haven't heard about Gorgeous, if you have a customer service agent, highly recommend you looking into Gorgeous. It is one of the most streamlined help desks that you can use for e-commerce. And it's one of a few industries in which I say they are always a market leader and need to be reviewed and considered when deciding on your help desk. Let's see. Next up, we've got Recart, the messenger marketing tool for e-commerce. This is like a nice, beautiful optimization, basically increases conversion rate by 5%. It's another channel in which you can communicate with your customers. And if you're doing Facebook advertising, you can do click to messenger ads and increase return on ad spend. It's brilliant. OmniSend, the all-in-one email, SMS, push notification, WhatsApp marketing channel. This can be your central hub for marketing communication. And yes, it integrates with Recart and Gorgeous, so you can plug all those things in together. Verifone, a single global unified platform to provide your customers a seamless payment experience with any payment method. If you've gone to the grocery store and bought groceries with your credit card in the last week, you have used Verifone, quite an amazing company. And 2Checkout is the subsidiary company that was just acquired from them that focuses more specifically on online payment processing and global transactions. We'll hear more about them later. Who else we got here? I want to make sure we've got everyone. Row, the financial management platform addressing the largest gaps in banking, specifically designed for e-commerce merchants. They bring a variety of financial components all in one place. I'm honestly thinking about switching my banking system around in the near future, and I might be going with them because they've got some cool tools, but they are certainly better for merchants. And I'm not even a merchant. I'm still thinking about it. Peel Insights, have to plug Peel Insights, plug and play data analytics. Literally, you install the tool, it digests your data. You get all these amazing dashboards to understand what's going on in the business, retention dashboards, acquisition dashboards, best-selling product lines. It can affect how your operations team works, how your marketing team works, and really bring a lot of value to the business. Now, I don't think that's it. I will give shout outs to other sponsors that I may have missed in additional segments. I'm going to pause there, though, so that we can bring Christine on and start this conversation around technology. Christine, how's it going?
Hi, Derek. Good to see you.
Good. Yeah, good to see you again. If you guys don't know Christine, follow her on LinkedIn. The micro 45-second videos that she does, hilarious and straight to the point, which is kind of something that I love to do, is get straight to the point. But other than that, Christine, tell everybody a little bit about yourself. Who are you? What have you been doing for the last few years?
I've been doing a lot of things in the retail universe, between working directly with brands and retailers, direct to consumer, academics, researchers, real estate. And you know what I've started to do is just say, I make cool videos. And you know what? I can synthesize information into either like sub 30 seconds, sub 60-second nuggets. And I love the nuggets line from you. We're gonna hopefully hit a lot of nugs here. There's so many talking points, and the future is really important because we're coming. The future of e-commerce is important, and using a tech stack resource source such as your own is really important because there's been a lot of stuff. Now there's all this other stuff. What do? Do you sit still? Do you make changes? And what happens when you do make changes? So I can't wait to get into it. Your guest list and your sponsor list is so exclusive. It's like Studio 54 in 1978. The fact that I'm even here.
I got the shirt for the party too. So.
Unbelievable. Like nerds unite, because I was definitely not getting in there. I was not the archetype, but I feel very blessed and I'm at your disposal. So let's get into it.
Yeah, awesome. All right. Well, since you're on the pulse of retail tech and seeing this kind of firsthand, and I know that you're also working with technology providers to better kind of connect them with merchants. So you're really right in the thick of this. What's happening in retail tech right now, and what should retailers specifically, but of course we're here today talking e-commerce and retailers, and I think there's always a bridge somewhere between the two. And so what's going on in the industry, and how might it pertain to e-commerce or even D2C brands thinking about moving into retail?
Okay, let's get into it. There's two major categories that are coming to the forefront. Everyone's screaming, but what is really, where should you focus, right? So the first one is loyalty. So any type of app or widget or API better than widget, to dovetail into your system that works well with and plays well with others, that is critical, is really a business driver. So I'll comment on that in a second because I want to just tell you the second thing. And the second thing is AI.
I thought you might say AI.
That's happening in AI. So yeah, I mean, ad optimization using AI is one example of a relatively new-ish way to use AI that is just a game changer. So let's come back to that. Let's go back to loyalty.
Yeah. Okay. I was going to get back there.
Okay.
This is a big one for me. All right, wait. I want to ask the question. So
you go.
Retail is offline. Loyalty kind of exists in our head. So it kind of is an online component. There usually you might be tracking loyalty online. How do we bridge offline loyalty, online loyalty, and then just the overall concept of loyalty? Because I think this gets kind of tricky.
Okay. Well, first I'm going to talk about loyalty in general and how it has transformed retail. And then we'll address your specific question. So if you have been following the largest retailers, now I'm going to speak very broadly. I mean, Chipotle is a retailer, right? Domino's is a retailer. They're selling something. Restoration Hardware is a retailer. All of their business models have been propelled by loyalty. The Target and Ulta partnership was a result of the loyalty programs. And my opinion is very top line that if you could have a loyalty program that works to sell burritos, and you can have a loyalty program that works to sell $30,000 sofas, somewhere in that ecosystem, whatever a person is selling online, they can have loyalty as well. Now, specific to your question, there are amazing apps and API, again, preferred API solutions that can dovetail and create loyalty programs. I mean, they're fully customizable. So loyalty is based on segmentation, and segmentation is based on RFM, recency, frequency, monetary interaction.
Yeah.
All of this is very much these are all tent poles in almost every form of technology, including your sponsors. OmniSend comes to mind. So they may be an email marketing campaign program, but they're going to feed the loyalty. You're going to use a loyalty app, but with everything kind of geared towards that, and going into offline, going into the pandemic, I said to everyone with the store, I said, make sure they remember you. Because everyone's feet were retrained. So you may have been a resource for whatever, but I'm trained to go to a different retailer now because they were allowed to be open. So like Marshall's got their lunch stolen by Target because everyone was like, oh, this works. I do this now. So let's not let that happen to all size retailers.
Yeah, and this is why it was important to have a loyalty program before the pandemic so that you could be collecting email or SMS or text messages or phone numbers, I guess what I mean, and then continue the conversation, even if you're not selling product to them, continue the conversation through the pandemic so that, like you said, they remember you. I think it's also interesting you say their feet were retrained, because I'm walking into a different store, and I think a lot of that store, as we saw, and I think we'll see some graphs from Gorgeous and maybe a few others about the spike that happened, back in May, June of 2020, and how e-commerce has continued to be the main source of what people do, as opposed to, so I don't think they're actually going to go that much further back to retail. So if you don't have those informations, the personally identifiable information from them, then you may have lost them to a competitor already, which is scary to think about, because it's not even like you have a bad product or they were pissed off at you. These are people who liked you and now they're leaving.
Right, exactly. Just because we're human and we're like, last place we went, oh yeah, I'll just go back there. You just sort of like, you don't want to think about it. But Gorgeous is an amazing solution. I am thrilled that they're one of your sponsors, and when they get into their product, it's such a great solution. Let's talk about privacy. So I'm sure OmniSend will get into it, and I'm sure it will come up throughout these amazing 2 days. But Apple iOS 15 is expected to change and add on more privacy options for all people using Apple information. So we had that last PII update with iOS 14. Now in 15, what's happening? All emails that go to an Apple email, iCloud or other, will be reported back to the sender as opened.
Huh.
Let me explain. All opens, everything will be 100% open. So if you are like, let me look at my opens as like a metric, you'll be like, oh my God, I wrote the best email. Everyone opened it. No, it's no longer a metric. So OmniSend, I'm sure will share with you their sub blog called opensaredead.com. And they sure are. It's just not a metric anymore. And they make suggestions, and there are suggestions, and I have my opinion on it, of course, on what the new metric is. There'll be a lot of opt-in opportunities, and it's expected to happen somewhere between September and November. So this is something you really need a strategy for it now. They highly recommend, actually 2 months ago, starting to clean up your list and get opt-ins, and also start out. They actually say to do, instead of A/B testing, and I wish I knew the Greek alphabet better, but A, B, C, D, alpha, beta, something,
Kappa, delta?
No, Kappa's a K, no?
I don't know.
Cornucopia? I'm not sure. So anyway, yeah, so really, I encourage everyone, and maybe you drop it in the chat, www.opensaredead.com. And that's pretty straightforward. We talk about a great kind of, landing page. So privacy is, let's get back to privacy. So people get this, I'm an e-com retailer, and my clients want both privacy and personalization. What now?
This is a fight. Yeah, this is a battle. And the AI is getting really good at recommending to me what I like and what I want. But if the merchant can't see who I am, then they can't personalize to me. So how do we fight this battle?
Well, opt-ins is one. Also, you mentioned it, and I'm going to call it text, because my clients, they're like, SMS, what's that? You know what? Text. And text is a great way to deliver personalized information. Getting there, however, is tricky. Lots of permissions, FTC restrictions, etc. However, I believe right now with email coming down, and also, of course, being too overwhelming, moving to text makes sense when there's engagement. So there's text sales, text marketing, And so I think communicating with someone after they've made a transaction is how they want to be communicated to. This is my personal opinion, and there are lots of tech solutions out there that can do this. Letting someone know there's something new in the store is definitely an alpha beta all the way through situation, and you want to proceed very cautiously. And basically the days of all caps 50% off your next pizza,
Big sale
from a 5-digit code is over. Forget it. We're not talking about that. We're very modern and we're very futuristic. So that's not part of our dialogue.
I gotcha. Here, I'm going to bring up a text. I've been subscribed to one of our merchants, Betty's, for a while. I want to bring up their text chains because I think they're blending this kind of nicely. Here, I'm just going to read them to you because I don't think you could see the screen. And I think I've thought that these are kind of salesy, but I'm also betting they work. So it says Betty's, free, all caps. I'm yours and your mind pillow cover is almost gone. Get yours plus 15% off using code I'm yours. Shop and save here. Link. So what do you think? This is like clearly a broadcast message. Too much. Yeah, I think I'm seeing the too much face. I agree that I think it's all, they're all sales. Ending tonight, huge summer blowout sale. So yeah. So what do you think? They're working now. They're converting. So Betty's is going to be like, we make $40,000 per SMS blast. Like, why wouldn't we keep going? And I honestly don't know.
You know what? That's cool because I would opt out of it because I'm not their customer, and whoever is engaging, as long as they're cleaning their list and flushing it out, and then also growing it in various ways, getting signups via, you can sign up via OmniSend also, I think. They have the should we send this via SMS? Should we send this via text option? So that's okay. It's totally okay. I just opted out of texts from a pretty high-end women's clothing company. It just, what can I say? I'm Italian. If that phone pings, someone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I'm getting a text, especially during, after 7 p.m., someone's in the hospital, they're dead, there was a car crash, like that's my reaction, right? So
it's a very serious channel in that regard.
It's like everybody's different. And what's great about it is you can opt in, you can opt out at your leisure, at your pleasure. I actually, I think also it feeds very much so organic traffic to the website. So I think with respect to this particular texting to me, it was too frequent. I actually enjoyed it at first.
So this goes back to personalization in a way. I think something missing from SMS, and I'd love to talk to the OmniSend team maybe at the end of their session later, is how do we get the user, so they've opted into text. Now, how do we let them self-select? Maybe I don't want the sales promos every week. Maybe I want like an update once a month, just like content, like blog content, or new smoothie recipes or something like that, but I don't want your hard sales.
I think they would answer like this, and of course we'll let them speak to it, but just speaking generally this is where your segmentation comes in. Segmentation is critical. So if you can look at on OmniSend where they buy, where they entered your store. So if they're always coming in on the biggest sales of the year and you always see them engaging, you can make an assumption and put them on that big sale customer bucket. Okay. If they always come in new arrivals, they're fashion forward. They don't mind paying full price. They want to be first. You make the assumption that they want to see newness more frequently. And there are many other ways. To me, segmentation, I'm such a geek about it. So I think the fact that opens are dead it's okay. Show me what they're doing. This is and checking out. You can see if they look at the page, but you also can just really drill down. Let's go back to our RFM, the recency on your site, the frequency on your site, and their monetization. So that is really the filter with which to put people through. However, as a marketer and someone who talks, maybe customers listen or maybe stores listen, is no one ever really wants to be thought of as a number. You need to be so careful. This is a relationship you have with someone, and you're like, oh, I like the people better who spend more.
Yeah,
Whoa.
I like the $500 buyers, not the $200 buyers. Oh, come
Whoa.
on.
This is not about, when you read preference, it's personalization. Let's get the right messages to the right people because we respect everybody.
So yeah, and by the way, RFM, Peel Insights, one of our sponsors, you plug into their system and you're going to get an easily digestible RFM model on your customers. And then you can create those segments. I think that was really brilliant. Sorry, getting a call. To break down texting by what you've seen behaviorally. And I think that there's just so much more that can be done there. Can AI create these segments for us? Is there something that can be done there, and who's doing that?
All right. Well, you and I
happen to know a couple
off camera at length. AI is as good as the information it gets, right? We know this, right? And then it can be exponentially beneficial. So you hold its hand a little bit and you watch it and you clean it, and then you keep doing that, and then it's off to the races. And you got to do it. And you have to partner with, work backwards from the most dreadful tasks that you have to do, and go from there. So let's talk about one scenario, because AI you have to remember, it's a tool, right? So it gets so misrepresented as like an actual thing, right? No, it's a tool to do something. So let's talk about the doing something. So I've seen now several companies, technology solutions that solve a major pain point, and that's social media ads. So, God bless social media ad managers who basically are like, pay me, but I don't know how it works. So,
Facebook does the algorithm stuff.
Okay. I don't know. So, you know what? That's the perfect thing to punt to AI. So what you can do is you can create your own ad. They can create the ad, and then off it goes. There's 17 different social places to place ads. And then, and you have a subscription to do this. And then the information comes back, and you don't have to select all 17. Not everyone should be on Snapchat. But what should you be on? Head scratcher and a lot of pain to get there. So it is a empirically run database insight format. So let the AI go for it and be smarter, work smarter, not harder, right? That's a really good example of that.
And two ways in which I've seen AI work in that sense, and I'm actually the advisor to a company that just launched a tool called Preflect that does this.
Nice.
It's taking some of your better RFM data. So Facebook often looks at conversion events, and a conversion event, is a purchase, but you want lifetime value or recharge recurring subscription purchases, which are hidden data points. So this tool actually takes in all of that like customer-centric data that you have that Facebook might have an ounce of, but not complete clarity around, and then optimizes ad campaigns and lookalike audiences accordingly. And then there's another tool called Pencil, which is quite brilliant because, and they'll be showing either later today or tomorrow, I'll double check the schedule in a second. They'll be showing you how, if you just put all of your ad assets into, like all your brand and ad assets into their thing, you can kind of just spin out about like a 10 or 15 second Instagram or Snapchat ad or whatever format you want actually. And then it'll automatically test word overlays, placement, putting this scene before that scene. And it records all of these differences, including color variations and when the product is shot versus when it's like somebody action shot with the product. It like understands all these things and then puts thousands of ads out there, dozens of ads out there, and then sees which ones perform and then informs you like, hey, these are the things that are working. Here's the language that's working. Here's the visuals that are working. And then, you can go create different content for it. But most importantly, your ads are being AI optimized in real time. And it's like, between the two of those things, yeah, your media agency is, the media agencies are going to have a hard time over the next 10 years. I ran a social media advertising agency in the past. The job is becoming so easy that you don't need a human to do it anymore. So that job's getting pinched, I would say, pretty hard.
Yeah, it's a middleman role that's getting out
Yeah.
there, and so what you just described as pencil sounds incredible. I would recommend to everyone on this call
Yeah, that's why we have them. It's
to
really cool.
Canada to demo it tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Do this tomorrow, and then do it the next day.
Yeah.
I want to comment on something, and we can come back to AI. You called your company a weird business model. I think what you do is incredible, because what you just said helped all these people, and it'll be 1,000 people or more, just be like, okay, I'll do that. I'll try that. And really just providing the pros, the cons, the ins, the outs, the matching, the tech stack modeling for people with that human touch and experience is not weird at all. Actually, I would say it's genius.
Thanks. And for Pencil, I do recommend it for brands doing over about 30,000 in ad spend a month. Below that, you've got to kind of do it on your own. And while their tool isn't that cheap, it's not that expensive. It's just that like you want to make sure you're always getting the ROI from something like this, and it scales as ad spend scales, because squeezing out, an extra 10, 20, 50, even 200% return on ad spend, obviously very big on bottom line growth and all of those things. I'm gonna share it with everyone here in the chat.
Great. And there are a couple of solutions out there. And if someone called you, I'm sure let's say I have a question for you. Yeah. Let's say I was like, hey, I did some initial search and I went on Capterra and I have like 4 companies I'm thinking of demoing. Here they are. Would you say these 2, yes, these 2, no, add this? Is that part of what you do?
Yeah, I think we're always trying to just figure out what is going to make the merchant the most money, as well as what can they actually do. So I've talked to merchants who they don't have email set up at all, and they're doing $1 million a year. And I look at and it's like, a founder, maybe a founder and his wife. And the brand that comes to mind is a retail shoe company that moved to direct to consumer. And they still sell a lot in retail, but they get repeat purchases online. So they don't really advertise the store online. And email just hasn't been a big deal for them. They don't know how to do email marketing. So recommending a good email service provider to them it only brings them so far. I'd have to train them in all of email marketing for them to get better at it, or I'd have to recommend a consultant. And, they're at the stage of business where it's like the consultant's kind of going to be expensive compared to the revenue they'll make from the list. So they're in this weird spot where they either have to learn and execute on their own, they can do nothing and kind of miss out on money, or they have to spend a lot and get like an okay return, but not a great return. And so I think about that all the time when I'm recommending a tool to somebody. I worry that I'm going to make a great recommendation, but it's going to fall flat because the business isn't going to succeed on it. So, take these 2 tools away, add these 2 tools here, and it's like that works. It doesn't just work for, this company because they do $1 million in revenue or 500,000 revenue or because they're running Facebook ads. It's like, who is in the organization that is also going to be owning this, accountable for it? And how are we going to make sure the tool actually ROIs? Because most tools aren't plug and play. They require some form of oversight or executional work, sometimes daily, weekly, monthly, and it's important to understand those. So I'm literally building an algorithm to understand all of these things. It's quite a task, I can tell you, but it's not impossible to do. We just need all the data points, meaning I need to understand who is in the company and what they like to do. And that's a data point that no technology company is capturing today. So it's kind of manual. And then I need to understand the tools you currently have and how they're performing. And then I have to understand everything about your store, your industry, how many product lines you're going to launch next month. Like the list kind of gets so crazy that it's like, Derek, there's no way you can capture all that data to make a good recommendation. And then we're back to the manual consultative process, which has been working very well for merchants, but I can only have so many calls every day.
Exactly. And I know you have big things on the horizon, and it's wonderful, and whatever you want to share throughout this conversation or going forward. I want to talk about not that type of company. I want to talk about I want to talk about someone who's really deep into e-com, right? So let's talk about the future of e-com.
Yeah.
And one of the things that is kind of has been known, is a little controversial, but is worth putting on someone's time horizon, like a project to do. And then this is a larger volume store, is to clean their code. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's say they've been, e-com driven, and they're growing, and they put a bunch of apps on there, and then maybe they even wrote a little bit of code, and they had a developer
customization,
years ago, and then 4 years ago, and then so there are tech solution providers that will go in and assess your load time, not Google, something else, and for free. Something like testmyloadtime.com.
Test my page speed. Andrew Durow has been on this show before, and he's like a specialist in this.
What's his company name?
Ecom Experts, I want to say .io.
Okay, well,
store speed. Yeah,
maybe that one or someone else. So basically,
there's a few others.
They'll give you a score, and they're not giving you a score to, you need to trust that this is honest feedback. Let's just start there. They work with a reputable company. They have so much business they don't need, right? More. So they'll give you a score, and you know what? It could be messy in there. Your load time could not be what it should be. And that has a real impact on the bottom line. So this is definitely for more of a sophisticated e-com brand retailer, and you would want to go forward with a strong partner who's going to take care of that for you and do all the things and keep it clean and plan for your future, right? So you've come this far, you've done great. It's maintenance. It's, you got to get in there, and it's like
I like to think
CapEx expenditure. You got to refresh every 5 years, whatever it is,
Yeah. Hopefully even sooner. And I think there's certain stages of growth as well as longevity that trigger these sort of SEO overhauls. When you hit 10,000 page visitors a month, you might do a minor SEO overhaul. When you hit 50,000 visitors a month, you might do a little bit bigger one. And then right around maybe 50 to 100,000, depending on average order value, you might be thinking about going headless. And I just learned 2 days ago of an alternative to headless commerce, which is expensive, but I'm very bullish on this company. It's called Edge Mesh, and they have what's called Edge Mesh Server. So going headless has been a big pain in the butt for merchants, because you have to redesign the entire site on what's called it's essentially somebody else's CDN. And what that means is that, so if you're on Shopify or Shopify Plus, Shopify doesn't actually have to load the page anymore. It's loaded in this really fast and instant way, because it's kind of been preloaded or pre-optimized to load instantly, instead of all the tools, widgets, all that stuff behind that's loading every time you have to ping Shopify server to get the information needed to download a page. Edge Mesh Server takes over this whole process and becomes this headless commerce front end. It's $5,000 a month though, but they've seen people drop from 9-second page speed load time to 2.5. After going to it, and it's the money just starts to roll in. So there are things like that are really incredible. My warning is just small stores are always too concerned about page speed load time. If you do $1,000 a month in sales, this is going to make it 1,010. Wow. You know what I mean? It's not a big deal. It's a very small optimization that improves user experience, but needs to be taken at different stages of growth and for the business.
Right. I'm with you with all of your points, all very good. Headless is for big guys. I think it's a necessary evil. I think it's a necessary evil. I think everyone has to put it in their roadmap, and you are the roadmap king. I want to just talk about another area that's blowing up with respect to it's old and new. It keeps changing so rapidly. So, try to keep up. Is fintech. You've got some on your guest list here, and it's forget it. Are you offering Venmo? Because if you're not, do it. And more and more. And I actually have a very interesting company to recommend, more for brick and mortar. But it's you want to have choice. And in talking to retailers or POS companies or digital companies or whatever, it's You could even offer Bitcoin. Oh, but Bitcoin's so volatile. I'm not talking about Bitcoin with you. I'm happy to discuss Bitcoin with you. I'm here to tell you that you need to offer choice. Period.
Yeah.
You want to just talk about the benefits or the not benefits, and Venmo's not FDIC insured. I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about you succeeding because you offer choice. They decide. And we have, there's a payment company that's offering Weibo or whatever, the Chinese app. You just swipe the phone and off you go. And it's really blowing up in the larger retail legacy retailer where they have a lot of outlet stores and, in preparation for all that foot traffic that was coming from overseas. The more you can offer, the better. When someone has to leave to go to the ATM, they're not coming back.
Yeah, it's a big problem. And I do agree. It's about offering choice. There's a tool called Coin Payments that offers Bitcoin transactions online, which is very interesting. And you can choose whether you keep it in Bitcoin or instantly change it back to dollars to remove the volatility from it. So it's actually pretty interesting. And of course, we've got Verifone here. So they would plug their payment processor. And of course, I'm the guy that's all about choice. I don't know why I got blurry all of a sudden, but just ignore my blurriness. Christine, we've got to move into the next session. Final thoughts on the future of e-commerce and technology, and then also when should people reach out to you and talk to you directly?
I'm available 24/7 like you. So my contact information is here. Thank you for listing me as a sponsor. I'm thrilled, honored, and more to kick off this incredible 2-day program. If everyone hasn't seen my cool video on all the amazing guest speakers that are here, check it out at rccagency.com/events. You're already here, but just to get a sense of under 30 seconds what you're in for, and that the most important thing is that you are here. I'm happy to be here. And Derek, 2 seconds for the drawdown. What's in your roadmap? You tell us.
Well, for me as a technology company, for right now, it's all about building this product, the recommendation engine, and there's a referral engine component that has to lay on top of it. And so I am looking for merchants to beta test this tool. I need to see how people want to interact with it because there's nothing out there like this in the market. So this is like, it's kind of we're at a risky stage. We need to make sure that people actually want to take recommendations from us instead of Google, and that they're going to remember us and come back to us on their next tech, selection, and that they trust us with their stack data. So there are just a whole bunch of questions that need to be answered. They need to be answered by merchants, by being in the market with our products. So we have to build it out and get to the market. Then, of course, we've got our events next month, and I'll go ahead and say we have e-commerce day coming up in May 2022 in Los Angeles. Thanks for giving me the plugs.
Of course. I'll leave everyone with 2 words, which is a exclamation point in the end of what you just said. It's duct tape. Don't duct tape your stacks. Make sure they play nicely with each other. Use a tech stack resource that Derek offers. Google will not tell you what plays nicely. It could be great now, and as you grow in 18 months, it doesn't work. You want to do this again? No.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is always part of the conversation when I talk to merchants. Christine, thanks so much. We're going to move into the next session. I need to get off screen as fast as possible. This blurriness thing is messing with me.
Hi, everyone.
Thank you for my camera. I'm going to have to figure out how to fix that.
Got this.
Anyways, Christine, we'll see you at a future event, I'm sure. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of those 45-second videos from you in the future.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Bye, Derek. Bye, everyone.
All right. With that, man, I am so sorry I'm blurry, guys. Usually it refocuses on me, but something is wrong with my camera. I'll just bring in Chris so that I can get out of here. Chris, how's it going?
Good. How are you, Derek? Can you hear me okay?
Hey, I can hear you all right. I'm going to add your presentation to the screen. Again, sorry, everyone, that I'm blurry. I'm going to go fix that problem right now. Chris from Gorgeous, we've already given a hard plug for you because we are so excited to see the growth of this tool. It's been amazing. I've been following the journey almost from the beginning. Honestly, to everyone, I was in-house a long time ago at Gorgeous, but that's not why I prefer them. It's because they're growing. They're growing faster for a reason, and it's because of the advancement of artificial intelligence in the tool and the way that you handle rules and macros, and the fact that I know you guys just launched Instagram DMs. Woo! Like everybody wanted that, the most sought after feature. I literally, when I was in e-commerce, had 3 people full time on tablets answering DMs. Just to give you an idea, full time, 9 to 5 on the tablet answering direct messages on Instagram, and that was the only way they could do it. So
no, it's that's a huge one. Excited to talk about that and more.
Awesome. All right, I'm getting out of here. I'll let you go ahead and take it away.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Derek. First of all, just want to thank Derek and Ecom Tech for putting on this great event. Honestly, I could have listened to Derek and Christine continue that conversation. I learned a lot from there. And I'm really excited about Derek's recommendation tool. Quick story, you know, when I got into ecom, which was about a year ago, part of my training was just watching Derek's videos over and over and over again to try to understand the app ecosystem, because I run tech partnerships at Gorgeous. So it's he's been a tremendous resource for me, and I'm really excited to see what he has next up in his roadmap. But getting to the presentation, today I'm going to be presenting on behalf of Gorgeous, which, as Derek said, we're an e-commerce help desk solution built for Shopify primarily, but we also do support brands built on BigCommerce and Magento as well. And as you can see from the topic, I'm here today to talk about how, you know, a customer support help desk, you can think of it not just as this post-purchase, we're here to only solve problems, but really transitioning the narrative to, look, we're an engagement tool, and we're the critical layer actually of your tech stack when it comes to engagement, and we can drive a lot of sales and conversion through that method. So we're just going to jump right into it. Awesome. So this is our mission statement, right? To make exceptional support the new normal for customers. And so that meaning the brands that are using Gorgeous. I think a lot of people think of offering customer support as this sinkhole, this cost center. It's really difficult to keep up. You know, as we scale, it becomes even more difficult. We can never manage the busy seasons like BFCM and holidays. And so you kind of start to make excuses for why you're not delivering exceptional support. You're like, everybody goes through this when they become a big company. We don't want that to be the case. We want it to be seamless and easy for you to do, but also cost effective, right? We don't want you to be paying a fortune to be able to deliver that exceptional support. And so hopefully today I'll be showing you some use cases of Gorgeous and just how we position, you know, our product to make it easier for you to achieve this very goal. So as I mentioned, we really like to think of Gorgeous and the help desk tool as that critical layer of your e-commerce growth stack on the customer engagement side. A few data points here, I'm not going to regurgitate them, but the key takeaway from these data points, which we pulled from a recent Shopify report, is that when it comes to modern CX, the holy grail really is a nice balance between automation and speed, meaning you're not doing things manually in a repetitive fashion, you know, answering questions like, where is my order? That takes up a ton of time for teams, so you shouldn't have to be doing that manually. So there's that piece of the puzzle, is speed and automation, setting yourself up for scale at all stages of growth. And then there's also the personalization piece, leveraging all of the data that you have on your customers, which obviously we all have, and delivering a really personalized response and messaging to your customers. That's, you know, so the messaging that you're using in all of your social awareness and your marketing campaigns, that needs to be consistent across all channels of communication with your customers, including and especially when you're actually dealing with a direct support or pre-purchase inquiry. And so those are the two key goals, and that's ultimately what's driving our roadmap right now, is making it easy for brands to do that. So we're just going to set the stage quickly with where do things stand in modern CX with D2C brands, and then we're going to dive right into 5 actionable tips and tricks for brands with us today to really take their CX game to the next level. So today, you know, buyers are frustrated. Buyers being consumers themselves, they have more opportunity and more options than ever before, and you know, 2-day shipping is becoming the standard. So you think people are happy, but what's happening is expectations are going sky high because of the advent of, you know, Shopify and all these selling channels and the tools that, you know, brands have available to them. So our expectations are sky high. It is for me. I'm sure for people listening, you know, your consumer expectations are now sky high, and so there's really no room for error when it comes to how quickly on the support side you're able to actually get back to them, answer questions, give them everything they need. So for instance, you know, brands with us today might be struggling with their first contact time, meaning, you know, how long does it take for you to actually acknowledge a customer's inquiry, whether it was through live chat or your contact center, or they've called you. So, you know, taking, you know, 12 plus hours is pretty typical for brands, and that's definitely not ideal. It has a big impact on your retention for post-purchase inquiries, but for pre-purchase inquiries, a first contact time of 12 plus hours, you're basically going to have a 0% conversion rate. So that's not good. Resolution time is how long it takes to actually solve these inquiries. Same story. Brands are, you know, consistently doing, you know, 17, 24, sometimes even longer than 24 hours to resolve an issue, which is definitely not acceptable in modern D2C. And then the lack of personalization, right? For consumers who are really loyal to a brand, they know that that brand is giving them a personalized experience. They know if I'm happy and with them, and I'm a super fan, and that'll be reflected in the type of messaging they send to me through communication, through marketing. And they should know if I'm an upset customer, because you better not be hitting me up with all these fluffy special offers. If you know that I've been consistently leaving 2-star reviews, I've been unsubscribing from your lists, so you should have that data. And the way you talk to your customers should be dependent on the information you have, such as the reviews they're leaving, the loyalty points they have with you, how much they've purchased with you. And when you're failing to leverage that data, then that's a huge missed opportunity. And what that means for you, the brands with us today, is you're paying the price on that. Slow response time means you're going to probably have to beef up your support team, which is going to add costs, and it's also going to lead to upset customers, and it's going to impact your retention and CSAT. The lack of personalization, as I mentioned, is huge. It's going to impact retention, but also a huge missed opportunity. So if you're talking to someone, say through live chat, pre-purchase, and you're not leveraging the data that you should have on the customer to help drive them towards a purchase, that's a huge missed opportunity. And then not having your data integrated, and we're going to talk about that later on in this presentation, that's just, you're just an inefficient business at that point. So you should be having all the data available from a customer standpoint, and you should be able to deliver the answers that these customers need lightning quick, and not have to be switching tabs, going into Shopify, going to all the other different tools that you might be using to find answers. It should all be living inside of the same help desk. So that's ultimately where we're going to summarize here. So where are traditional CX programs falling short? Whether you're using a help desk tool currently or you're not, what are the 3 major areas that brands are typically struggling with that's preventing them from really taking the next step from a CX perspective? I apologize quickly for any noise. I'm at Retail X right now in Chicago, and I'm in the conference lobby hall here, so I apologize for any background noise. But yeah, the 3 major areas where brands can definitely improve is lack of automation. So as I said, it's fine. Obviously, when you're just starting off, you're starting off your business, you're obviously going to be handling, maybe as the founder, you'll be handling it, or maybe you'll make your first support hire. You're not really feeling the pain just yet, but as you scale, you certainly will. And it's not feasible, both from a financial standpoint, but also from keeping your customers happy and acquiring new customers, to be doing anything really in a manual fashion. You want to avoid that as much as possible. And if you don't, that's going to lead to a big increased cost and decrease in CSAT. The lack of customer intelligence and personalization is a huge missed opportunity on the sales and retention side. So what that means, and you'll see Gorgeous in a second, is when we talk to a customer, one of our brands does through Gorgeous, we have all their Shopify order information. If they're using a tool like Yotpo, we have all their reviews and loyalty data available for an agent when they're talking to a customer. If you're using a tool like Klaviyo, then we have all the subscription lists they're on. You can SMS with them. So you should have all the data, as much data as possible on that customer, which really makes it easy to drive a pre-purchase opportunity towards a sale. And then if you're talking to an upset customer post-purchase, you should have all the data you need to give them the responses lightning quick. And then the final piece, which is perhaps one of the most important, is a lack of channel aggregation. So obviously we know omni-channel is super important right now. It's becoming more and more prominent as brands start to sell across different channels and interact with customers across different channels. You need to make sure that those are not disjointed, and they need to be seamlessly integrated. So the same, it's not uncommon, I imagine, for brands to talk to the same customer, have the same customer, email you on a Tuesday, call you on a Wednesday, interact with your Instagram posts on a Friday, and maybe even engage with you on live chat on the weekend, right? And a good help desk tool like Gorgeous will recognize that this is the same customer, and so you're not going to treat them differently in each instance. You're not going to have to ask them for repetitive information when you're talking with them. You should have that information available, and that should be integrated. All right, so we're going to get into it. 5 heavy-hitting facts to go through this presentation that's going to ultimately help you start converting more pre-sale opportunities, but also keeping your customers happy. So tip number 1 is really understanding your support volume. So every brand is going to have a different distribution of types of questions and engagement inquiries that they're getting. But here is a pretty representative breakdown of a common Shopify D2C brand, for instance. So this data was pulled from an analysis over 100,000 different tickets of our actual customers. And so what you're seeing here is a breakdown of what those ticket types are related to. So you can see here, the one that sticks out is order status. So typically 1/3 of a brand's support volume will be strictly related to order status. And it's not that order status isn't an important support inquiry, but it doesn't have a huge impact per se on, say, retention. Obviously, it's it's post-purchase, so there's not potential upsell opportunity there. So this is one that you need to absolutely just wipe away in an automatic sense and not be handling this manually. So you should not be in a situation where you're like getting an inquiry, where's my order, which we all get, and you have to go into their Shopify account, you got to retrieve the data, you're copy and pasting, switching tabs. That's just not going to set you up for scale. And so what we do, and I'll show you how we do that in a moment, is we basically make it easy to completely eliminate this top bar, right? So we're just going to wipe this away for you. We're going to automatically respond to these questions. We're going to pull in the Shopify data related to the order status inquiry. We'll send it to the customer. You can personalize the messaging however you'd like, and then we'll close the ticket. So an agent never even had to look at it. And then so what that does is if you look at the other categories, which at first glance look like they're much smaller percentages, are actually quite significant. So you see pre-purchase inquiries here like product suggestion, product question, pre-order question, and product availability. So these are pre-purchase opportunities. These aren't post-purchase, I have a problem. These are, look, I am looking to make a purchase. I have a question for you. And if you don't get me an answer, typically in under 2 minutes or less, then that's a huge missed opportunity. And so what we're trying to do is, hey, look, we'll take away, these commonly asked repetitive questions that bog up your support help desk volume, and then we're going to make it easy for you to focus on more pressing, more pre-purchase opportunities. And so this is at a huge impact for brands that keep customers happy because we wipe this away really quickly, and then also you're getting a lot more sales opportunities because you can focus on these commonly asked questions. And so that's a big part of Gorgeous. And so quickly, to show you how we can wipe away this order status, for instance, is we have this beautiful self-serve widget that we just launched a few months ago. And so this can be living on your front page of your website, for instance, or any page you'd like. And how it will work is if I'm a consumer and say I go to stevemadden.com, which is one of our customers, this little widget will pop up. I can input my email or order ID, and then it will pull in all the orders. So you can see here, it's going to automatically retrieve all the orders that we might have processed or I've already received them. And I can take the number of actions myself, such as track, return, cancel an order. I can report an issue with an order. So this gives the power to the consumer, your customers, to actually just solve their own problems, which has two major benefits. It's amazing because as a consumer, some of the brands I shop with are using Gorgeous and use this tool. I love that I don't have to talk to everybody. There's no delay in getting the information. It's instant because it's powered by basically machine learning and automation. And from the brand's standpoint, this is fantastic because it's not automating support volume. It's just deflecting it, right? It's preventing a ticket from being created in the first place, which is great. And so this is really how we wipe away that 30 to 40% of your volume, which is strictly related to an order. And then if need be, you can easily escalate to a live agent by hitting start a conversation. So this is just like a simple feature. It comes in all of our pricing plans. We start at $60 a month. And so this is a fantastic way to get started on automating some support. Tip number 2 is put a premium on speed and automation. I told you there's 2 magical ingredients for stellar customer experience. One is speed and automation. The other is personalization, which we'll get back to. But on the automation side, really the key metric that you need to be focusing on as a brand, certainly for preparing for a BFCM in the holiday season, is your response time, which, as I mentioned, is how long does it take for you to acknowledge the customer's inquiry, saying, hey, look, we got your inquiry. We're going to get back to you as soon as we possibly can. Resolution time, which is actually solving the problem, that's obviously very important as well. But we actually see this as a bigger metric to really be following. And so a not so bad first response time is around 12 hours. That's what we call like a level 1 performance. Not great, certainly, but you don't want to be anything above 12 hours. And what we're doing is we're doing everything we can to improve our product and work with our brands to drive them towards what we call a level 5 performance, which is when your first response time is under 10 minutes. And that's what we call like the Amazon gold standard, right? If you ever interact with Amazon, I'm sure they get back to you lightning quick, and that's where we want our brands to get to. And why this is so significant, obviously from a consumer standpoint, it's fantastic to get your questions acknowledged as soon as possible. But from a conversion opportunity, there's actually a massive opportunity. And so what we see from the data is that when there's a pre-sale chat or SMS or any way that you're engaging with a customer pre-purchase, and you respond to them in under 10 minutes, the conversion rates go up by 4 to 5 times what a standard conversion rate is. So we're seeing brands hit 25 to 35% conversion rates when they're talking to customers and they respond in under 10 minutes, right? 10 minutes is a little bit long, actually. Under 5 minutes is really the gold standard. Some brands we work with are doing this in under 2 minutes, which is even better. And so how we can go about doing that, how can we make it easier for you to drop your first response time to under 10 minutes? How can we get your resolution time down? It's really 3 major ways that we do this. So live chat, for instance, we have a great live chat. This can just be a little simple widget. It looks like this. It pops up in the front of your website. any consumers on your website can interact with this. And what's great is this isn't just only for post-purchase, I have a problem, I want to get a return. But what's great is you can roll up marketing campaigns, you can do social media campaigns, and you can drive traffic to your website, have your support team inside of Gorgeous locked and loaded, ready to engage with customers. Basically, you're just, picture a sales agent on the bottom of your screen saying, hey, I'm here. If you need me, you can interact with me. And if they have questions about product, they have product suggestions, or looking for product recommendations, your agent can easily interact with them. So that's an easy way to drop your first contact time, is having live chat available. 24/5 is pretty standard, but ideally you want to graduate to 24/7. We also have what we call macros here. So a common one is, where is my order? We all get that question. As I said, you can automatically deflect that, but you can also have pre-built responses. And so you can say, hey, here is your most up-to-date order information. You inject a bunch of, say, Shopify variables. As soon as you hit send, it's going to retrieve all that information and it will answer the question seamlessly. So using macros, essentially templated responses, is an easy way. And then to take it to the next level, on the automation side, we can use our feature called rules, where it's essentially a series of if statements. When a ticket is created, so a customer engages with your, messages you, and if the message contains any of the words, where's my order status, any facsimile thereof, then it's going to reply with the appropriate macro, the canned response, and it'll automatically close the ticket. And you can set this up and customize it however way you want. You can set up a cadence split, so it could be like, okay, when this happens, respond in 10 minutes or respond in an hour. You can set it however you like. It can get a lot more sophisticated with that. So typical brands, doing $1 million plus will probably have 50 or so macros and maybe 50 to 100 rules set up. Again, reflecting how your business runs. And just to show you just a key example of a brand that over 2 years ago, in one single day, they had this huge campaign. They drove a ton of traffic to their website. They wanted people to engage with live chat, and in one day, they're able to drive $22,000 in sales just from using live chat. It was the only channel they used that day. And the key to their success in that day, as you can see here, their first response time was 2 minutes, 8 seconds. So they were responding lightning quick, and their resolution time was under an hour, which is phenomenal. So this goes back to this point here, where your conversion rates go up big time if you interact with customers, as soon as they're hitting your website. All right, so that's that. Tip number 3, this is very much related to the previous point, which is turn support agents into sales reps. Certainly upcoming BFCM and holiday season, you want your support team to obviously be prepared to handle true post-purchase support volume. I'm not trying to say, there's not a great place for that, but hopefully I've showed you already that, look, we make it pretty easy to handle the bulk of the volume that happens post-purchase. So let's dig in and focus a little bit more now on the pre-purchase stuff. And that's what this slide is about, is trying to get your support agents to start to adopt a little bit more of a sales mentality, which obviously takes a little bit of finesse to encourage them and train them to do that, but there's huge opportunity. So I just told you about one of our brands a couple of years ago that unlocked 22 grand in a single day. And simple ways that you can do that as well is, you can even turn support inquiries into an upsell opportunity. So say I'm talking to Derek and he had a big problem and I was able to solve that. I say, great, really happy I was able to help you out today, Derek. By the way, I see that you're a big fan of our blueberry soda. Just so you know, we've just launched this new orange soda I think you'd be a big fan of. Here's a 5% discount code for your next purchase, right? And he's like, great, I love orange soda, why not? I'll give it a try. And so that's an easy example of how, okay, initially this was a support inquiry, I crushed that, I handled that. Now I want to turn this into a selling opportunity. And so that's really what, flipping it around from a support to a sales opportunity is something that we're seeing a lot of our brands start to do. What's great is, like I showed you on the previous slide, we have a great revenue dashboard. So it's going to show you, sales opportunities, how much conversion rates you're getting with those sales opportunities, how many sales you're generating from Gorgeous on the revenue side. And you can track this across agents, across channels like Instagram, email, SMS, live chat, and you can obviously segment across dates. And what's really cool about the dates is, once you use Gorgeous for long enough, brands who have been with us for a year plus, coming into this BFCM season, they can both see, last year how they performed on the support side. They could say, we got completely overwhelmed. We can't let that happen. But they can also say, wow, we really missed an opportunity to drive in a lot of sales through Instagram DMs, through live chat. Let's make sure that we're set up for success this year. So the historical data can be really impactful. Tip number 4, related to what Derek said earlier about social media integrations being so important. So the key selling point about Gorgeous is we really are an omni-channel help desk, meaning any channel that you're selling on or you're interacting with your customers on, rather, we're going to be there to pick up those conversations. And so what you can see here is that, inside of a Gorgeous dashboard, you can see a bunch of different tickets. So these would be individual inquiries from individual customers. It looks much like an email inbox. You can see who the assigned agent is. What's cool is you can see which channel it came in through, right? So this one came through email, Facebook, Facebook Messenger, Twitter, Instagram, and then live chat, right? So it doesn't matter what channel your customers are engaging with you. We're going to pull that in. We're going to consolidate it here and make it look the same. So it's going to look like an email inbox, right? So you don't have to go into all of these different tools and then manually answer the questions and then go fetch the data, say from Shopify or Amazon account. It's all just going to live right inside the customer conversation, which is fantastic. And then the key thing to note is that we did just launch Instagram DMs, which was the most requested feature release of all time here at Gorgeous. And what that allows you to do is that if a customer respond or post on one of your Instagram posts, they post a comment or they reply to a story of yours, or they DM you, which, as Derek said, he used to have a team of people literally just managing DMs all day long. We have some brands have a team of 5, 10 people managing their Instagram DMs alone. We now pull all of those DMs and posts and replies into Gorgeous, just like it looks here. So for instance, this ticket here, you can see it. I love it. Do you ship in Europe? This could have been this person commenting on your post or DMing you, right? And so now instead of your marketing people having to take care of this because they're the ones typically powering your Instagram account, for instance, now you have support agents who are the real experts and in a position to actually answer these questions. And so this is having a huge impact on conversion rates and generating new sales through that channel, which is a huge release for us. And another really cool integration, sorry, I love integration, so I'm going to highlight this one as well, is we just integrated with a tool called Gatsby.ai. And so what they do is they give you this little pop-up chat, or a pop-up capture form on your website. And so obviously you're going to capture email address, that's standard. What they're actually making it easy to do is also capture the Instagram handle of your customers, which is great. And the whole idea for them is turning them into micro-influencers. And with the Gorgeous integration, what that does is we'll pull in the information. So as an agent, I'm talking to a customer, I can see all of their Instagram information, so how many followers they have, and how we leverage that is we have automation rules set up that you can set this up however you like, but if a customer, submits a question or an inquiry, either pre or post purchase, and say they have greater than 1,000 followers, we'll flag that customer as like a VIP or a big customer because they have a big social following. You don't want to upset that customer. You want to make them happy. And so you'll prioritize them. You also get tagged if they mentioned you. And so this is a really cool integration coupled with our Instagram DM, is great. And so you can see if I'm talking to a customer who has 10,000 followers, 100,000 followers, then I really want to roll out the red carpet for them, maybe even give them some exclusive offers, offer to send them some free swag, turn them into an evangelist. And so this is something that we're really excited about. And then the final tip here is getting your tech stack fully integrated. Christine and Derek were talking earlier about how important it is to have your full tech stack integrated with one another. You need data being shared to and from between these tools. You don't want these to be disparate and disjointed. And so one of the major advantages of Gorgeous is not only do we fully natively integrate with the major e-com platforms, but we also integrate with many of the apps. I'm sure a lot of brands with us today are using many of the tools shown on this slide. And what's great is, and what I always say is, look, Gorgeous is natively a fantastic product. Hopefully I've showed you that today. But when you factor in all of these, 50, 70 plus apps that plug into our product, it really transforms it into something truly exceptional. The use cases that are provided to our customers who use Gorgeous are, incredibly high when you start factoring in SMS for two-way messaging with your brands. Reviews and rewards. Now, if a 1 or 2 star review is left, that would trigger a ticket. We can see all the loyalty points that a customer has while we're talking to them, which we can leverage. We can even take actions like giving them loyalty points. If they want to return an exchange, now that can all be powered through our platform, right? So it's just the use cases are galore. We fully integrate with all of these partners in a very seamless way, plug and play. It's very easy. And if you're not using one of these tools, but you want to, we have super preferred pricing with these partners as well. So we're always happy to make partner recommendations. And really quick to finish up here, I just wanted to show one such example. So as mentioning, Yotpo is one of our our biggest integrations. We have over 750 brands that are using the Yotpo Gorgeous integration. And so you can see how this would work from a customer experience standpoint. So Princess Polly is one of our shared merchants. They also have an SMS product through SMS Bump, which they had acquired. So you can see here, Princess Polly had rolled out a message, basically a cart abandonment recover attempt. And then, so this is what obviously the consumer is seeing on their mobile phone. And then what the merchant is seeing, so the customer support agent is seeing inside when they're, say Kim was respond or we're having a conversation with Kim. This is all the information that we can have on Kim. We can see all her loyalty points, which VIP tier she's on. how many reviews she's left, what's the average rating, what's her average sentiment. And then these individual items here are the actual reviews that she's left. And so we can actually see what reviews she's left in the past. And so this is just a lot. This is that whole personalization piece where we have this much data. We should be leveraging it to give Tim a really seamless experience. We can even take actions like reward points if it was deemed appropriate. And then the final piece here, I'm not going to touch on it too much, but the whole idea of really driving our customers from a level 1 to a level 5 performance. And I'll just quickly summarize what we consider a level 5 truly exceptional customer experience program that some of our brands, about 5% of our brands, are in this level 5. We're trying to get more of them there every single day. And so what exceptional looks like in modern CX for most D2C brands is having a first response time of under 15 to 20 minutes. That would be exceptional. Solving the problem, so your resolution time in 1 hour or less. You're automating 30% of your tickets. You're integrated from a customer engagement and support standpoint, at least 8 channels. So this is email, SMS, Instagram, social, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, and then you have 8+ integrations plugged in. So this is all the key metrics based on very extensive research into our customer base of what we consider exceptional. So if you're not here, that's fine. You might find yourself in the lagging or fair category. Using a tool like Gorgeous is going to help you get to the strong exception. And that's it. Just to summarize, we are working with over 7,000 B2C brands, including some B2B brands. You can see some of them here. They're trusting us to power their CX. We'd love for you to be one of the next brands that we work with and support. And with that, I'd like to thank the organizers of this event, Derek, for hosting. If you do want to check out Gorgeous, I'm happy to get you 2 free months, which I can assure you is all you need to see the ROI of such a tool. You can just directly contact me at chris@gorgeous.com.
Chris, amazing. Actually showing that data of what you have on the customer. I mean, that's so juicy to me. And then showing how we work our way towards being an exceptional brand from customer service, I think is also where we all want to be pointing that way. And I know a lot of people here aren't there just yet. And I know that your tool is one of the best tools for getting there. We're out of time. I can't ask you any questions. We have to go right into the next session. But Chris, thanks so much. I'll be sure to plug your email here in chat. And for everybody, maybe you tuned in a little bit late, we also have the show notes. I'll plug those show notes. Make sure you can follow along there and get some of these slides Chris just shared so that you can get your response time down to under 15 minutes. And yes, I do think under 2 minutes on live chat, super important. Even under 30 seconds can be really, really impactful. Yeah. Awesome.
Thanks
Chris,
so much, Derek. Appreciate it.
so much. All right. With that, we're moving directly into our next session with Natalia from Verifone/2Checkout. I know that acquisition merger has happened in the last few months and things have changed a lot, but I'm really looking forward to your session today. Natalia, are you ready?
Yes. If you can hear me, I'm ready.
Awesome. I'm going to add your slides here to the deck if you want them to go full screen, and then we'll bring it up and I'll just let you take it away.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Derek. Thanks for having me here. And hopefully today I'm going to give you some tips from the payments company of how to get your company global. And just a few words.
Sorry to interrupt. It looks like we don't have the right slides. I know when we tested it backstage, we had the right slides showing up, but I just see the PowerPoint. So I think what you need to do is unshare your screen, and then you have to share a different browser window now because you've got the individual window. Yeah,
sure.
No big deal. It happens all the time. This is the usual of web presenting.
Of online presentations. I know,
Yeah.
I know. So let me try doing it again.
Let's
see.
That's
do you see it now?
It's not full screen yet. So I think you've what's tricky here is that you've got to go full screen, and
yeah, I did. I just did.
It's not showing full screen here. It's showing just the PowerPoint one. So maybe share entire screen is the best option for you, actually, if that works.
I just did that. Technical. If something technical can happen to a person, it's most definitely going to happen to me.
It's funny because it did work backstage, but I definitely, we can do it in a non-full screen presentation mode. It's not too big of a deal for everybody watching. We definitely just want to make sure we're getting the content across, of course.
Sure.
Go ahead and unshare and reshare.
Yeah, I'll do it. Let's do it this one last time, and then if that doesn't work, then I'm just going to do non-full screen. So I'm sharing the screen now.
Share full screen.
And here it comes. And
And then go ahead and go full screen.
is it working?
It's still this. Have you gone full screen?
Yes, just now.
Okay, that is not working. Go ahead and exit full screen, and you can give the presentations here in this back end mode. No big deal.
All right.
It'll be
All
totally fine.
Let me just try to do this.
And I can even make it a little bigger on the slides if we need to, but I'll keep you in the shot for now.
Okay,
no.
thanks.
All right, I'm out of here. I'll let you take it away.
Thanks a lot, Derek. Thanks, Ecom Tech, for having me today. And basically, again, what I'm going to tell you about today is hopefully how to take your business online globally, or if you are online already, maybe some of the things to pay attention to. And a little bit of a background about myself. My name is Natalia Shidakulova. I run digital sales team to check out now Verifone. As Derek mentioned, there was an acquisition happening about a year ago. We're now part of the Verifone family. And just to give you a little bit of perspective of what Verifone is, around 46% of all the non-cash transactions are done through Verifone infrastructure. After this session, you should be able to answer a bunch of questions. For some reason, I don't see. Oh, good. It's coming. After this session, you should be able to answer a bunch of questions. First of all, why you should be caring about authorization rates, why you should be tracking those, and what is the impact of those, and how you can change that. What localization and why localization is essential to your business, and why you shouldn't mess with taxation and compliance these days. Now, I'll start with something very, very technical, but it's very, very important. Talking about authorization rates. I just am trying to, okay, no. Let me start with a little bit of context why we're having a conversation that we're having now. Basically, e-commerce now is evaluated about 5.4 trillion in 2022. This number was about 4.8 trillion 2021. And the 2021 number has been a lot accelerated by the COVID. So it's a growing trend, and that's why it's super, super important. And now, why go global outside of your country is because, for example, if you're selling right now in the United States, well, 85% of all that money is happening outside of the US. So, and just to give you a little bit of a perspective of the key e-commerce markets, as of 2020, that's pretty much how it looks. China being leading the pack, followed by the US. And what's interesting is that the mix of countries changes. So in 2019, when we looked at the data, it was actually Brazil that was in the mix, and it was very on top of the market going into Brazil. So that's why going global in the regions where you see your business in is super, super important. Also, when you think about e-commerce in general, you need to really pay attention to your customers, and you need the ability to capture those customers across any channel that they prefer on their terms, using things that they are used to, or otherwise your competitors are probably going to be in front of you. And that's why it's super, super important to talk about some of the things related to having global e-commerce on terms of your shoppers, buyers, and customers. And first thing that I want to talk about, and again, I'm coming from e-commerce and I'm coming from payments perspective. I've been in e-commerce for 6.5 years already. And let me speak about something very technical, which is authorization rates, and hopefully you'll take use of that. So why are those important? Authorization rates define the success of your transactions. It's basically the number of successful orders divided by the overall order attempts. Never is the authorization rate 100%. There are a bunch of reasons why transactions are declined. It can be hard declines, meaning the fraudster is coming into you and the card has been reported as being fraud. Or there can be soft declines in case, for example, I don't know, the user doesn't, or the shopper doesn't have sufficient funds on the accounts, or he didn't enter the card number correctly, and something like that. And so there are a bunch of reasons that impact authorization rates. First of all is the payment method that is being used. If you're using typical cards, Visa, MasterCard, Amex, or you're using e-wallets, or you're going through online banking, or I don't know, something else. It's the country where your business resides. Basically, it's called the merchant country. It's basically the country that is used to sign the contracts with the payments company. It's the shopper country. So basically the country that is used where the shopper is coming from, if you're global. The order value, and think of it as I'm B2B SaaS company selling globally, and I have a product that is valued at $40,000. Well, a lot of it is going to be rejected and declined, right? It's the MCC code. And basically the MCC code on our side, on the side of payment processors and payment companies, shows the level of risk. And MCC code is defined by the payment company when you come to them. And basically on the typical risk profile, there are standard MCC codes, and it's the transaction type. And basically the transaction type is whether this transaction is the new acquisition transaction, or it's an automatic renewal, or it's a manual renewal. Those are going to have different authorization rates. Now, why are they important? They're important because authorization rate depend on whether you're doing local processing or global processing. And basically, the stats that I want to share in this slide is we've run a test. We've recently launched Indian local processing for international credit cards. And we've run a test in the same set of merchants in the mix, looking at what happened in transactions that with Visa, MasterCard that were processed using an international processing versus what happened afterwards for the same period of time when we launched local processing with a local acquirer in India. And the results are amazing because when you look at the international processing numbers, they're about 12% lower than the local one. So the recommendation number one from the payments company would be, if the market is important for you, we would recommend you go with a local processing in this market. Not talking about like local payment methods, I'll get to that in a second. But just by having this local processing capabilities, a local acquirer in the region, you can gain for 100, potential customer, at least, I don't know, from anywhere from 5 to probably 25% more real customers, right? Or purchases. And when you are able to identify the key geographies for your business or the key markets that you want to go to, the ideal setup would probably look as having, a local processing per your key location, which is basically if you're selling into Europe, you'll have a European acquirer and you'll sell locally in Europe. And same goes, for example, if you're, going into India, we would recommend you having Indian acquirer with one of the companies available in the market. And then another thing that would impact authorization rates is a lot of those little things that payment companies offer. One of them, the most impactful one currently, is something that is called the Dynamic 3D Secure, which is basically the ability for you to set second factor authentication. That's what 3D Secure is on the country level. And what we've seen in the past running tests in different geos, it may have some really positive impact on authorization rates in some geos. Like, for example, in Japan, it typically leads to 4.6% increase in authorization rates, whereas in some geos, you're going to see a tremendous decrease with 3D Secure, so you have to make sure it's deactivated. Now, going next, another thing that I would like to talk about is localization. And localization is kind of a very wide term. A lot of people, when they think localization, they think about translating basically the website and the content. From our perspective, there is more flavor to localization. First of all, it's about localizing your content. And I stress the localizing part because the content may differ depending on the country or the locale you're going into. So it's not translating per se, but it's actually making sure that the user understands what you're selling. Then it's going into local currencies, and that would have both the impact on authorization rate and conversion rates. It's having those local payment options that the users are very used to paying in, and having local support. And so a few tips and tricks into basically content and language, currencies, and payment options. What we've seen throughout tests as we're running e-com stores for our customers is it's best not to force the language, but it's best to take the language from the browser. Imagine I'm coming from South Korea, but my browser is in English, so it's best to display that, website or shopping cart in English. And for the currencies and payment methods, it should actually be triggered by the IP geolocation of the customer. And same goes for local support. Now, talking about all of that all together, what we've seen is that customers are very likely to buy from you if you're selling in the language they prefer and using the currency they prefer and the payment methods. And I'm just going to share with you a few examples of the tests that we run with our existing install base into how currencies, local payment options, and support plays out into the picture. First of all, on the currency, you might think that, users will buy from me in US dollars because everybody knows dollars, and that might be correct. But some banks, some issuing banks, and some geographies have restrictions for the transactions and for your purchases, potential purchases, be processed in local currencies. So what we've seen when you transition from one currency only, being euro, US dollar, or Great Britain pound, or any other, to multi-currency management, it actually can lead up to 25% increase in those authorization rates that we spoke about before. Now, just to give you a little bit perspective of how we look at local payment options, when you look at your key geos, make sure that you actually offer those payment options in the geographies. And just to give you a little bit of a snapshot, what is that goes beyond typical Visa, American Express, PayPal. So there are a lot of varieties of payment options available globally. If you look at Europe, there are about, 20 plus different payment options that are widely used. And just to give you an example of one country in Europe that has a huge adoption of a local payment method, I'll focus on the Netherlands. And basically in the Netherlands, there is this payment method that is called Ideal. And we've run a bunch of tests, and Ideal, both based on the general accepted benchmarks and our benchmarks, constitute for over 50% of all the online orders that are being placed. And now if you look at, what happens if a company that used to sell in US dollar only starts selling in euro? There is one very specific example of the company that is called 123 Form Builder. It's a SaaS solution. And they've seen an increase in conversion of about 123%. You may argue that it's 23% is very large. We've run other tests with other companies of displaying Ideal as the potential or possible payment method in the Netherlands, and it's still an increase in conversion of 26%. So the statement that I would like to make is local payment options work, even in Europe that has a very high adoption of, something that is considered to be international or standard payment options, which is Visa, MasterCard, American Express, PayPal. Now, let's talk about some geos that do not have a huge adoption of those. And another one that I would like to bring is Brazil. So in Brazil, exactly the situation that I described earlier, which is their cards, even though they may be issued with the Visa or MasterCard brand, would not be accepted if you try to charge them either in a currency outside of Brazil real or with a payment gateway or payment provider that is based outside of Brazil, which is called cross-border payment provider. And so another really fun fact about Brazil is that in online payments, about 60% of all the shoppers prefer using an option that is called installment. Installment, and I have a slide coming next, is basically an option where you imagine you have 1,000 Brazil real purchase. And instead of paying 1,000 right away, what you would do, you would give your shopper a possibility to split it into equal payments over a period of time for a small fee. And basically what happened, you as the merchant receive the total amount full right away, but the shopper would pay them in on the schedule that they've selected during their purchase process. And using installments and using local currency for Brazil, here's another example, can lead up to 25% in conversion rate increase. Now, because I've shown you a slide with the largest e-commerce countries before, one of them was, the huge one was China. So I decided to spend a little bit of time talking about China. So China is also very peculiar because the adoption of credit cards and PayPal is small. And the way they are used to pay is by using Alipay, UnionPay, or WeChat, which Alipay and WeChat alone constitute to up to 55% of all the online orders. And then again, based on a lot of the tests that we've run, when you have those payment options, and the thing is, they don't necessarily have to pay using them, but with having them in the cart or along the purchase process can lead up to 48% increase in conversion rates. And this is just an example of a localized experience that you would see in China, seeing the local language, payment options in Chinese. Now, the last point that I would like to tackle is not very fun, but it's very, very actual. There's been a lot of tax and compliance changes recently. The last one, the very big one that I can think of, is PSD2, that's been discussed for a long, long time and then keep postponing and then introduced since the beginning of this year. And also what we've seen from the tax compliance perspective is that those have been accelerated by COVID, because governments do provide a lot of support for both the businesses and the citizens. And they have to look for money, and money typically comes from taxes. And that's why those tax regulations are being strengthening and tightening. It's just been this big trend coming, and we expect to see a lot of changes in the coming years. Basically on tax, remember that it's not just the ability to calculate the tax correctly, but also all the registrations that you need to take in place to both remit the tax and report it correctly. And I'm not sure about being tax compliant in all the markets, although this is our recommendations and this is how we act on behalf of our merchants. But at least having tax compliance in your key geographies is really, really strong recommendations. And I just want to bring up some of the recent tax changes that are coming in different geos. One of them was in India, where you might be subject to tax depending on what you sell, and also based depending on where you're coming from. So the tax rate is different depending on whether you're a locally registered business or international one. And also even for regions and geos where you feel comfortable about tax, don't forget that in some of them, like the US, it's very, very complex. And we've recently done a audit of a UK merchant selling SaaS products, and they were selling SaaS products throughout the United States, but also in Illinois, where they thought SaaS products are not taxable. So basically, they decided not to collect tax, sales tax in Illinois. Well, the fun fact is that the city of Chicago, which is also in Illinois, imposes tax on SaaS. So you finally become liable for tax in that one geo and location. And going through the world, I think our company now has about 60 to 65 different countries where there is certain tax liability, either for registered businesses or for international businesses. And it's a growing trend. Like, I don't know, Taiwan introduced VAT recently. There, Canada, and I mean, just because of the need to collect money, I guess. It's just something that we've seen as the trend in e-commerce. And the last point that I would like to talk on and cover on is the payment method, payment model flexibility and complexity. And it's kind of two sides of the same coin. So on one side, it's very, very flexible. On another side, it's complex because without a couple of shots of vodka, you probably wouldn't be able to kind of understand the whole thing. So if you still struggle with understanding how the acquirer is different from payment facilitator, is different from payment service provider, is different from merchant of record, and what is the gateway, and what are local payment options, and all of that, you can always reach out to me and we'll try to figure it out together. And I'll share all I know about that. And just to summarize on what I've mentioned before, here's the global sales action plan that I've prepared for you. First of all, the first recommendation is measure your authorization rates in key markets that matter to you, where let's say 5, 10, 15% difference would make a huge difference to you in terms of revenues, and check if you can make any improvements in those markets. Second, make sure your website checkouts are localized. Again, language, ideally fed by the language of the browser, currency and payment options, local payment options displayed based on the IP geolocation of the user, and beware of this complexity of tax and compliance to avoid any further liability. Also, on the topic of complexity of different payment options, just a quick note, we are going to be posting a blog post in our blog. You see it on the screen. With that, I would like to thank you and see if there are any questions.
Amazing.
How am I
Thank you
doing?
so much. Yeah, we did great. We're perfect on time. And I think those takeaways at the end are super crucial. And this is a great key takeaway for the idea of international expansion and going global. How do we localize our payments? Like you said, language, options, and of course, currency. And we know that 2Checkout can help us get that done. So thank you so much.
I didn't say that.
It's fine to say that. We know when to go to you. In fact, when should people reach out to you, and how should they get in touch with you?
So my email is available. I'll send it over to you. I don't know if you can post it in any way.
Yeah,
and please reach out to me if you have on the authorization rates, if you would want to look into our benchmarks. We can build them together, very specific based on those criteria that I mentioned. If you need any strategy around or any consultancy around going into some very specific local market, we have tons of expertise in terms of what payments are used, how it impacts, whether they accept international or you have to go global and stuff like that. So yeah, feel free for that.
Awesome. Perfect. We'll get that email address from you in just a second and share it in the show notes and in chat with everybody here.
I'm typing it right now in case you don't have that.
Awesome. Throw it here. Yeah. I know I have it in my email. We'll go ahead and have questions about international transaction. Let's share it here in chat. Perfect, Natalia. Thank you so much. And I got blurry again right as I turned my camera on. I don't know why. We'll see you at another event.
I thought I was drinking something.
Yeah, I know, right?
I have to
feel a little out of focus here. So I need to get off screen. Oh my gosh, this is terrible. Briggy, how are you doing?
Thanks, I'm fine. I'm really excited to talk and show you some exciting ideas about BFCM and generally talk about global e-commerce.
Perfect. Awesome. And I just kind of threw you on screen because I need to get out here and again fix this blurriness issue. I don't know what's going on. I have a high-end camera. That's the actual problem of why I'm blurry. But we're going to change gears from payment processing now into messenger marketing. And I think you'll also possibly show us some flows that are related to international and transactions. So I'm really looking forward to this. I'm going to add your screen here and I'm going to let you take it away. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
That popped you out. Yep, we're good here.
Perfect. Perfect.
You're perfect.
So good. So hello everybody and welcome to e-commerce tech global. Today, I'm going to talk you and show you 3 magnetic forces that will drive a very good and strong ROI. And if you can't stay until the end, because you will have the chance to win Apple AirPod for free. And just a quick introduction about myself. So my name is Brigitte Ruha, and I'm a product manager and partnership and marketing manager at Ricard. And happy to be here for a quick 10, 15 minutes, let's say, webinar video where you will get why and how to prepare your online store for quick browsing, how to automate the engagement, turn revenue on autopilot, and generally just how to generate LTV to secure the long-term engagement. And those people who are unfamiliar with Ricard, Ricard is a mobile marketing platform helping 13,000 e-commerce brands drive additional revenue through a new communication channel called messenger marketing. And basically what you can see in the pictures is that we help you build your list rapidly through subscription tools and mobile optimized pop-ups or third-party integrations such as Twilio or Optimonk. And we also help you to drive revenue and automations and generate LTV through personalized campaigns and really highly and engaging campaigns. And I'm not really here to talk about Ricard too much. Instead, I would like to give you 3 magnetic forces that will drive insane ROI. So just dive into it. And what does e-commerce look like in 2020? So first of all, nobody could have predicted what last year, 2020, had in store, but a lot of marketing threads have already been blooding on the surface. So the virtual experience, the mobile commerce, and the conversational commerce, and some privacy changes as well. So today there are more than 2 million Shopify businesses worldwide, and also e-commerce sales are increased by 18% last year. So not only will have to compete with more Shopify businesses than ever before, but getting in front of the right customers at the right time is also harder than ever before. And also with the acceleration of e-commerce, the need and the share of marketing are increased as well. So today, more than 60% of the shoppers browse and shop exclusively on mobile. And by the end of this year, experts also say that mobile marketing sales are going to be 54%. And at the top of these trends and these insights and facts as well, there are also a lot of privacy changes that we had to cope with. And today's customers are very crave for exceptional personalized experience. I know Gorgeous, Chris from Gorgeous really covered these topics, so you might be familiar with this. So overall, when we are talking about global e-commerce this year, you really need to find the most effective ways to cut through the noise and be a mobile where your customers at and the most responsive, and give the best customer experience that you can actually offer them. And just to know and think about where the technology is, it's really important to see what channels are we using right now and how they are connected to mobile marketing and customer experience. So first of all, email. Email has a fantastic experience, and you can customize and make very beautiful on-brand emails. And we all know that there are tons of use cases available on the internet and provided by Shopify apps as well. So you can easily get started with it. However, we all know that besides these advantages, email only has a 15-20% open rate and a 2-3% click rate. And while SMS is a really growing channel and offering you 90% open rate, so the engagement is really good. And with the 20% click-through rates as well, you still have very limited options to make the experience special. First of all, because you have a character limit, and if you would like to add the GIFs, videos, or let's say any photos, you really need to send MMS, and you, at the end of the day, need to pay more. So compared to email and SMS marketing, Messenger gives you this better experience and engagement because it has the best benefits of what you love in email and SMS marketing. So Messenger gives you a 90% open rates compared to email 15-20% open rates, and it will give you 20% click rates as well. And compared to SMS marketing, the vast majority of the messages, more than 90% of the messages are totally completely free, including the welcome messages as well. So lastly, when it comes to the experience, or just summarize the benefits of Messenger, Messenger is really immediate, reactive, and a personal channel. So if you would like to build relationships on mobile and you would like to connect with your customers at scale and more effectively, Messenger is really a channel that you should start using. And I'm not saying that you should drop email and SMS marketing in favor of Messenger. Instead, supplement your existing strategy with Messenger marketing, because Messenger gives you all the benefits that you love in SMS and email marketing. As you can see here in this comparison, Messenger can give you the option to really create beautiful on-brand design, very similar to what you're already doing in email. And you can also be at the same time very less sales focused or conversion oriented, what you're already doing in case of SMS. And the mobile marketing trends and the tips that I wanted to share with you is the first tip is to ensure that your website is fully mobile optimized. So reflecting on the global trends that I already presented to you, expert says that mobile e-commerce sales are going to be 54% of the total e-commerce by the end of this year. And also in the last 2 years, just to talk about a little bit about BFCM and Q4, Shopify stores also experienced that half of their sales already came from mobile, including both visits and online sales as well. So to make sure that your website is fully optimized, ask questions such as, is the user experience seamless across all devices? Have I tested the mobile responsiveness of my store? And just generally, is my Shopify theme mobile friendly enough to actually convert those scrollers into customers? And the receipt, whether you have Recart on your store or not, is to provide a seamless experience across all devices, make important elements clickable on all screen sizes, and have a call to action buttons and discount codes visible on your site. And if you can, test and vary your incentive before campaigns or holidays such as BFCM or back to school kicks off. For example, offer a percentage discount on the next order, or just a simple mystery gift, a freebie add-on to their existing order, or a value gift card to your subscribers. And as I mentioned, we help you build your list rapidly. So with Recart, you can actually turn existing store traffic into email, SMS subscribers. So with Recart to mobile optimized pop-up that you can see here in the picture, you can really make the mobile subscription experience seamless, because customers, scrollers, visitors, with just 2 taps on the phone, they can subscribe to your channels at once. So basically, just offering them a free gift or a mystery discount, you can basically subscribe them to Messenger plus email and SMS marketing at one time. So 2 taps, and you will get 3 channels such as Messenger, email, and SMS marketing. And we also automatically add click replies that include customers' email addresses or phone numbers. And this no-type email capture that you can see it here has 300% higher conversion rates for mobile visitors than any other traditional pop-ups. So you can actually triple the conversion rates for the mobile visitors. And lastly, we also don't just capture the email addresses and phone numbers. We also enrich the customer profile with personal data from Facebook. So actually, when you capture email or phone numbers with Recart, you can really send personalized email and SMS marketing campaigns that flows based on gender, country, language, or any other attributes. And just to show you why I wanted to talk about global e-commerce marketing and mobile marketing is you can really achieve so much more by making your mobile website seamless. So Bulk Supplements, which is a wellness and health brand in the Shopify ecosystem, and a really high growth one, by the way, was struggling with building, growing, and engaging their subscribers. And also more than 50% of their traffic came from mobile. So switching from a traditional form to a more mobile optimized form was a really no-brainer for the brand. So what we did, what you can see the picture here, is basically we switched from the Klaviyo pop-up to the Recart's 2-tap mobile pop-up, and we tripled the revenue and the conversion rates, and we also collected more than 20,000 new email subscribers. And regarding the revenue, we actually went from 30K revenue to monthly revenue. So we not just tripled the conversion rate, but the revenue as well. So my advice is to check check your traffic and know where your traffic came from, and create a mystery discount, show it exclusively to your mobile traffic, and create a very strong on-brand design with the bold shopping CTA. This is the experience that you can see the before and after. So the Klaviyo pop-up and after the Recart's mobile optimized pop-up. And if you want, you can still customize the experience based on the desktop. So you can still use Klaviyo and other, let's say, traditional forms for desktop visitors. but the vast majority of the traffic that comes from mobile, try to ensure that your website is fully mobile optimized. And reflecting onto other, let's say, recipient tactics that I covered previously, it would be also a great idea if you could test what kind of incentives engage with your subscribers. So, for example, offer a free gift or a mystery discount, or just simply reassure customers by using social proofs in the welcome series. The recipe here is basically just to know where your traffic comes from, know your audience, and test what types of incentives you could add to engage with your subscribers. And another tactic that I really wanted to highlight here, basically the second force that can drive a really great and strong ROI, is to create the critical automations to grow revenue on autopilot, such as the browse, discount, card abandonment series, or the welcome flows. So generally, I attached and mentioned that Messenger gives you a 90% open rate and 30% engagement rate. So this way you can be sure that your message will land in the promotional folder. And also, as you can see here in the picture, if the customers have any questions, they can respond to the message, and you can answer all the questions, because all these questions and messages will automatically pop up in the Messenger inbox, so you can easily connect with your customers at scale. And it's also a really good idea to, let's say, slide into your customers or subscribers' DMs, because 20 years ago, if you had any questions, you called the company, but nowadays people will just say that, hey, or there is the little text messenger icon, and I can shoot them a message and connect with them and ask questions here real time. So it's a really powerful way to connect with your customers in a more engaging way at scale as well. And compared to email, and I'm still not saying that you should drop email marketing in favor of Messenger, but rather supplement your existing strategy with Messenger marketing, because you can achieve so much more. So just to have a quick comparison, Facebook Messenger has 80 times better engagement rate as compared to email. So email gives you an average 10% open rate and 1% click-through rate. So in the case of 1,000 visitors, this amounts to 1 click-through per 1,000 emails sent. While on the other hand, Messenger averages 80% open rates and 20% click-through rates. You can actually recover 10x more cards at the end of the day. So just by using Messenger or supplementing your existing strategy, you can really recover more abandoned cards. And another, let's say, series or flow that I wanted to show you, and the tip is to always onboard and convert new subscribers with the welcome series. We all know that the importance of automations. So set up on the on-band pop-up and offer a free discount or a mystery gift or just a free gift in exchange for email addresses or phone numbers, and subscribe to your channels with just 2 taps on the phone. This is how the process really looks like in the real time. So they just tap on the button and all the email addresses and phone numbers will be automatically synced to your email and SMS service providers, such as Klaviyo, PostScript, or SMS Bump. And another tip that I really want to highlight here is to always follow up those people on Messenger. And also, if your customer resonates well with SMS, you can also follow up on them via SMS too. So just using Messenger alone with this simple tactic, it collected more than 50,000 subscribers. And from that 50,000 subscribers, they actually subscribe more than 80% of those visitors into their SMS channel. And this way, they actually earn more than 1 million of revenue on autopilot just from a single welcome series, just from using Messenger. And the last thing that I wanted to show, and that will also drive good ROI, and I think it's really essential to have everybody, is just to personalize or be a little bit creative to generate LTV. Not just because re-engagement is a key revenue driver, but just because the holiday season or a back-to-school campaign or a Black Friday or just the promotion has come to close, it doesn't mean that the sales need to end as well. So with the sponsor messages, which are just really the technical name that what you're already doing with SMS, see examples here, you can achieve so much. First of all, the average click-through rate is 1% with email, but sponsor message offers you 10% plus open rates. Also, you will only pay for the messages that have been seen, not those messages that have been delivered, like in the case of SMS marketing. And also sponsor messages go right into your inbox. This is the real examples that you can see. So for example, last year, Quizix sent an early Black Friday announcement to their subscribers and the flash sale. And while Aphrodite they created pre-holiday sale for their evangelist as well. So if you can, or if you are using SMS marketing, or you would like to try messenger marketing, create a freebie campaign and send it to your subscribers, or create a flash sale and send it to basically everybody. And just create simple and very creative exclusive early access and send it to your evangelist. Also, there are another tactics that you can implement to retain your newly acquired customers and encourage them to repeat the purchases. One of the best things that I would definitely recommend to anybody, specifically lifestyle brands, is to invest in community building. Not just because there is a strong hidden return on investment of community building, but basically with these sponsor messages, you can encourage customers to join a VIP group where they can learn more about you. Or you can also share your latest blog post or just a piece of content that you think your subscribers will enjoy. This example from Budget is a really powerful way if you don't want to be so salesy all the time. Also, it's a really good idea if you can, and if you would like to create freebies or just free gift guides and the receipt book to build trust and establish experience. It's also a very powerful way for the lifestyle brands because you can talk about your brand values, and you can also create some, let's say, behind the skin type of content that will automatically engage the new subscribers, even if they are not ready and they won't buy from you at right now. And also restock and birthday messages is another good way to keep their engagement high. And when they will be ready, they will buy from you. And one of the last tips that I wanted to show here also is the product bundles. So if you can clean up your inventory and showcase your latest or the strongest product line to customers that might be interested in, it not just really clean up their inventory, but you can also keep the momentum high, just similar to what you can achieve with the VIP access or the exclusive sale, because it really engages the new subscribers. So be brave and think a little bit differently. If you want to move from the too salesy messages and you don't want to blast your customers and subscribers all the time, try to segment your audience based on gender, or let's say location, or let's say different interests. You can also create different kind of product category pages or BFCM related category pages. And you can also create a product bundle, or in the sponsor messages, you can add 2, 3 call to actions as well. So you can drive your customers where you would like to. And just by implementing sales and less sales messages, you can really say goodbye to the post BFCM blues. And if you would like to double down on the scrollers, right now you can actually apply for a free trial in which you will get a demo, personalized demo, and you will get a free trial with a dedicated customer success manager, and we will help you set up your messenger campaigns and subscription tools such as the mobile optimized pop-up that I showed to you 100% for you, and we will start turning 20-30% of the scroll visitors, those scrollers who are already checking your store, into customers. And secondly, we'll also help you create the sponsor messenger ads and promoted messages such as the sponsor message, so you can actually earn at least 20x return on ad spend. And lastly, we will also help you monitor and maintain, optimize everything for you, so you can, so your conversions and ROI and return on ad spend will continue to increase from month to month. So if you would like to get the free trial and the customized, personalized demo with a dedicated success manager, just would like to know more about us, just simply go to ricard.com/2021, fill out the form, and book a call with our team. And I hope all these 3 tips really helped you, because all of them was fairly accessible and you can really implement these within one day. And if you have any questions or just would like to know more about us, feel free to reach out to me in this email, and happy to help you one way. And thank you for your attention, guys.
Yeah, awesome. Bridgie, thank you so much for joining us. I think, you know, what people, actually, I have a question for you. I mean, you have such hard proof that messenger marketing is still and has been working for merchants in increasing conversion rate optimization, in increasing engagement. Do you feel like merchants are understanding of this, or is there still a fight going on that's like, well, we do SMS, we do email, we don't touch Messenger. Like, how does that conversation go? Do you have to convince them, or is it just about showing them the tool and getting them set up?
Yeah, actually, it's a really good question, and thanks for asking. So first of all, what we see when it comes to the brands, there are, let's say, and it's very similar to SMS marketing. So a lot of brands actually started using SMS marketing as a channel, but it's not necessarily something new. So besides email, there are more and more, let's say, brands who dare to enter into SMS marketing and make more investment in mobile marketing. And basically very similar happens when we are talking about messenger marketing. So there are still type of, let's say, brands that we need to, let's say, little bit persuade and show the proofs and what we did for these kind of brands. And also vertical based tactics can work well because we already have some, let's say, proven tested strategies. And also another thing is that the location of the users, so whether those people come from the European or the US audiences, also determines how you can actually use messenger marketing. So, for example, if your customers are really European-based customers, messenger could be an ideal solution. And if you have half of the customers come from US and Europe, you can actually integrate Ricard with your favorite SMS tools such as PostScript, so you can actually show the welcome pop-up to the European customers and also send a message to them via SMS marketing. So I think the best way is to know the audience and what kind of, let's say, a marketing approach would really engage with them, because not all of the people use our integrations. Sometimes, as I mentioned, for example, bulk supplements turns off the Klaviyo pop-up for the scrollers, but they're still using email marketing. So the real game is where we can find the best, let's say, customer journey and how to integrate those text tools with the Ricard.
Yeah, I think, everyone talks about acquisition. They say, go where your customers are. But, Messenger, that's for acquisition. That's for activation. It's for retention. It works all across the board to go where our customers are and have conversations there on Messenger. And I do also like the fact that we don't have to pay those pesky SMS fees. That's a nice one as well.
Yes.
So I'm going to plug the recart.com link here in chat. Let me get it up for everybody. Recart.com/2021. Is that what it is? We got it. Perfect. Make sure that everybody has it here. Check out Recart. And I definitely think that while messenger marketing is not always central to every business, it is always a tier of optimization that as you grow your store, you will want to add. There's no business that shouldn't have this integrated in. One final question for you. Thoughts on Instagram DMs? Can we use your messenger flows in Instagram DMs? I don't know if they'll ever allow that or not. I don't know what the regulations are around it at all.
Yeah. Also great question and very relevant. So right now we are working on it, but it's not currently available on the Ricard yet.
Okay. All right. We got a sneak peek. I love it. Awesome. Bridget, thank you so much. We are going to go right into our next session.
Thank you, Derek.
Talk to you later. All right. I'm really excited for this next quick demo of one of the most mind-blowing technology products I had seen. And also, by the way, Julian is one of the best presenters I've ever seen. When he showed me this product, because I sit in product demos with people, I was like, wow, he's like really like laying down how good this is. Julian, you're on. How's it going?
Thanks, Derek. You don't give me a backdrop here. Anyway, you guys will have to excuse the backdrop. But really, Derek and Stephanie, thank you very much for putting this amazing virtual conference together. I'm really excited to speak to your Shopify customers and really to show you what site's about.
Yeah.
Essentially, can you see my screen?
Yeah, let me add it here. And in fact, I'll let you take it away.
Okay, so essentially what is SAT? SAT is really where we harness the best in visual AI, which was actually trained from nuclear physics. We have trained it into 4 verticals: fashion, furniture, home decor, and DIY. And what we have done now, and also jewelry, what we have done is we've harnessed this, and we actually have come now and we assist in, we take inspiration and convert it to product discovery. Just to show you a little bit about the background about SAT, we've raised $71 million since 2015. We have 9 patents, 15 years R&D experience from a nuclear physicist from CERN, actually. That's where we got the visual AI. Some of our customers are Prada, Farfetch, and in the Shopify stable, Lord Taylor and Fashion Nova. Just to give you a little bit of background, our product discovery platform is based on really 3 core capabilities. The first one is the visual AI. The visual AI actually can be divided into 2 different networks. Network number 1, the first network is visual similarities. We use bounding boxes where we actually are able to just really, our visual algorithm is actually able to find similar items. So when you search and you're able to find similar items. The second network is our deep tagging network. That's product tagging. Our visual AI actually assists in converting an image into words, and we can give it rich attributes more than a human being can in the verticals we work in. Then we have the hyper-personalization. Hyper-personalization leverages these deep tags from the visual AI and really gives it the best personalized experience, the most highly converting suggestions for the shopper. And then natural language processing, the ability to understand the intent of the shopper and the words on the website and to connect it in an accurate, relevant way. On top of that, just some of our customers are seeing an average conversion rate uplift of 500%, an average order value uplift of 16%, and an average revenue per user uplift of 460%. Just quickly, just to run through what our product discovery platform is, we have a visual discovery suite. We have hyper-personalization and search and dials. In the visual discovery suite, very simply, we have the camera search, which enables us to convert inspiration to product discovery, camera upload, or a screenshot. We can also do the discovery button, which I'll show you shortly, and the rec engine, shop similar, shop the look, and shop the room. Moving on to hyper-personalization. Because we have the extra intelligence, we have the deep tags, we have the attributes of every SKU, we are able to offer more granular personalized suggestions. We are able to know that the shopper was looking at wooden legs of a chair, collars of a shirt, multiple diamonds on an eternity ring. We know the attributes of every SKU, so we can go more granular. Then when you implement merchandising rules and ranking strategies, you can do it at a SKU level, and you can do it even further at an attribute level, so much more granular. Going back to search and dials, the biggest impediment of a good search, doesn't matter how good your natural language processing is or your algorithms, if you don't have enough metadata on the item, if you don't have enough information on the SKU, how could you have a relevant search? So our deep tagging, we have given product tags, we have given tags and attributes to every item automatically with our visual AI. We leverage that deep tagging together with natural language processing to enable a truly augmented search. So you can just see now that these aren't 3 solutions just bundled into one. The visual AI is leveraged into the personalization and into the search. When you're searching, you can have personalized results. When you're doing a visual search, you can have personalized results. When you are using hyper-personalization, you're using the visual AI. And on top of that, you have a unified merchandising rules, unified ranking strategies above all 3 solutions. So it's one solution, one platform to control all 3, your visual, your personalization, and your search. You don't have competing solutions with competing merchandising rules and ranking strategies. What I want to do now is show you some live examples quickly. Really, I've just given the theory. Let's go into some practice. I'm now on the Instagram page. This is Tamaris. Tamaris is one of our clients. It's a German shoe retailer. If you can see, this Instagram page goes on forever, literally forever. There's over 500 pictures here. And I'm just going to show you just for one more second. Once we get to a picture that we like, if we scroll in, the Instagram page just goes on. We'll see that we get to an item that we possibly like. Just going on. And we add a boot now, say the black boot. Now in Instagram, you cannot link to the PDP. What do you do in this situation? What do you do with this friction? You've got inspiration. Do I go to the site? Do I go and search for it? Do I go through every black boot? So in this situation, I can simply take a photo. We'll go to the Tomorrow site. On the Tomorrow site, you've got 2 options. You can do a textual search, or you can do a camera upload. Just before I do the camera upload, on the side here, the brand is able to offer an inspiration gallery. They have chosen their best sellers, their best-selling items. It's also leveraging hyper-personalization. So it's targeting me as a shopper to give me highly converting items. I won't do that now. Let's do the camera upload. Just before I do the camera upload, notice we have indexed the whole catalog of Tomorrow's. Our visual AI has scanned it, and we have given deep tags. So we know the catalog. So when we upload the boot, we're going to go to a piece of real estate where we'll now offer similar items. You can see we've got the boot and all similar items. If I think the boot is too high, I can cut it down. I can even cut it down into a shoe if I want to and continue there. But I'm going to continue my journey. And I don't like the buckle. I'm going to choose a boot without the buckle. So we'll go to this boot, for example. Sorry, I'm using a... 1 second, we'll go to this boot, for example, without the buckle. And they don't have my size. Now, when you get to a situation when they don't have your size, statistically, there's a drop-off of 60%. 60% of customers will go to a competitor here. How does site deal with it? We deal with it in two ways. Number one, we have a carousel, a similar carousel underneath. When you look at this carousel, it's now offering similar boots because we know the whole catalog in terms of the second boot I chose. But we know that the young generation, the millennials and the Gen Zs, don't scroll below the fold. So we have put, let me translate it to English for everybody. We have put a discovery icon above the fold, and you click on the discovery icon and you'll go back to this real estate and you'll see similar items in terms of the boot that I chose. I'm moving on to another client of ours, Group Dynamite. When you look at Group Dynamite, we see the following. Now we are in a PLP, and we're looking at all these models with shirts. So if we scroll through, we look at all these models with shirts. What if I get to a model, for example, I like this model, for example, but I like her jeans. Statistically, 25% of shoppers will go to a jeans retailer. Another 20% will go to the search bar to find the jeans. So what we have enabled is a discovery icon on each item. So when you click on this item, we go now into this real estate, and we know what's in there. We know exactly what is in the catalog. So we have tagged the shirt. We've even tagged a necklace. And now I can look at the jeans and see similar jeans. Continuing the journey, I like the jeans with a torn knee. And now I go to the PDP. In the PDP, they've done a couple of things, just to give you some examples. Number one, they've got a shop similar carousel, and they've got a hyper-personalization carousel. Just moving on quickly, I just want to give you a furniture example. This is City Furniture out of Florida. Instead of doing a camera search now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the inspiration gallery. So now if we look at the inspiration gallery, I'm going to look at this picture. Now we've got the whole catalog, so we've ingested and we know it's in the room. So we've tagged everything in the room. So in essence, we have monetized the whole image. The same way as with the model, we were able to monetize her necklace, her shirt, and her pants. Now we have monetized the whole room. If they have lights in, we'll see the lights. If we want to look at the table on the side, we can see the table on the side. Just to continue. I'd like to move on to one more jewelry example. If we are in Jared from the Signet Group, if we want to look at one of these clients, if we look at 3 stone engagement rings, for example, just to give you an example, here we have reams of information. We have so many examples. Now, there's a concept that when you give a shopper too much to choose from, they become indecisive and buy nothing, known as the paralysis of choice. So how does site deal with it? We offer a discovery icon on each item. So if I think, you know what, maybe I like that, I can go and look into it, and I'll be shown similar items. It helps me as a shopper focus and drill down. Just very quickly, I want to go over our deep tagging lexicon. Now, I've shown you everything visual. Visual is the camera upload number 1 and the discovery icon, which is very popular, very profound, and really works. It's in the product listing page and in the product detail page. And obviously, the carousels, the shop similar, shop the look underneath. Just to show you, this is a back-end tool here. If I click on this model, we're going to scan it immediately, and we're going to give it rich attributes. High-waisted, midi, pleated, pink. We can look at her shirt. Bodysuit. Not only do we know that it's a deep plunge and sleeveless, we know that it's a spaghetti strap, so we know the type of sleeve. We can see the shoes, sandals barely there, 1-strap stiletto, sunglasses even so small, round, full rim, top bar, and black. This is all automated. We can do thousands in a matter of hours, all automated. Just to give you an example, this is a client of ours before they came to site. I just want to show you a search. This is Trois Suisses out of France. This is searching for a robe rouge, a red dress. Please see the results they got. So besides getting bras and underwear, they got a pen and they ended up getting a rose. So everything red was thrown out. Same customer using sites. So we had NLP and tagging issues. Let's search for a robe rouge. And just see how the different results are, where you really see a red dress here in the results. And you can even write in English dress and rouge in French. This is natural language processing. It's understanding me as the shopper, the intent of the shopper. And can you see it still gives you the same results? So what I want to do now is just move on back to my deck and show you. It might have sounded very gimmicky at the beginning when I said we are an end-to-end product discovery platform. But now that I've shown you some examples you can appreciate, in the homepage we have the camera search and the augmented text search. In the product listing page we have the discovery icon. Product detail page we have the discovery icon and the hyper-personalization. We have the carousels, shop similar. We have the similar products you may also like. We have shop the room. And even in the checkout, which we didn't get to, we have frequently bought with and hyper-personalized recommendations. So we're constantly there for the shopper, prodding, encouraging them to purchase. I just want to show you one example of some metrics just before we finish. If you look at this as a client example, we've deleted the confidential information. On their website without site, they had a conversion rate of 0.72%. It went up to 3.41 with site, a 377% uplift. Average order value went up 25%. Average revenue per user went up 498%. Why is there such a discrepancy between revenue per user and order value? This merchant reported that 14% of their shoppers returned 3 days in a row. The reason they did it is because they had a fantastic experience. At the end of the day, we are a design thinking company at SAT. We take care of the shopper. We design for the shopper. If we look after the shopper, the profits look after themselves. Just want to cover one thing which is very important for everybody. If there's anybody here who is interested, we do, since we are an enterprise solution, we do have some minimum requirements. And if you understand, we are a visual solution. So if there's less than 500 SKUs, the visual solution wouldn't be as effective. So we have a minimum requirement of 500 SKUs in the catalog, 100,000 monthly visits, and the brand needs to have a 1.5 million online revenue. Just to move on to there, if anybody wants to speak for a deeper dive, you can get hold of me on my email. You can get hold of us through the eCommerce Tech, the site listing. Please don't go directly to site because we have a special deal for you. If you want the eCommerce Tech discount, please come through me or my email or go through eCommerce Tech.
Yeah.
Any
Julian,
questions? Any time? Have I got to? I flew through that. Do we have any time to?
Like I said, yeah, you get to the point really fast. I have done. Can you believe I've done 130 demos of technology products, for e-commerce and reviews. And you are the person that, like, out the gate, you're like, here's how much money we can make you. Here's how it's going to actually make you the money. The visual discovery tool is just so cool. I'm betting there's a brand out there that's just totally drooling over this right now because you know that your customers are having these types of problems. Like finding the black boot was just a perfect example. How do I actually find that one boot that I saw on their Instagram page? It's like, this is exactly the problem that people are having, and not a lot of people are giving care to solving it. They just let people kind of go to the site and search around and hope for the best. But you just kind of proved to us there's a reason why you're increasing conversion rate by 500%. And it's because you're merchandising, you're helping people discover, you are making sure that they're going to the right product based on what they like. And that's exactly what like e-commerce is all about. It's about hand-holding people to the right products. And we'll even talk to another partner later about how conversational commerce can be a part of this. And I think you mixed with that are like two powerful forces that all come together.
Fantastic. Thank you, Derek. And you know what, if you didn't have such a powerful company here that's putting these amazing conferences together, you hired at SAT, but really happy to hear from anybody, and really we'd love to talk to people.
Yeah, and it's perfect, and it's true. I know that everybody wishes that they could install this on their store, but smaller stores just won't be ready for site. Keep it in mind as you grow product lines and so forth and so on. They know who they're best for, and that's what makes them great at talking with merchants. It's like, sorry, can't help you. Too low SKU count, too small of a store. Come back to us when you hit these criteria. I really appreciate that, because I don't think enough technology providers put those kinds of limits around who they're going to help the most. So thank you, Julian, for giving us all the details. Again, if you're interested in site, you can email julian.v@site-vc.com. And I'm looking forward to seeing more people use this tool and you make more money for merchants. Thanks again, Julian.
Fantastic. Thanks. Good luck.
Awesome. With that, we're going to move right into our next session. Again, changing gears, but I really wanted to showcase that technology. Now we're going to talk about data security and how we can ensure that we're not going to break right before Black Friday, Cyber Monday. I'm bringing in Farah from Rewind to talk about this. Farah, how's it going?
Good. How are you doing, Derek?
Hey, doing great. We've had a great amount of information and sessions coming at us. I think we've discovered new technology products. We've discovered new processes and systems to implement in our business, new problems that we might not have even known existed for us, which means new opportunities to solve for those problems. I'm really looking forward to this session. I think this is one of those aha moment gaps that a lot of merchants have, and how important it is to solve for this problem before it actually happens is also the most important thing when it comes to data security and data breaches and avoiding them at all costs. With that said, I will let you take it away.
Absolutely. So, hi everyone, and welcome to Why Your Online Store is at Risk and How to Protect It. My name is Farah, and I'm the Partner Marketing Manager at Rewind. In this session, I'll be speaking about a topic that is often overlooked until it is too late, and that's data protection. So I'll be talking about what can go wrong, the common ways that data loss can occur for e-commerce stores, and what's at stake. And finally, I'll share 6 useful tips that you can implement easily before the holidays to protect your store. So before we get started, I'll just give a little introduction to myself and how I came to join Rewind. Like Rewind, I'm based in Canada. I've been working in marketing for over 11 years, primarily within cybersecurity and SaaS. But my background also includes experience on the merchant side in the fashion and furniture industries. And as a fun fact, prior to joining Rewind, I was actually a Rewind Backups for Shopify customer. Having worked in cybersecurity for many years, naturally, when I started creating my first Shopify store, I wanted to make sure that I had a backup solution in place. And that's how I discovered Rewind on the Shopify App Store. I became a big fan of the app, and I guess that wasn't enough for me, so I decided to join the Rewind team. So before we dive in, I want to provide some background about Rewind's experience in this area of data protection. So Rewind works with global brands around the world to power their backups and make sure their data is secure. In fact, today over 80,000 customers in more than 100 countries use Rewind's apps and support to ensure their SaaS applications run uninterrupted. So what Rewind does is really quite simple. The app makes it easy to back up, restore, and copy the critical information stored in a growing list of SaaS applications. And this includes Shopify, BigCommerce, QuickBooks Online, GitHub, and Trello. And that's why we have over 1,300 5-star reviews across the platforms. And with respect to e-commerce specifically, we are a Shopify Plus certified app, the #1 reviewed BigCommerce app, and also BigCommerce 2020 Merchant Choice Award winner. So all this considered, simply put, data protection is our world. So you probably all realize this, but selling online is entirely dependent on whether your store is up and running and available to accept orders. If your site is down or not working properly, you will be losing customers and revenue. It's really simple. Many of you are probably using platforms like Shopify and BigCommerce, which have infrastructure in place to make sure that your store is up and running. But at the same time, there are still ways that your store can experience downtime as a result of actions that let's face it, mistakes made by you and your team or contractors while editing your store. So those of you who are using these SaaS platforms for your store have also probably noticed that there is no simple undo button built into the platform to fix these kind of mistakes. So why don't these e-commerce platforms come with an undo button? The reason is that these platforms like Shopify and BigCommerce, like many other SaaS platforms, use the shared responsibility model for data security in the cloud. This model shows that the e-commerce platform is responsible for platform level data, while the merchant is responsible for protecting their own account level data. And account level data includes everything from your store themes to your product images and descriptions. This is the data that makes your store unique and allows you to display your products to your customers. And all of this data is your responsibility to back up and protect. There's a common misconception about what SaaS platforms in general provide when it comes to backups. So taking Shopify and BigCommerce as examples, they perform platform level backups to protect all the stores on their platform from things like natural disasters, major data breaches, and other threats. So in the unlikely event that something extreme occurred and their whole system failed, like for example, if a meteorite struck their data center or there was a mass data breach, Shopify or BigCommerce would be able to restore the data for everyone on their platform. However, if something happened to your store in particular, that backup is not useful to you. You don't have access to it. That's because these platforms back up all of their merchants' data in bulk, so they have no way of determining whose data is whose. So if a third-party app causes a problem, or a CSV import goes wrong, or someone accidentally or unfortunately maliciously deletes products from your store, you can't call Shopify or BigCommerce and have them recover your lost data, even for a fee. This usually comes as a surprise to most people, not just for e-commerce merchants, but really across SaaS in general. So I touched briefly on some of the most common risks that e-commerce stores face, but now I'm going to do a deeper dive into what can go wrong. So we'll start with human errors, as they are the single biggest cause for data loss. So in fact, a study commissioned by the UK Information Commissioner's Office recently found that human error was the cause of 90% of data breaches. No matter how much experience we have, how much training you do, or how many times you've done the same thing, mistakes are bound to happen, and it can sometimes be catastrophic. For example, you might be trying to delete a blog category, and you may end up accidentally deleting all the blog posts in that category. And there's no easy way to bring that data back out of the box with Shopify and BigCommerce. So mistakes with CSV imports and theme code edits are some of the human errors that we see the most often. So I'm going to just share a quick case study for each one. So first one, CSV imports. They can be helpful when making bulk edits to a store, but they can actually do more harm than good if even one column isn't accurate. Before they became a Rewind customer, Whisker Seeker, the largest manufacturer of catfishing equipment in the USA, learned this the hard way. They added a bulk import of changes that resulted in accidentally wiping their entire product catalog, which contained over 300 SKUs. Every product, every SKU, every photo was permanently deleted. And the worst part was that this happened just 3 days before Black Friday. They faced $120,000 US in potential losses if their site was not restored. And their founder, Matt Davis, when we were interviewing him for the case study, he told us that he thought he was literally going to have a heart attack. And that's the kind of, if you've ever experienced a data loss, that's a common feeling. Next is theme code edits. So the easiest way to break a website is by making a small mistake in its code. If you're making customizations or edits to your theme code, to have an easy way. You need to have an easy way to reverse changes that didn't work out the way that you intended. Like, unless you have a backup, reversing changes might mean spending hours, redoing work, or even hiring someone to help you clean up the mess. Before becoming a Rewind customer, the fitness brand Crossrope made an update to their theme code that broke the ability for customers to add products to their cart. This obviously brought sales to a halt. They had to turn to their last manual backup, which was a month old. Restoring this backup caused its own set of problems, as any theme updates over the last month were all lost. So after a full 24 hours of work, they were back up and running, but those lost sales could never be restored. Now let's talk about third-party app errors. You've probably installed a number of apps through the Shopify or BigCommerce app stores. In fact, Shopify merchants have an average of 6 apps installed. These apps are wonderful. They add functionality to your store, but when they don't work properly or they have bugs, they can cause serious problems. If you look closely, the majority of third-party integrations require read and write privileges, meaning that they can also change, manipulate, or delete your data. Not all apps are created equal. Some are created by very small teams, and their QA processes can be quite minimal, which makes bugs more likely. Before they became a Rewind customer, Revival Rugs learned this lesson at possibly the worst time. It was right before their big launch. After a third-party app accidentally set all of their inventory to 0, staff had to scramble to manually fix the inventory on their 500 products. They were up until 2 or 3 in the morning for at least 3 nights in a row. Also, although it's not something that any of us like to think about, unintentional data deletion by an employee, ex-employee, or contractor is also a real risk. If they have access to your online store, they have the ability to delete important data if they feel motivated to do so. One of our customers lost over 3,000 products and over a year's worth of work when a developer maliciously deleted the data from his store. The only thing that saved him was his backups. Hackers and malware are another serious risk. Cybercrime, including malware like ransomware, is now a $45 billion industry, and it's increasingly threatening e-commerce businesses. While historically cybercriminals have targeted large organizations, that has changed. A 2020 Verizon study found that almost a third of cybercrime victims were SMBs. And while Shopify and BigCommerce take extensive precautions to protect their servers against any malicious attacks, hackers target individual accounts, and they get increasingly creative with their methods. One of the ways they do this is by sending phishing emails to try to trick you and your team into giving them access to your store. So what's at stake? So whatever the cause of the data loss, the costs to the e-commerce store is the same. Firstly, you have lost revenue from downtime. When the data powering your store is unavailable, business as usual comes crashing to a halt. Data loss often results in downtime, which hinders the store's ability to sell products like usual, which can mean thousands in lost sales. So downtime costs money. So the faster you can recover from crashes or mistakes, the less money you'll lose. With Black Friday and Cyber Monday coming up, the stakes are even higher. For many companies, we are heading into the most important sales months of the year. Your team is likely making more changes and edits to your online store at this time as well in preparation, and that all also increases the chance that something could go wrong. Time spent manually recovering lost data. So we all know that building an online experience is a significant investment of money, time, and effort. And if something went wrong, rebuilding it would be a daunting task. For example, products can be accidentally deleted in an instant. It's a really common mistake. Just imagine the frustration and time required to manually rebuild your product pages from scratch. Lost customers and credibility. So we all know that Each new website visitor is a potential repeat customer. Online shoppers do not have a lot of patience when it comes to a store not functioning properly. It creates a negative impression of your brand and a poor customer experience. Once the customer gets a bad impression, the trust is lost and they are unlikely to return to your store and give it another chance. They're more likely to move on to a competitor's site and make their purchase and future purchases there. So how can you protect your store? I'm going to share 6 tips now. So the number one thing you can do to mitigate these risks is to ensure that you always have an up-to-date backup of your store. Having a backup in place gives you the freedom to update your products, experiment with new messaging or images, and work with your team without fear of mistakes. So when you're choosing a backup solution or a system of backing up your data, it's important to look for 2 things. They should be automatically triggered and they should be consistent. A good rule of thumb is to use daily backups. Realistically, manual backups just don't work in today's world. Technology has just enabled us to move so quickly, and that means if you're trying to back up your store manually, you are inevitably going to fall behind. Whether it's because you run out of storage or you just simply forgot to export your CSV file for the day, it's just simply not manageable. No one has time to do that. And not to mention, if something goes wrong, the time it would take to dig through those old CSV files to restore specifically the data that you lost. As an automatic data backup and restore solution, Rewind becomes that magic undo button that is missing from platforms like Shopify and BigCommerce. With Rewind, you can trust that the critical data that drives your business is securely backed up and available for you to easily recover if something goes wrong. So if an employee accidentally deletes photos, imports a bad CSV, or tries out a new app that ends up breaking your store, with Rewind, you can restore your information with just a few clicks and in just a few minutes as well. And since time is money, especially when you consider the costs associated with downtime, the key benefit with Rewind, though, is not that it just automatically backs up your data, but it's how easy it is to restore anything from a single item, such as a photo or a group of items, such as a product category or your entire store. It's your choice. You can choose selectively exactly what you want to restore. And by removing the need for manual backups, you can focus on what you do best. And if you're ever subjected to an audit, all of that data also proves compliance is at your fingertips. So my second tip is to use a password manager. So we all know that password 123 and your birthday or your pet's name are not secure passwords. And you also probably know that you shouldn't reuse passwords. We see cybersecurity breaches in the news all the time where passwords are stolen. If you reuse passwords, a hacker can take your password that was stolen from some other site and then use it to gain access to your online store. But coming up with and remembering strong, secure, randomized passwords for all your online services is nearly impossible unless you're a robot. And that's why we recommend using a password manager, which is like a simple app that generates and stores secure passwords for you. Using a password manager makes it possible to use a different strong password for all your online services, but you only have to remember a single master password. After you've entered your master password, the app will automatically generate, store, and fill in passwords for websites that you've previously authorized. Some examples of password managers are 1Password and LastPass. We are such a fan of 1Password at Rewind that it's mandatory for all employees. My third tip is embrace multi-factor authentication. You may have heard of two-factor authentication before. Now meet its more secure cousin, multi-factor authentication, or MFA for short. Enabling MFA on your store creates a two-part system. Your password is something you know, while your MFA authentication code is something you have. The combination of the two keep your data secure. So what's the issue with just using your phone to get the authentication code texted to you? The trouble with that is an authentication process is only as secure as its weakest link, and SMS text messages is a pretty weak link. MFA typically uses an authenticator app, which can also be conveniently found on your phone. An authenticator app, like Google, Apple, Microsoft, they all have versions available, will generate a unique code that is only valid for a certain amount of time. This code is then used to authenticate your identity before you're granted access to your store. With this method, the only way to break into your account is to crack your password, find you, steal your phone, break into your phone, and then get the code from your app. And not even hackers have time to do that. Adopt the principle of least privilege. As a company expands its online footprint, it's common for multiple people in the organization to have access to your e-commerce store. Unfortunately, every new login creates a new avenue for data loss. Life happens, people make mistakes, people quit, contractors are brought on and phased out, and more often than not, malicious attacks come from unhappy employees or former employees who are looking to get back at the business for one reason or another. That's why you need to regularly edit staff and collaborator permissions. Encourage your team to adopt the least privilege practices across all the software and apps that you use. The principle of least privilege means that only people who really need the tools to do their jobs should have access to them. Controlling access for third-party apps. It is vital to understand how much access third-party apps have to your data. If an app is requesting read and write permissions, that means it could potentially manipulate, corrupt, or even delete your data. Any app asking for this level of access needs to be carefully vetted. Here's what we would recommend. Number one, carefully read the terms and conditions of the app to see the detailed information about which data the app will have access to. Number two, reports from industry analysts like Gartner and Forrester, along with reviews from software evaluation portals like GetApp, G2 Crowd, and Capterra, they can often be helpful when evaluating a vendor's reputation and trustworthiness before you install their app. Don't forget to also check out the Shopify App Store reviews, especially the one-star reviews, and look for similarities between what these customers are experiencing and what you're looking for. Another key factor to consider is the availability of customer support, documentation, FAQs, and other helpful troubleshooting materials. Does the app developer have a customer support number or an inbox where they can be reached? Lastly, a key question you'll want to consider is whether the app is supported by a team of developers or a well-established SaaS company, or if it's just built and maintained by a few individuals. If you're planning to use an app for the long term, you'll want a development company that is committed to releasing updates for new operating systems, new features, and also bug patches. Number 6 is watch out for phishing attacks. I mentioned these earlier. You'll want to make sure that you educate yourself and your team about how to avoid phishing scams. Everyone that has access to your store is a potential avenue for hackers to gain access to your data. That's why data security is a team sport. So here's what to look out for. You want to verify suspicious emails and text with the sender by sending a new email or by picking up the phone and giving them a call. You want to use a different channel than the email itself. Ignore and delete unsolicited emails and texts from people outside your organization. Do not open or click suspicious documents or links in an email or a text. Always verify with the sender first in a different channel before taking an action. And lastly, unsolicited instructions via email should make you incredibly cautious, if not downright suspicious. So if you're unsure, it's best to leave it. So to recap, e-commerce stores face many risks that you can't always prevent, from human errors to cyber attacks, but you can prepare. And these 6 tips for preventing data loss don't take long to implement. And if the worst were to happen, it could save you days of recovery time. And understanding the limitations of platform level backups provided by SaaS platforms, when you look at what can go wrong, I really can't stress enough like how important it is to have an up-to-date backup and to be able to restore it quickly. If the worst should happen, you can rest easy knowing that the data you rely on is safely backed up and you will avoid that costly downtime. So if you would like to try Rewind Backups, we offer a 7-day free trial, and it is available for download on the Shopify and BigCommerce app stores.
Awesome. And we've got a link for it right here. Oh, I'm blocking your email address when I do that, though. But ecomtech.link/rewind takes you right there as well. If you've got questions for Farah, you can email her, farah@rewind.com. We'll throw that in the chat here in just a second. Farah, thanks so much. I know that your session is a little bit of doom and gloom because that's kind of what you have to scare people to remind them of the dangers that they're facing in their daily lives. And personally, I was part of the T-Mobile data breach. So hackers have my phone number. I'm getting like 4 spam messages a day, and there's some really smart scammers out there. They're like, we've just billed you $1,800 for your iPad. Click here if you have any questions. I'm like, oh, hell no. Like super scary stuff that like,
my goodness. Yeah.
Yeah. And you can't protect people from that, but you can protect them from other malicious attacks on the site and ensure that anything that goes wrong can be recovered timely, thus saving thousands of dollars in revenue. So it's just a no-brainer. Like I say here, protect your store from detriment. Download it now. It like takes a few minutes to install, and it'll pull all your data in, and then you're just straight up protected. It just works.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Great.
Farah, thanks so much. We're going to move right into our next session. Awesome. All right. With that said, we're going to move into talking about analytics. We're always curious as far as what's working in our business. What's our retention rate? How is average order value changing over time? What are our top selling products? Sometimes, Shopify analytics just isn't going to be enough for you in the long run. And you're going to have to upgrade from it at some point, especially if you've got multiple sources of information. You need one true place where you can see all of this in real time. And so I'm going to bring in Yasmin from Peel Insights. You know a little bit about this, I think, right?
Yeah, just a smidge.
Yeah, awesome. I'm really looking forward to this presentation because you're in a unique position. I'm a data nerd, and since you have hundreds, thousands of merchants like using Peel, you've got insight into that kind of like aggregately can kind of show people like what are the dashboards they like to use at, and then how do they make money from that? Because I think everybody here is probably like, I have data. I look at my Google Analytics. I've done something with it. But a lot of people end up just staring at the screen and then hoping more revenue comes in. And so I'm looking forward to your session the most because I think you can make us take action and understand how to interpret data better so that we can take those actions.
Yep, exactly. That's what I'm here to talk about. Thank you.
I'm going to add your screen. I'm going to move myself out of here, and I'm going to let you take it away.
Cool. Hi, everybody. My name's Yasmin, and as Derek said, I'm a co-founder of Peel. Quick background, my co-founders and I used to work at a consumer tech company, and we, like everybody else, want to use data to make our decisions. And we just found it to be really tedious and time-consuming and, all the things that everybody feels like, I love it, I know it's important, but it's taking me forever. So we set out to build Peel, which is a Teams automated e-commerce analyst. There it is. It's an automated business analysis system for any e-commerce team. And we try to make it super, super simple. And as Derek said, I talk to e-commerce brands all the time, and we see all the different things that they're looking at and they're using to make growth decisions, or the things that they're curious about. So in this session, I'm here to sort of talk to you about how do I get actionable data? What can I do with it? And why is this important to me? So just to give you a little bit of background on Peel, Peel delivers data insights to grow your e-commerce revenue across new and existing customers. So there's tons and tons of reports that everybody seems to go after, and they're super valuable, but everybody's business has a unique, value set. And that's looking at those reports really can give you the idea of what can we do for growth strategies? What can we experiment with? What can we try? And just like anything, you sort of need to know where your baseline is, what's going on, and then you sort of build on top of it. So the pain points that we see across teams, and also when we were setting out to, tackle this problem that we were experiencing ourselves in our own work, but we also see teams have it also, is that you can't just do it all in a spreadsheet. Maybe Peel's biggest competition is a spreadsheet, but you need more than a spreadsheet. And good analysis requires some very technical expertise and time. And I would really like to emphasize time. So time is everybody's most important value. We all have 24 hours in the day, and doing different projects, it's always about how do we scale, and data analysis is one of them. Some of us know exactly what to do. We know what the formulas are, but it's tedious and it's time consuming. And then also tools need to be automated, fast, and smart. Like they need to be like a human, even faster than a human. They need to just be available for you. And then also customer acquisition is tied to understanding what's going on. So we always are trying to find ways that we can grow our business from a SaaS product like mine or from a D2C brand. And we need to know what are the key little data insights that could help us uncover that growth. And then on top of this, Shopify brands like you guys need really easy to understand actionable data. Actually, everybody does. Like we can read all those really technical blog posts about really interesting ways to look at these super high-tech analysis. But at the end of the day, we need to know, okay, what do I do with this and how do I do it? And this is the value. D2C brands grow by understanding their customers. All of us grow by understanding their customers. And automated analytics help us acquire higher value customers and also retain those customers. So when I think of data, I get a wave of emotions in my head. So some of us approach it, and when I talk to different customers too, we sort of all approach it based on our own mindsets of past experiences. Some of us are like, oh, I love data. I was into math. I was a math major. This is like for me, I live for this stuff. That's why I'm a founder. And some of us are like, no way. I hate math. This was not for me. I'm a brand builder. I don't know what to do. And they get super intimidated. And so some of us go along through these different journeys of like, okay, I got this. This is easy. And they start thinking about it. And they break out into a cold sweat and it's really horrible. And then they're just like, I need it. And this is sort of like when I think of data or when you think of different projects, it's like, oh, I can do this. And then you get into it and you're like, this is really, really difficult. And throughout all this stuff, as you can see, there's the little alarm clock emoji. Time is passing because it's really, really hard. So I'm here to talk to you about, not to be like a doom session, but how do we get clean and actionable data so it's easy for you, so it doesn't become this emotional thing that you can feel like you have, you're super able to do or that you're intimidated by. And then we're going to talk about what metrics to watch and how to build experiments around them. And then segments. And these are where like the key little dollar bags are. Okay, so get organized. Everyone talks about data cleaning. It's a bit of a buzzword. And when I hear that, I always think of like a mop, and I use the broom emoji, or a mop of like cleaning your spreadsheets or like organizing things. And it's like very dramatic in my head. And I imagine that some other people do too. So I guess the best way to do it is when you're setting up what you want to look at or the answers you want to get, I think the most important thing is think about how you're going to consume the analysis. Like, what are you trying to answer? And then backwards plan and think, okay, how do I organize the data or my products, my discount codes, my customers, so I can get that information. So for instance, these are some examples that we have seen. Some brands might organize their products by the product name, the size, the color, but they only want to report on the number of sizes that are sold over a certain period of time. Then they need to utilize a way to just extract those sizes. There shouldn't be some data cleaning in the end. Same thing if it's like, I just want to know the colors, or I just want to know the category of these things that are in. utilize the tools, and there's amazing tools in the Shopify ecosystem, hence this conference and everybody here, to like help you do these types of things, especially within Shopify. And we'll give you some tips later on of how to do it. So just really think about, everything needs to be an experiment framework of, okay, I want to answer this question. So is my information organized in the way that I can get it? Because that's going to make it easy for you. And you don't need to have a super technical person come in and do it. You can do it yourself. It's available to you. The tools are there for you. And then when you think about marketing channels, we all want to know where are our customers coming from, because that means that we'll put more money into those platforms or those channels. So set up the pixels, set up the conversion tracking, set up the goals and events in Google Analytics. Like, set these things up so then you can be able to get, oh, this is what's happening, this is what's going on, instead of having a I don't trust this type attitude. Because if you set up the foundation of it, then you'll get the end result. And the most important thing is that when we think about analysis, everything should be an experiment. So we get the analysis, we understand what's the baseline is, and then everything is like, okay, well, how can I move those numbers? And then you run experiments to try to move them. And having your data organized will allow you to do that. And you're already pretty much 90% of the way there by being on the Shopify platform and by using a bunch of adjacent tools. So here's some tips. We have seen that people can use discount codes as an attribution, campaign, affiliate, influencer, marketing initiative tracker, because you as the shopkeeper can give out a discount code like Cool News 10 to anybody that's a part of a specific campaign. And then you can look back at that specific discount code and say, okay, what's the repurchase rate of all these people that were acquired with that discount code? Or initially, how many people were acquired with that discount code? And I know that they came from this specific channel because I only use that code to track that channel. And that is super valuable, because you are saying, okay, this is my snippet of information that I'm going to track throughout the customer lifecycle. I'll say, okay, the number of new orders came in from this specific campaign that I did. Now I'm going to look at all the repurchasing behavior of these customers. Okay, but I knew that they came in on that campaign. So then I could tie different marketing initiatives to be like, okay, you can come back and buy again, and talk to them about sort of their experience, because I knew that they came in on that discount code, or that they used a code from a specific influencer. You know, you have more snippets of information about where they came from, so then you can talk through it throughout their journey. And these are some examples of things that we've seen. Obviously, I'm not an influencer, but I pretend that I am with my discount code. You know, if you use a Instagram campaign Labor Day, don't put it on every single channel, put it on one specific channel, so then you could track the efficacy of that channel. And this is totally within your control, because you can set it up. You create the campaign, you also create the code, and you apply it to only one thing. That's like with any simple experiment. You also can use a discount code as a way to track if people are buying bundles. So that's a really quick way. So we've seen a brand use a bundle and save. So they'll have customers, in order to get the discount, because they're buying a bundle, you put the code in 2-pack, so that then they could track those customers and all the behaviors and purchasing behaviors for people who came on that 2-pack discount. And the same thing with upselling free shipping. You could use different codes. And obviously, the naming of the code is part of the branding exercise, but using that snippet of information, you could track so many different things, not just from the first purchase, but throughout the customer lifecycle. So that's a big, very valuable thing in your toolkit. The next thing is Shopify tags, and these are brilliant. And I think they're underutilized. And so I really want people to use them and not to ignore them. And the reason is you can track anything you want with them. So Shopify offers 3 types of tags: customer tags, product tags, and order tags. And some examples that we have seen, which have been super valuable, are that, let's say you send out a survey to your customers to understand their preferences for a product. Or if it's like a hair care brand, and I'm making this up, you know, it might be like frizzy hair, curly hair, dry hair, you know, all those different attributes about hair or whatever it is. And you can tag your customers based off, okay, Yasmin, she has frizzy hair. And now you can then market different types of products to me because of my demographic of having frizzy hair. And so you can use that survey data that's separate from this and make a customer tag for it. And so now every time you can see and follow the behaviors of those people with that survey information, and especially with demographic data. So if you're capturing demographic data from a survey or from different initiatives, you can then push that through back into Shopify and tag your customers that way. So then you can build out tons and tons of unique segmented marketing programs to get them to come back and buy again. Another example is loyalty programs. So if you have all these customers that are part of a loyalty program, and we know there are lots of fantastic loyalty programs within the Shopify ecosystem, then tag those customers like that. So then you can quickly see, okay, these are the number of new orders from customers part of this loyalty program. This is the lifetime value of the customers in this loyalty program. This is the repurchase rate behavior, or the days between first and second order is actually a lot faster for people in this loyalty program versus people who are not in the loyalty program. And that is how you utilize the tagging information to then tell the stories and understand the purchasing behaviors of your customers. And then honestly, unique one-offs. So unfortunately, like life happens, there might be a logistical debacle, or you might have run out of product, or, anything. And there's tons and tons of crazy stories that we hear. So you can tag all those customers of being part of those different experiences, customer experiences, as a way to track them. So it's like, okay, we had this big snafu in May, and now we want to see, are what we did to try to appease our customers, is the experiment of like sending follow-up emails or offering a free gift or keeping in touch with them on a continual basis because we feel so bad about the thing that happened in May. Is that working? Are they still repurchasing at the same rate as other people? How do we grow as a brand from these types of behaviors? And so utilizing data and utilizing the tags to grow not just your revenue, but your brand and your customer support is extremely important. And you can use these components within the platform and then looking at data to then continue to make different decisions and build a playbook for how your brand operates in lots of scenarios, and not just in marketing. The same thing is with product tags and order tags. So we've seen people tag products by different bundles. So they might be a part of a bundle collection or a collab, and you want to not just track the individual product SKUs, but you could say, okay, overall, this is a part of this bundle. And order tag. So again, the ecosystem is really big, and there could be lots of attribution data being collected from other apps. And you could then tag all these orders saying, okay, this person came from this channel. This person came from this blog post. So honestly, the tagging is a blank slate, and you can use them to identify your customers and build unique segments of them. So then you can look at their behaviors throughout their lifetime and some of the metrics that I'll talk about in a bit, but then also just continue to track them. Okay, so buzzwords. Analytics has tons of them. Well, every industry does, but they're sort of funny that, I remember talking to my dad about something with LTV, and he didn't know it was lifetime value of a customer. He thought it was, I actually don't even remember. He thought it was something in the banking world. And it just is, what do these buzzwords mean? And we'll go through them now. Okay, so some of the things that you can do with understanding LTV, the lifetime value of the customer. And when you look at this type of metric, you say, okay, how much is this customer worth to me? And how valuable are they to our brand? And by knowing what that is, you can then figure out, what products do I show them in ads? Which ones do we promote? If we segment and we look at the lifetime value metric, and we segment and say, okay, these are the lifetime value of the customers who bought these specific products, we can see that product A has a better indicator for a higher lifetime value and repurchase rate than product B. And understanding, okay, these best-selling products, we sort of know what they are, but what's the actual lifetime value of my customers? How often are these customers coming back and repurchasing? How do we utilize the growth rate with these products so we can promote them and acquire new customers with them? So some examples are, people might look at the lifetime value chart and they might say, oh, well, we know this is one is super popular and people love it. But when they start segmenting by different products, they see that other products might have, some weight, and that they actually can use those to acquire new customers because they actually have a much higher lifetime value than they thought because they weren't actively looking at them. So, using the data and then segmenting it by products or by locations or payment gateway, whether they use the buy now or pay later method, can help you build campaigns to acquire similar customers, which is part of the whole acquisition growth rate strategy. And this was some of the things I just babbled on about. So what products are the leading indicators for lifetime retention and repurchase rate? And how are these product cohorts developing over time? So let's say we know that a customer came in and purchased a specific product. And what was the initial lifetime value of them? And then after 7 or 8 months, how much are they worth? And is it because they're coming back and repurchasing? Okay, this is great. So let me build more campaigns speaking about this product, trying different experiments to try to grow this type of customer. And you don't have to use just products on these lifetime value, retention, and repurchase rate metrics. You can look at the discount codes. So again, when I was talking about discount codes, if I'm an influencer and I have a really amazing following, and my followers really trust anything I say, so this we can show them the lifetime value of people who bought on with my discount code and say, okay, well, we really need to get this person to talk more about the product or be a part of a specific campaign or be a part of a Black Friday, Cyber Monday push, because their followers really find them valuable and the lifetime value is really high. Also, and I mentioned the buy now, pay later types of products like the Klarnas and Affirms of the world. If we acquire customers with that type of payment processing, do that lead to a more loyal customer? Peel can tell you that, or any type, just looking at the analysis. And other metrics to look at to understand how to build campaigns out of them would be the average order value per cohort, the growth rate, or the revenue from new customers. So just digging into all these different metrics to help tell the story of who are my valuable customers? What are they purchasing initially? How often are they coming back and buying again? How much are they spending? What's their average order value? Okay, so let's use this and try different experiments. Another thing you can do is you always want to try to acquire high value customers. So if you know what people are buying initially, and if that leads to high average order value, you then can target similar customers in the future. And it's always helpful to know, okay, people bought this. Is my average order value increasing for new cohorts? And is it increasing for the repeat purchases from those initial cohorts? And understanding that breakdown can be really valuable for your different marketing strategies. So let's talk about this. So what can you do with this information? Okay, so you know what the average order value is now, initially. Now let's try to do some experiments. Maybe we run a campaign where we give a gift and we're just like, okay, we want everybody to spend over $70 and they get a free mug or a free hat. And it's like a brand building exercise. And does that experiment increase the average order value that people on their repeat purchases are coming back and buying more? Or we throw in a free product, and you can look in your inventory and see what extra product you have that you want to get rid of. Try different methods to get specific cohorts to come back. And you can just pick one cohort. So you could just say, okay, everybody that we acquired in December, let's just target them. Or everyone that we acquired in December who bought a specific product, let's just target them. Let's send them a specific SMS campaign. So now the numbers are getting smaller and smaller, but it's an experiment to a specific group of people based on specific attributes and to try to get them to come back. And by having this baseline, you then can see, did this work? Okay, if it works, then we need to try this over and over again. Or it didn't work. Okay, let's go back to the drawing board and try something else. So using the data as a baseline to understand what's going on, trying different things on top of it, such as bundling different products or cross-selling different products, can help you move these numbers and build your playbook for retention marketing initiatives. Another thing to look at, some metrics that are helpful, are ways to optimize profit. So knowing what your gross margin amount is and your gross margin rate and when it happens is extremely important. And knowing what are the most profitable products. And again, let's promote these products, or let's get them back in a retention marketing initiative. Or looking at specific products and saying, okay, can we take a loss on this particular product for a specific campaign and then upsell them later in marketing? So again, an experiment platform, using this information to build out different activities to try to get your customers to come back and buy again. And this is all about retaining customers. So knowing, okay, what channels did they come from, and sending them, if you say, okay, these are all the customers that came from one channel, come back, let's remarket to those specific customers and get them to come back. By grouping people into these segments, it's looking at what did they have in common. It could be the time of the year that they came in, the products that they bought, the channels that they came in, the discount code that they came in on, which could be, if set up correctly, related to specific campaigns, initiatives, events, etc. Locations, payment processing channel, or different variants or products or SKUs. So having all that data available, you can utilize it to then get these people to come back and buy again. Okay, so I've talked a lot. The whole point of the story is that Peel has lots of answers and data has lots of answers. And you could, when you think about these things, you could say, okay, what cohort was the most profitable? What discount code is driving the most revenue weekly, monthly, quarterly? Where's that? And then you would know, where's that discount code related to? What event, what campaign, what initiative? What product is driving the highest LTV or the most valuable customers? Like, what is that? And how do we utilize that information to continue to acquire new customers and retain new customers? Another thing that people always want to know is, what is the average time between purchases? When do they come back? Do they come back 9 days, 13 days, 60 days? Okay, knowing that information, then I could use that window and I want to shorten that window, or that window seems okay given what's going on, but let me try different marketing initiatives during that to get people to come back. What is the lifetime value to CAC ratios for each cohort in the past 3 months? So this is like, what was going on with my marketing spend and the lifetime value of the customers? What's the relationship? Was I profitable? Did we reach a good balance of equilibrium that the past 3 months, the activities I did were okay and I should repeat them? And then, are refunds and discounts too high? I have a typo there, but we have a cohort analysis, just like those other charts, where you can track refund and discount behavior. There's 2 separate charts to see, okay, were we giving out way too many refunds? And what was the behavior of it? And when is it related to what activities and experiments? And again, understanding that helps you plan for the future. And then this is just quick slide showing some of the metrics that we have and some of the most popular metrics. Things that I didn't touch on in the presentation earlier are a lot of the marketing and analysis. So you spend a ton of money to acquire these customers, but one of the big values is, how do we continue to get these customers to stick with us and buy more and more and more? So looking at the relationship of marketing spend and the customer acquisition cost to the repurchasing behavior is extremely important. And then also, if you're a subscription brand, you might be curious about, we sell subscription products, but we also have one-time purchase products. So how do I get more and more people to subscribe? And what is that relationship between the one-time purchasing behavior to the subscription rate and that whole cohort of people and that behavior? And what are my numbers? And then what can I do to get these people to become a subscriber or to reach my specific goals? And that is pretty much my quick summary of data analysis and what you can do with it.
I know there's a lot more we could dive into. I feel like we should make an entire event dedicated to analyzing metrics. So much more to go, but man, I love, cohort analyses. It can really like change things, and all the metrics that you talked about. Everything is, it's all amazing. So thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Awesome. If you guys didn't catch it, you can check out Peel Insights. We also have a link for them, ecomtech.link peel insights. I'm going to share it here in chat. If you need better understanding of what's going on in your business, check out Peel.
Thank you.
There we go. Chatting it here for everybody. And with that, we're going to move right into our next session. Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right. We have with us the great OG from Bridge Payments. Man, the growth of Bridge is incredible, and I'm sure you are a very busy man. I really, you've been in e-commerce for so long. Before we even get started, let's just give me a background on you.
Yeah, can you just confirm if you can hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you. I can see you looking
perfect. Thank you so much. It's always like crazy when like people go and like, how do I pronounce your name? And like, yeah, don't bother. You know, like it's fine. Thank you so much for having me here. I wouldn't want to spend too much time. Yeah, with Bridge is crazy, totally. I've been in the e-commerce for like 8-9 years. Generally in some small scales, then I've been in the drop shipping, and then I've been in the private labels, and then I've been in software as a services, and I was like through all the other of the different formats. I was basically serving the e-commerce industry, and in the past like a year and a half, like the biggest problem that we're seeing in the e-commerce with people and the merchants and the users and the sellers worldwide, there are like three main problems. It's the advertising, it's the payment, and it's the regulations. And we sit down and like, okay, how are we going to solve this? And we started making Bridge. I thought it was going to be faster because I come from a tech and marketing background where everything is fast. In the fintech, nothing is fast. Everything is slow. Everything is big. Everything needs double review. But yeah, I'm happy to say that like Bridge is a very simple payment processing solution made for e-commerce people. We wanted to take that small niche of merchants that have very specific problems and to solve them. And basically my topic here today is like payment processing in the e-commerce. And it's not, so I just have to like put the disclaimer, Bridge is not just for the e-commerce. We support all the other formats and stuff, but somehow because we are recognized in the industry and we've been dealing with so much stuff, e-commerce is like 80% of all the guys who are on it. It's still in the invite only phase. I don't know how are we going to serve all that people. It's going to be live in September, probably like mid of September for everyone. Currently, we're just inviting friends, family, and fools, and the people who actually stumble upon there. But yeah, the thing is, what I wanted to share with the community today is like because what I saw while we were building this, because I like to listen down people and I like to sit down with people and who are tomorrow going to be my users, and I want to listen to them. And we got tons of feedback, ton of cool stuff. And what I realized is that tons of people know payments on a very basic level, and that's like tremendous. You're making like 1.5 to 2.2 mil per month and you still end up with some like very basic mistakes. So I wanted to cover this up. So in order not to waste too much time, like we're starting the presentation.
I'll let you take it away really quick if you just want to hit that hide button on the bottom of the screen.
Yeah,
just
for sure.
So that we don't, perfect.
Yeah,
awesome. All right.
It is the terminology, it's how payment processors work. And basically, these are all the stuff when you come here and when you see a payment processor and you get like tons of stuff like, what do you do? What do you know? What is the difference between payment gateway and the payment processor? What is the acquirer? What is the issuer? What is rolling reserve? Why do I have holds? Holds are just so big of a problem for the e-commerce merchants in 2021. What is like the different payment structure, how you can actually structure your payment plan with your PSP provider. So whether you're going to be on the IC Plus or on the flat or on the retainer. So those are all like stuff when you actually dive deep in the payments, and like average merchant doesn't know this, and average merchant doesn't want to be bothered with it. And what we actually tried to let me just see why my presentation is lacking. So there are basically like some of the stuff people need to understand, and like depending on your business, like I'm talking about e-commerce now, but first mistake people make when they actually start choosing payment provider is they go to the most commonly known one, and they go there and they register like it is just some kind of like a third-party tool, like it's some kind of marketing tool. Guys, it isn't. You have to know what your business model is, what do you do, and based on the nature of your business, there are good solutions and there are less good solutions for your case. I'm going to take a very brief example. Everybody is known and familiar with Stripe. Stripe is probably by far the best technology in the industry out there, no doubt, 101, the best provider. But Stripe is basically, they built their reputation on the digital products and subscription businesses. And when you go to Stripe, you see that phenomenal technology, great tech, easy API every developer loves to work with. But on the other side, because Stripe is the hyper aggregator or the payment facilitator, as we call it in the industry, Stripe is very risk intolerant. And I see tremendous amount of people from the e-commerce who are on Stripe, and they're like, yo, OG, I have a hold, yo, Stripe banned my account, yo, this, yo, that. Well, first of all, you need to realize that there are different ways how the Stripe and other PSPs operate. So first of all, this is how Stripe operates. So Stripe is one like common solution where you have one bank account or one bank flow that in the industry we call MID, which is basically a merchant account. But Stripe doesn't provide you your own merchant account, so you're not responsible for it. And of course, a lot of stuff coming from that. You actually have sub-merchant accounts. So imagine Stripe having one big bank and all the balances rolling into that, and you're just like a sub balance on that account. And Stripe is very, very clear on the type of merchants they prefer. They don't like risk. They don't like merchants who are selling like in multi-currencies, and they don't like people who can have big impact on the flow because they are so on point. So when you register, you go there and 3 clicks, you're there, you fill out the KYC, you're ready to roll. But in the e-commerce, especially if you try to scale, you actually, like when you cross that milestone from the first, let's say a milestone to the second, when you're growing exponentially, like from 15K to month to 50, from 50 to 150K, like 9 times out of 10, you're gonna have some hold, or some of your balances are gonna get freezed in better case scenarios, or in the worst case scenarios, you are basically gonna get like freezed for the longer run, and you're not going to be able to process stuff. And then many people like they're mad at the PSP, in this case Stripe, but to be honest, like it's not Stripe's fault. Stripe is very like clear who they love and what do they support. And since they are the PayFac, the payment aggregator, and in this specific example I'm using Stripe, they are the hyper aggregator because they're one of the biggest. They are responsible and they are directly in the money flow, and they just don't like risk. And I see tons of guys reaching to us and they're like, I'm making 500K per month and Stripe just freezed my account. Don't get me wrong, 500K per month, that's how much Stripe makes with Uber for 10 minutes. You are a mosquito in their eyes. And it's logical. They're going to protect their business model because it proved to be so good. But if you are a guy who has some risk indicators, and we're going to talk about risk indicators in next slides, you should probably consider whether Stripe or any other, I'm just using Stripe for this example, whether that is the PSP for you, because there are different PSPs, and PSP is actually a payment service provider that's basically better for your specific needs. And why am I saying this? So you see how Stripe operates this way. So you're just one of the accounts in their master balance, and basically they're directly in the cash flow. They are directly responsible for the money, and they are basically evaluating you as a risk because they have to deal with fraudulent transactions and money losses and all the stuff. So they are very risk intolerant. But there are also other type of PSPs who are acting. Sorry, this is the actual aggregator, but there are basically other PSPs that are operating as an independent routers, or they are actually combining multiple variants, such as Bridge. For example, Bridge works on both ways, so we can actually we actually are a financial institution in the UK, so we can actually have the status of the facilitator. But also, what we're able to do is, if you're a bigger merchant who has and who requires a bit of like the setup in order to water up your risk and in order to actually like give you some kind of custom setup because of the nature of your business, then we actually can combine multiple financial institutions, and that's really important for you to know. Why? Well, we're going to stick with the e-commerce. E-com guys have one problem, and that's delivery. So if you're into e-commerce and if you're serving like businesses who, if you are serving businesses who are into e-commerce, or if you're an e-commerce brand on your side, e-commerce businesses in general have a big problem. They are very risky, and the number one risk indicator for them is the delivery time. As you can see, what we're seeing from the industry, like Facebook is now implementing the customer feedback score, and number one for the bad feedback scores are delivery times. The classical dropshipping, some of the biggest industry giants are built on, like Shopify or well, yeah, Shopify, Stripe, something like that. The classical dropshipping, I remember what dropshipping was like a couple of years ago. You could actually buy a product and ship it like directly from the manufacturer, and you can have a delivery date of like 15, 20, 25 days. Nobody cares. Today, if you have like that number of that shipping time, it's a problem. And that's a risk, because the customers are becoming more smart, they're becoming lucrative, and they just want better service. And when you actually have this, and when you have bad customers because they're unhappy with something, then your chargebacks and your customer feedback is becoming like bigger, and the problems are increasing. And in the payments eyes, you are becoming a risky merchant. And trust me, everybody who is in the payments, and especially if they're like working as the aggregator, they don't like risk. So payment industry is like just avoiding the risk. So the whole idea is for you to structure your payment systems using the payment service providers in order to just water down the risk so that you can actually scale and keep that, let's say, setup in place, whether you have 10, 100, or 1K or 10K buyers. And basically, this is the first thing you need to do. And we're going to close. I basically jumped through the chapters, but this is the first chapter. Know what do you do. It's not the same whether you're selling like clothes, because clothes is a bad example, because clothing industry in the e-commerce can be either like pure vanilla white, or it can be very risky because it has multiple variants. But for example, if you sell books is very like non-risky stuff. You have a book, somebody buys it, you send it, and if you have good shipping times, like you don't have any like problem with the book. You receive a book is nice, you're going to read it, you're happy as your customers. But if you are, for example, what we are seeing in Bridge on the merchants that are requesting Z-Access, like some industries of the newer generation, like CBD or hemp, or I don't know how it's called in the US, in Europe is CBD, those guys are having tremendous problems in finding the right PSPs, because the traditional ones, they don't want to work with them, which is kind of not good, because CBD as an industry is very regulated. And the CBD is like one of the fastest growing e-commerce sub-industries out there. So if you're a CBD brand, you're not going to be able to use Stripe. You're not going to be able to use some of the biggest providers, and you probably shouldn't, because you, as that industry sub-vertical, you have different problems. You have compliance problems, you need to be certified, you need to have a fast delivery, and you need to de-riskify. And of course, you need to offer different payment methods and different stuff. And that's why I'm going to conclude the first chapter. When you actually start choosing the payment provider, you need to look in multiple aspects. So I started this like presentation with like people go and choose the PSP they know and they heard about, which is good, but it's not the best. When you're making a decision what payment provider, especially in the e-commerce, you want to choose, you want to know where are you selling, who are you selling to, and how risky are you for that PSP? Because there are PSPs who are very specialized in operating in high risk. And trust me, those bigger fees are going to cost you way less than the hurdle you're going to have with the big traditional ones, because they are not going to serve you properly because they're not made for it. So this is the first stuff. The second stuff I want to mention is we have a very big data on our own in Bridge, and what we're seeing is the actual offered payment methods. Now, this is always like, this is nothing new. I'm not inventing the hot water, but what I'm fascinated how many people are not personalizing the payment method for the customer. Like we have some guys who have like specific, and they have like they're selling in different markets, which is always like the challenge, because global market brought us tremendous possibility, but there are even like double a number of regulatives you have to do. So if you're selling combined in the US and Europe, it's a problem. And just Europe, for example, have a lot of alternative payment methods. For example, in Germany, a lot of online sales are happening through the PayPal. In Poland, Personal Navy 24 is probably the most famous alternative payment method. And I, as somebody who's offering a payment service, PSP service, I'm stunned by how many e-commerce guys who are on a big level are still not adapting and offering dedicated and personalized payment methods to their buyers. It's the whole deal. Like the whole idea in if you're making business, if you're running business in 2021, you have to be customer centric. You have to be customer obsessed with the customer, because that's where we are in the global economy at the moment. Like we are currently, if you're a service provider, you have to focus on the cherry on top. And if you know that, for example, in Germany, the PayPal is around like 25% of the payment choice, why are you not having PayPal? Or if you know that if you're selling in Latin, so in Latin America, and in Latin America, there are tons of different alternative payment methods. Like if that's one of your main markets, how are you not offering your payment method on that store? Because like, isn't it not logical to adapt to what your buyers want? And basically, what we are always suggesting to the people is to reinvent. You can't go, like, you can't be blunt. You can't be the one setup that worked like a couple of years ago is not going to work. Adjust, grow, personalize. And this is actually like how one of the checkouts, this is actually a screenshot from one of our other software as a service tools. This is actually how a good checkout should look like. So you have to have a checkout that has both credit cards and traditional payment methods, but try to personalize the payment methods in your PSP should support them based on where you're selling. And also, when you actually do that, try to make it dynamic. Now, what is the dynamic checkout? Dynamic checkout is something like if you have one brand that is selling in the US and you're selling in Germany and you're selling in Mexico. So adjust your checkout, personalized checkout for the buyer from US and from the buyer in Germany and for the buyer in Mexico. And if the buyer comes from Germany, offer him the German payment methods along with the CC and all the other ones that are commonly known. But if a buyer comes from Mexico, yeah, okay, let the checkout automatically adjust in order to personalize the offer, because that's how you actually take more and that's how you're going to make more. And we actually did some data. I don't have too much, I don't still have that number of metrics in order to be very certain, but we are at the moment doing like how much are the stores who are utilizing personalized payment methods making more than the stores that don't have the personalized payment methods. And I'm like, when we actually finish that research, I will be happy to share with Derek and with the community, because that's what it's all about. But I can tell you one thing: find a PSP who can actually be flexible. payment providers and payment processors are old school companies. Like they are usually like corporate old school companies coming from big banking systems, and like the industry is changing so fast, and those industries are not changing that much. And I see tons of traditional PSPs who are still talking the same talk, and they are still offering you, they're still giving you a setup fees and retainers and minimal fees. Like that's so 2017. We are in 2021. You as a PSP have to be fast, you have to be flexible, you have to be adaptable. You can't have support on email. Nobody wants to have support on email. You have to have intercom, and your response rate has to be under 2 minutes. And basically, when you are a merchant who is looking for the PSP, have that in mind. If the PSP is not flexible enough to provide you with the tech and with the solutions to serve your modern 21st century 2021 needs, then you should probably look somewhere else. What is the this is I just wanted to take cover of the methods, and now there are models. What I see and what I'm seeing in the e-commerce, because my let's say topic today is just for the e-commerce vertical, which is hard for me to do because we as a PSP serve not just e-commerce, we serve everybody, but basically e-commerce is somehow the biggest. What I'm seeing in the e-commerce is like different models that are emerging and that are like living their own life, and they are like somehow transforming. For example, like a couple of years ago, subscription-based business, you knew for Dollar Shave Club and you knew like 2 more. And now like on every corner, I see like new e-commerce subscription business. Also, marketplace and mini marketplaces are booming. They are like really like jumping through the water, and I want to see where this is going to go. So the regular setup that you have as a merchant is going to look probably something like this. And of course, this is a shameless plug, because this is the infographic I already have. I didn't make a new one. So basically, the way it works, like you have a gateway and you're a seller company and you're the merchant. And in the traditional way, you would probably have to have the acquirer in the back that has technical integration with your gateway, or that gateway is the processor in the same time. So you don't need to shift through the banks, and then you have your store that again has to be compatible with the gateway, and now you have buyers, and basically this is the standard model. Now I want you to look at this picture really carefully, because this is how the payment gateways work 20 years ago. Now you have me as a payment as a PSP, as a payment provider. I have to be able both to offer you multiple financial institutions, and you as a merchant should probably realize how to actually use those multiple financial institutions that a PSP can offer. So for example, if I can translate this into the common words, you come and you're, for example, selling on multiple markets. And now, why would you sell in one currency and settle in one bank account if that bank, for example, is in the US and their commercial terms are very bad for the Mexico or for the Asia or for the Europe? No, the proper way to do it is to come to the PSP, lay over your market and where you're selling, and basically create a personalized map of financial institutions where you can actually get better rates and avoid cross-border fees and have better acceptance rate, because the gateway, that's what gateway does. Gateway is communicating with multiple financial institutions, or if it's a processor, then he's a financial institution. And basically what you need to do is you need to realize that nothing is static anymore. Again, I'm going to speak with Stripe, and probably I'm not 100% with this, but on a regular model, Stripe works. They are the processor and they are the financial institution. And when you open Stripe, you get one balance, which is fine. You're selling in US dollars, you get settled in US dollars, that's fine. But what happens, for example, when you are selling in dollars and in euros and in rupees and in rubies, and then you have those bad currency conversions, from one currency to another, and then you have like the bad acceptance flows from those sides, because basically these markets are very different than the US market, etc., etc. So this model that you're seeing is the very simplistic way how things work. What you're looking to do is to have a technology, and I'm just going to use my mouse here to actually show you. So you want to have the technology from where you can connect your store, or I'm sorry, I just moved. You want to use the tech to connect your store, but then you want that tech, in case the payment service provider, to be able to connect you with multiple financial routes, and to actually be able to offer you multiple different acceptance rates, acceptance policies, multiple currencies, multiple balances, in order to de-riskify your flows, to de-risk your actual settlements, to make your currencies better, to avoid cross-border currencies and stuff like that. Also, there are a few stuff that if you are a merchant in 2021, this is the stuff I see with that a lot of merchants are having problem. So for example, you're a merchant and you have multiple brands, or you are a seller and you have multiple different brands, or you are a seller and you have one brand, but you have multiple locations in multiple markets. For example, let's say we can use Adidas. And in these specific cases, traditional merchants are struggling to find the technology that can actually give you like one account, but open all of those brands as your, let's say, brands. So not different accounts, not sub accounts, stuff like that, but open your like different brands, and then for each brand to look it as an account, but actually to avoid all the bureaucracy and all the stuff. And this is what we were actually trying with Bridge to do. So you have account, and then you can have multiple like brands, whether you have different brands or whether you have the franchises, whatever you want to do. But your PSP, when you're choosing, for example, if you are in this specific situation, you should probably look to find the technology and the payment provider or the payment processor that is going to be able to give you the technology. Of course, technology is always, but also who's going to be able to onboard all of your brands and just like structure them under your account and under your company, while keeping the setup and the flexibility on the brand level and not on the account level. And this is a tremendous problem that merchants are seeing. That's probably one of the biggest like aha moments when merchants come to us and they ask like, okay, why is Bridge so cool and what differs you from others? And then we actually sit down and explain them. And then this is the aha moment. So if you are this merchant, you should probably work at this. And the third model is something Stripe, because I'm using Stripe, for example. That's something everybody knows. Even my mother knows what Stripe is. Like marketplaces. Stripe is really good for it, but marketplaces have a different problem. And basically, marketplaces have two problems. First of all, they have legal problem, so you have to be a specific structured entity to be. But on the other side, PSP that covers marketplaces should be able to onboard you as a marketplace provider where you are. If you remember from the beginning of my lecture, Stripe works on a big balance, and then all of the merchants who are actually onboarded with Stripe, they are actually like sub balances, which is good because it's fast, and it's bad because like it's like one pool of money, and then like they are paying you out from one pool of money. But basically, if you're a marketplace merchant, and I am seeing tremendous increase in marketplace, in like small marketplaces or very niched marketplaces, if you're a marketplace and you're looking for a PSP, be sure to look at the technology, of course, and be sure to look at somebody who can actually cover the setup where they can onboard you as a master admin merchant and give you a possibility to actually open you sub slots and sub balances for all your vendors. Because if you're a marketplace, you have a vendor, especially if you are directly in the financial flow. If you're just as the advertiser, then it's not a problem. But if you are actually pulling and balancing money, you will have to have some financial regulations. But look for the PSP who is going to understand that and actually provide you with everything in order to automate it, because this is the hardest part, and like there are a couple of technologies who are offering that. I pretty much assume that I'm like blowing up my time, so I'm gonna just fast forward with this. Acquirers.
You've got a couple minutes, but however you feel.
Yeah. Acquirers versus PayFac. I'm just gonna be very quick. If you're working with a PayFac such as Stripe, such as PayPal, they are very risk intolerant. If you have holds, man, you're in problem, but that's not their fault. It's yours, because you have a risky business and you should probably choose a backup payment provider or maybe switch to payment provider. I know a guy who has great payment provider, this one, and basically like try to actually get your personal setup. Regarding legal and compliance stuff, well, this is not a politically correct info chart, but basically a lot of stuff, sorry, a lot of times people are actually like evaluating PSPs, but the main rules are actually given by the Visa and the MasterCard, and we have to play by them rules. Cross-border, this is something like we're gonna get in the topic pretty bad. But basically, I see tons of people losing tons of money because they don't know what the cross-border is. It's not the same when you are a US company and you're charging the European card. Every time you do that, you're having a cross-border fee. And on some PSPs, you have a processing fee, you have extra interchange fee, and you have extra transaction fee. I'm not gonna name those processors, but you all know them. So with Bridge, what we did is we created the setup where we can actually open your multiple balances and actually like process from different places, so that like you can avoid cross-border. And trust me, you're gonna save tons of money with it. And basically, in order to get this fast, I just want to conclude stuff. This is really important. Whoever is after me, sorry for taking your slot. Fraud and risk. Like with the beginning of the COVID-19 horror, fraud and risk basically grew around 300%. So if you're an online seller and you are not using some kind of fraud prevention or risk prevention, you're in deep trouble. And the biggest problem I'm seeing in the industry, and the biggest problem I'm seeing with the merchants, is when you come to the payment processor, you opened up the account and everything is nice and you see all the charts, and then you have like some kind of fraud protection and stuff like that, and everything is nice and you click all the stuff, but basically you don't know nothing about it, because fraud and risk is that's a very serious topic, and people from like engineers who are specialized in it should be working on it, not you as a merchant who probably don't know stuff I'm talking about. And like probably 50% of you guys are asking like, what is this like guy with a beard talking? Be sure to just ask your payment service provider, should you work on the fraud, on the risk, or they have the tool, or they can actually help you set up. With Bridge, we have two ways. You can actually, if you're using your own fraud management tool, we're cool with that. But if you're not, we actually have our own fraud and risk team, and we're actually handling by you by default. And I think that's one of the best values for the e-commerce people who come to us, because we're gonna deal with all that stuff for you. You don't have to worry about it, and you're actually gonna be protected. And this is basically the key takeaway for now. If you're in e-commerce and if you are trying to scale, if you are like a dropshipper or you have a private label or whatever, whatever you're using at the moment, if you're dealing with holds, if you're dealing with constant check-ins, maybe, but just maybe, you picked your payment processor based on the clout and not based on what you need. So if you need to get any takeaway from this lecture, that is know your model. If you are like having longer delivery times, if you are like in some regulated industry, if you come from a risky like location, know your model. Stripe is great. I use Stripe for 10 different projects, but Stripe is not for everything. Know your buyer. Where is your buyer coming from? Offer the payment methods, like personalize, adapt, be flexible. You're gonna make much more money with it. Focus on the infrastructure. Always invest. As somebody who is actually selling you a payment provider, I can tell you, invest in your infrastructure business, invest in private label, invest in faster delivery times, because that's going to save you a lot of trouble with money and the processing. Have a custom setup. I cannot speak about that. I don't, in 2021, I don't know why everybody go click on 3 buttons and now they're processing payments. You're losing tons of money with it. You're basically like one chat away, and somebody from Bridge is going to sit down and talk to you and listen to you and tell you what is the best setup for you. You're going to save tons of money and you're going to get protected. So don't settle for the one size fit. In 2021, everything should be personalized. Take advantage of the global coverage, reduce the cross-border, no need for that. The industry is too mature and the tech is good. You can actually, even like if you're under 100K per month, there are solutions. We do that. We can cover you and invest in risk management, because keep your payment processing safe. It's hell out there on the internet. Please just be careful and invest in longevity. Thank you.
Thanks so much, OG. Man, there was a lot that you talked about there, and I won't lie, you got even a little too heavy for me, and I was like, this is interesting. But it all comes together here, and I think you're absolutely right. And the way that you've structured cross-border payments is absolutely brilliant. I have seen this done with in like consumer payment processing. I forget what company it was, but they figured out how to kind of handle international transaction fees. Oh, Wise, TransferWise. But I don't think I've ever seen it brought to payment processors in the way that you kind of described it here. So for everybody listening, especially if you're in an at-risk kind of industry, I recommend checking out Bridge at bridgepayments.io. And you can tell them that eCommerce Tech sent you over there. I love also that you're giving personal handholding to everybody to make sure that they have the right custom setup for them. I think that's super important. And no worries on time. We're actually more back on track now than we were, because we were running a little bit ahead of schedule. So perfect. With that said, thanks so much. We're going to move right into our next session.
Thank you so much. If anybody has a question, be sure to reach out to me. I'm open to basically solve all your problems that I know answer to. Derek, thank you so much for your time, and be careful.
Yeah, thanks. Perfect. We're going to bring you off here and go right into our next session. Now, a payment processor, sometimes you could consider profit optimization, risk mitigation, but in a lot of ways it's conversion rate optimization. We're going to make more money by offering payment in a different format or in a way that works better for our users. And now we're going to transition into talking about something that I'm super passionate about, which is why I brought these guys on. As soon as I saw their tagline on their homepage, I said, this is exactly what I've been looking for. So Sam from Bloom is going to show us their product and how to test product images. I'm super excited about this.
Great. Thank you so much, Derek. Am I live here?
You are live. Come on in. The water's fine. And I will add your presentation to the screen as well. Sam, I'm just going to let you explain the product, what you do, and how much money optimizing your product images can actually make merchants. Because I got to be honest with you, your technology is something I absolutely love, but I think merchants are kind of clueless when it comes to the fact that there's money hiding in this sort of optimization process here for their product detail page specifically, but I bet you do even more than that. All right, I'll let you take it away.
Thank you so much, Derek. Yeah, I'll try to keep this short and sweet, guys. Thank you so much for having me. Want to start off by saying, obviously, we all know products are important. They're like this. Obviously, they can be a lot of fun, and there's all kinds of upticks for user-generated content and all this new stuff coming out that makes it really great for people to interact with your brands. And at the end of the day, they're expensive. Shooting these photo shoots, whether you're in any segment of e-com, I think we've all been there at some stage. It's time consuming and it's expensive. And we see these as like fixed cost, necessary actions to take as a brand. But we don't look at them the same way as we look at other things in e-com, like ads. When it comes to ads, you have these like North Star metrics on CPC, CPM, ROAS. So you ask any e-com brand and they know exactly all of the answers to those figures. But when it comes to, when you look at a website, like any e-com business, pixel for pixel, 70%, 75% of your site is made up of these product photos. And at a very deep heuristic as a consumer, it's the first thing that chooses when I'm scrolling Instagram or I'm on a website, the first thing I see, the first thing I interact with is a photo. So that's kind of why we built Bloom, is like, why is the creative direction disconnected from the performance? And I think in this day and age, it should be a lot more of a kind of symbiotic thing where you understand and you're incentivized to play around with your product photos and figure out what works and what doesn't. And that's why we built Bloom. So I'm going to kick it off just by showing you, for an example, whether you're in fashion, jewelry, accessories, or anything under the sun, as long as you have 2 or 3 product photos for each one of your SKUs. And if you don't, if you're looking to invest in this, this could be a great time to join Bloom to join us for free and make data-backed decisions on your creative direction to scale up your company. So I'm going to dive right into how it works. So as you know, let's say take this watch brand, for example. We always ask ourselves and talk anecdotally about which shooting style performs best. So whether that's flat lays, on figure, recognizable, non-recognizable, user-generated content, the list goes on. And we're constantly trying to ask, of course, I'd want to invest in more shooting styles or a higher production value if I knew how it would perform. So basically what Bloom does, our first product that's live on Shopify right now, is it takes that collection photo, so that thumbnail image at the collection level, and it runs all of these micro experiments to all of your traffic to figure out, if I show this flat lay or this lifestyle image or this pose, what's going to convert in the most amount of click-through rate through to the product detail page, and then order rate on the conversion level. So our algorithm, when you plug it in and turn it on in like 2 seconds, it immediately starts running these experiments and figures out what is the best photo to show, automatically makes the swap, and then immediately starts lifting your conversion. So it's not bringing more people to your site, but it's making it so more people leave. If they're going to leave, they'll leave with a purchase versus just bouncing. So some of the other cool things that come to mind are, with all of these things coming up with cookie data and GDPR requirements, our system doesn't require any of that. It doesn't track the user. It basically just looks at the out-of-box information, so like the IP address and the user agent, which tells us what's the device they're using, how old is it, and where are they located. And we can start to figure out, do people on desktop prefer seeing a certain shooting style versus people on mobile? If I'm scrolling the streets on Manhattan and I want to purchase something, am I going to interact with content differently? Or where did this user come from? If I was just shopping on Instagram or scrolling around on Instagram and I swipe up on a campaign, what's the kind of product photos I'm going to want to see when I land on that website? So these are some of the things that we're looking at, our algorithm looks at when determining the best photos to show to people. So how it basically works is we also offer this feature where every week we send a performance report to show you, here are your top 20 converting images. So whether that's for social posts or ad creative for static, you deserve to know you have all this great web traffic, you have all this data that's just sitting there. And just by plugging in Bloom and letting it run, we'll send you these reports on, here's your top performing photos, and then throw those into your social. We all know, like, you might sometimes post something and randomly does better than all your other photos on Instagram. Maybe this could be an indicator there. So that's another feature we offer as part of the 30-day free trial as well. And the second thing is understanding by shooting style. So if you do have a few different shooting styles right now on your store, we actually go in and we label all of your product photos, and then we look at conversion rate based off shooting style. Could even be a certain model, it could be a certain background, it could be like what we used here is a flat lay versus recognizable versus user-generated content. If you're doing a lot of influencer programs, you have all of this content coming in. Why not throw that on your merchandising strategy and see how it works? So we look at, we're always like obsessed about the conversion rate, what we call revenue per conversion rate, what we call revenue per impression. So ad metrics, putting that into product photos. When I show this photo, what's the likelihood of me generating this much revenue from it versus it just being the static thing that sits there? So how it works. So through the 30-day free trial, what we do is we take 50% of your traffic and we just don't touch it. We just track it. We look at clicks, add to carts, right down the funnel to purchases. And we say, what is your average benchmark for, let's say, new, whatever collection you enable it on. So bestsellers, new arrivals, anything like that. For the other 50% of traffic, we let Bloom do its magic. And that's when our algorithm just takes over that part of the that section of your traffic to do those experiments to figure out how can I beat this control. So our system is built in that it's constantly looking at the control. And if your average purchase rate is 1.1% for the control, it's Bloom's mission to go and beat that just by showing different photos to different users. And it's astonishing the kind of impact it can have, within the first few weeks as it gathers data. And next thing you know, it's just like Derek said, it kind of feels like you're pulling something out from thin air. So it's really cool to see. And in terms of that, for tracking performance, we make it super simple. Your dashboard just shows throughout the 30-day free trial, 50% of traffic without Bloom. Here's your sessions, clicks, add to carts, and purchases. And then with Bloom, here's those same metrics. So you have the full picture in terms of how Bloom's operating. And what we do there is we also look at, okay, what are the incremental purchases? What are the incremental revenue? And which photos resulted in the purchases? Kind of all from there, the dashboard. And you can zoom in on any collection and on any product at any given point to look at the metrics for each one of those product photos. So I also know if you're in a category that has some technical images that you don't want to show, we have an opt-out feature. So if one of your photos is like too confusing and it's got too many products in it, it might be misleading. Of course, you can just opt that out with a few clicks as well. So you can still retain that control over what you want to test, but still let Bloom do its thing in terms of figuring out what works and what doesn't. And so another part we're working on, just before I wrap up, is the PDP optimization. So many of you might have mobile traffic that's actually greater than your web traffic. So we started tracking the number of swipes that users will take before making a purchase decision. So what we're building now is a product detail page optimizer. So, we were tracking this on some of our stores, and between 50 to 70% of users on mobile are dropping off after like the second or third image. So what's the point of even having more than 3 photos if 70% of your shoppers are dropping off, right? So what we're doing now is we're building a system to tell you to actually display which photos are actually going to convert, which exact photos, which number of photos. So maybe you'd uploaded 20 and actually you only need like 5. We'll figure that out for you, and we'll also figure out which order. So what's the most helpful order of product photos that leads to a purchase decision? All of this being done on autopilot with all you seeing is kind of that end result of, is this lifting my conversion, yes or no? And when mobile makes up more than 50% of your traffic, this is definitely something you want to look into. And that's why we're kind of moving into this as our next feature. So yeah, on desktop, the same thing. This speaks more to the order of the images, just to give you a visual there. Obviously, it's less prevalent on desktop because you can see everything as a thumbnail. On mobile, of course, you literally just see that one image, so it's super important. So we're also working on this initiative. If you are in the fashion space and the apparel space, we've initially, before building the Shopify app, we built a system that could generate AI realistic photo like models. So our vision was to say, wow, what if we could use AI to generate content and then build a system to A/B test to see what works? And so that was like our long-term vision. We decided to stick to existing content, and we figured that a lot of brands have all this stuff sitting around. We can get started with that, and a smaller percentage of people wanted to use AI-generated content. But this is another initiative that we have that with some of our partners we're rolling out as well. So just so you know, if you're struggling to get diversity in your catalog, if you're looking to do more custom stuff to your actual look of your brand, if you are in the fashion space, this is something we could talk about. And yeah, it's pretty mind-blowing too. It's pretty cool. And in terms of getting started, it's super simple. We run a 30-day free trial where you just plug it in, enable it on a collection, and then look at the dashboard results. Throughout that trial, we run all of the, we send those weekly reports on the performance data, your highest converting images by shooting style, all of that goes to your inbox. Throughout the time, you have you see reports live on the dashboard, and then we, around the end of the 30-day free trial, we have another call just to go over the results, figure out. In some cases, it might need more time to optimize. But that's the beauty of our business model in further detail. But we only charge when we bring incremental performance. So I might as well just segue into that now. So what we do is we charge $1 a month as a base flat fee, and then we take 10% of the incremental revenue generated with Bloom. So just to explain that, if you use this example here in this dashboard look, in this case, we brought them 71 new purchases, which equated to $4,200 in new revenue. And so we take $420 of that. And it's important to think of it in terms of purchase rates. Imagine you have thousands and thousands of visitors coming to your store. If your average purchase rate on this collection is 1.1%, and with Bloom it's 1.23%, then we're just going to take on that, point, whatever it is, 13% difference. That's where we're going to take the 10% charge. But obviously happy to discuss this in further detail with anybody if you're curious in trying it out. And where we're really stoked right now is just to get people on and get them started to think about product photos, like ad creative, and how it can start working for you versus in the gist of being an asset versus just an expense. So just to wrap things up, I'll show you quickly how to set it up if you are interested. Of course, we'd be happy to do a demo after the fact, but just pulling up a test store. Let's say I want to enable it on this collection. I would just go to the collection, click Optimize with Bloom, and then just like that, click enable, and I'm good to go. So it takes about 24 hours to sync just for the first one, and then we sync with your theme. We're compatible with all themes on Shopify, so no problems there. And then you can immediately go to your report, see that your collection is live there, and then data will start being collected the second you sync up and set it up with us. So that's all I got. Hope it wasn't too dry. And thanks again, Derek, for having me on, and look forward to meeting some of you after the fact. Feel free to reach out at sam@getbloom.ai. There's my contact details, and I had longer hair in that photo.
I'm literally drooling, so I don't think it was too dry. Certainly, not everyone's like a split testing nerd like me, but I think they've got to feel the value of what you just described. And then when you showed the AI models, that took me in so many different directions. Most specifically, it got me thinking that you could create a way in which the user uploads their own image and then you put them in the outfit. And I thought that would be, another next level thing for really personalizing those product photos. But the way you talked about figuring out which order they're in, figuring out how many images to show, these are all things like components of conversion rate optimization that what you would do if you didn't use Bloom is you would hire a conversion rate optimization specialist. I've got a close friend who is one. So his job is getting displaced here, which is totally fine. They would charge you $4,000 to $6,000 a month. This would be one of the tests they run, and it could take months to really figure out which product images should go first or second, and then how to do it. So that would be like $16,000 in their fees. And so for you having it optimized with AI instantly and the results being right there in front of us, I'm thrilled. I love it. I think it's brilliant. There's so much more. Like I said, there's so many more things. I just, to be honest, I think you're going to get acquired by a personalization tool in 18 months for a ridiculous multiple. I'll just throw that out there. OmniSend is literally coming on next. Maybe they'll be the acquirer, but it could be somebody else in the space as well. This is just one of those things that's so needed by merchants, and it's also a blind spot for them as well. They're just taking the same static shots. It's like, the white background shots. And I liked your example. When I talk to merchants, especially in fashion, I say the white background product shots are typically some of your least converting. Get a real person acting in a real action shot if you want to increase conversion. And then of course, years later, they might actually change that. So for you to be able to do it in maybe a few minutes or hours is actually incredible. All right, I'm going to stop drooling for now.
Well, thanks so much, Derek. Thanks for having us. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. And you can check out Bloom at ecomtech.link/Bloom. That'll go right on over to their site. You can email Sam at sam@bloom.io. I forgot what it was.
Getbloom.ai.
Yeah, getbloom.ai, of course. Here it is. Getbloom.ai. I should have memorized that first. You're going to be on my emerging trends app list, hot new picks app list. Yeah, I think this is, I'm very bullish on what you've got. I'll leave it at that. Thank you for building this. Awesome. Thanks so much. I'll talk to you later. Bye. All right. With that, we're going to move into our final closing keynote on one of the most important and central topics to all of e-commerce. It's going to be that email, SMS, and really customer-centric segmentation and personalization strategy across multiple different channels. And that's why they called the tool OmniSend. Greg, how's it going?
Good, man. How are you? It's been a
doing
while.
Great. It's been a little while. Yeah, I know. We need to catch up at an event. You're not at Retail X right now, I noticed. Neither am I.
No, I'm passing it this year.
Yeah, I also am thinking I'm going to wait until May just because I have too much business to do. But I am jealous of everybody out there going to a live event. And hopefully I'll see you at our live event in May, e-commerce day live. But enough about that. I'm just going to bring your presentation on screen. If you want to hit the hide button at the bottom of that presentation.
Oh, there we go.
And
year
then,
and a half. You would think I would have this by now,
No, you've done this a million times or 100 times, and it's well rehearsed. And the value that you and OmniSend bring is clearly there, and a reason for merchants to pay close attention to. And just like how with Peel Insights, I was talking about how cool it is that they have data that like nobody else has that can help merchants really understand business intelligence. I think you have a lot of unique data from your merchants that help explain, the best flows and sequences, the best, are you converting well, and things like that I think really help merchants understand whether they're being, they're top of market with their email campaigns and SMS campaigns, or they need a lot of work. So with that said, I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, and that's great. And the cool thing about our data is that the data we're going to be looking at in the presentation today, we put out a week ago. So it's fresh for us first half of this year. So obviously compare that to 2020 as well. But we do have fresh and relevant data for you as well. So just real quick, I know you guys aren't here for an elevator pitch and we're wrapping up the day here. So I'm going to give you a 20-second one, just kind of background info to set the stage for where this data is coming from. So Derek, as you mentioned, OmniSend is an email and SMS marketing automation platform. We are built specifically for e-commerce merchants. So the data we're looking at is e-commerce brands. We have over 50,000 brands using us to send their emails, SMS messages, push notifications, and sync to their social networks as well. So that is kind of setting the stage there. Now, the program today, we're going to look at actionable insights. So my goal with every presentation I give is when you hang up or disconnect or leave the room, that you have something actionable that you can start implementing immediately to help you either increase sales, drive new sales, optimize what you currently have going. So hopefully we'll get that through the presentation today as well. So as we walk through the presentation, really the things I want to hammer on is we're going to look at trends with opt-in channels. And this conversation around opt-in channels is really important now. We had Apple iOS 14.5 come out a while ago, which kind of impacted a lot of brands and how they're the effectiveness of their Facebook and Instagram campaigns. I know I was talking to one just the other day. They're still dealing with it a little bit. It's getting better. We've got an upcoming iOS 15 release, which is supposed to be out some point next month, which for an email marketer is seismic, right? Email, it advances, but it still kind of moves somewhat slow. And we are pretty much killing the open rate at this point with the new updates. So I'll get into that a little bit, what that means and how to actually prepare for that a little bit. But we want to use this data with the opt-in channels to then look at our own programs, whether it's email, SMS, push notifications, whatever it might be, and say, okay, what are the gaps we have? And not only are we filling gaps, but how are we filling them with something that is the highest potential to increase our sales from the shortest period. So low-hanging fruit that's going to have the biggest bang for the buck. And then we're going to look at whether we have them or we don't have them already sending, automating. How do we optimize those to drive even more revenue for you? And the caveat with all of this is that I used to do consulting. I used to be a practitioner. I was an analyst. I'd be talking to retailers around the globe, and the same story is the same. We don't have a lot of resources. It might be you doing email marketing. You might be a one-man shop there. You might have one person helping you, but chances are you're also doing other things: paid search, paid social, content marketing, copywriting. So everything we talk about today is how do we get you to do this with the realization that you have limited resources. And if you have more resources, all the power to you, you can just move a lot quicker. So that's what we're going to look at in the presentation today. And we're going to first look at this for trying to identify those gaps here. So where do we look for the gaps? And as I mentioned, this data is coming from an H1, so first half 2021 report we put out last week. You can find it on our website. It is ungated, so it is just there for you to click over and peruse as you wish. So we're looking at the data here, and you can see kind of quarter over quarter, half over half, whatever it might be. Your holes and the opportunity for increasing sales is going to be with marketing automation. That's going to come in a lot of different ways, but see conversion rates for automation skyrocketing there. They came down a little bit, but they were astronomical before. That will level off, but it's still at 30-some% there. Push notifications, so web push there, the second one. 1 in 3 people in the first half of this year who clicked on a web push notification has gone on to make a purchase. Now, it's certainly not a channel that is widely adopted like email and SMS. So I'm not going to talk a whole lot about it today, but keep your eye on it because it is blowing up this year. And then your bottom two, which are still really good, are your campaigns. And what that is your scheduled email campaign, something you might send on a Tuesday. And then your SMS messages. And while those might pale in comparison, I'll get into these in a little bit more detail. They are really strong from a conversion rate, click rate standpoint, and also from a utilization standpoint. So what we want to do is we want to look at this data here and say, okay, we know automation is going to be one of these gaps to fill. And the question then becomes, well, which type of automation? Because you can kind of automate everything. It's about picking the right ones. I want to put automation in the perspective for you. So in the first half of 2021, this report, we looked at billions of emails we sent. We looked at 25 million SMS messages, over 20 million push messages as well. So the data is large. 32% of all email marketing orders came from automated emails. The percentage of sends that accounts to is less than 2.5%. It was 2.44% of email sends, made up 32% of email orders. So if you think about this, going in the background while you sleep, generating orders, generating sales, and this is where we go. In 2020 as a whole, 29% on 1.8% of sends. So we're seeing that relatively consistent figure, but that's going to be your first identification. Say, okay, if we don't have a lot of automation or we don't have any automation, this is where you need to focus on. Next question becomes, well, what do we focus on? This is good, right? This is one data point here to say, okay, our promotional campaigns, we're getting about a 7% conversion rate, which is a really strong number, by the way. So that's a really good number. And we look and we go down and we don't want to base it all on conversion rates, but it's a really good indication, right? Hey, this is where people are shopping. So welcome messages above 50%. I'm going to get into why that is so high and what we're looking for to help guide you with your other decisions that are going to be right for your brand. But you can see abandoned cart, kind of obvious. Everyone knows they convert really well. It's close to cash. They're so close to purchasing, and then we kind of go down the road. So I think one of the bigger takeaways here is look at the worst performing conversion rate, and that is browse abandonment message. That actually dropped down from 2020 as a whole. We have more people doing product abandonment. It still performs better than any email you're going to send on a Tuesday or Thursday afternoon, right? It's better than scheduled. So this is why we do it. Now, the reason these convert so well is because they're automated. They're based on consumer behavior. So we've got one action that drives an equal and opposite reaction. So, person abandons the cart, they get it. It's behavioral. And this is what we're really driving to is high conversion, high purpose messages. So consumers doing something with a welcome. What are they doing there? Well, it's probably high conversion, high purpose for their particular needs. And that's really why they convert. So when we look at the types of messages we might want to fill those gaps with, we want to look to see, okay, what is the journey for that consumer at that point? How close are they making a purchase? And what's the likelihood they purchase? Now, the other data points we want to use here are, opens, click rates. Now, opens, as I mentioned, come next month, it's going to take a serious hit here because if you're using Apple Mail and you upgrade to iOS 15, you're going to get prompted like you did with 14.5. Do you want to allow brands to track whether you open your email or not, right? And most people, we saw about 93% are saying, don't track me through the different apps from 14.5. We expect the same thing here. Fact is, if we have 5% of people saying, no, don't track me, it makes your open rates unreliable as a whole, because if we have remails, which are typically automated messages sent to people who didn't open the first one, and we're doing that based on open, and we can't accurately track opens, then that becomes, you're going to be sending the people who have opened the first one. So open rates, the good thing here is we know a baseline. We know they perform better than campaigns, our scheduled messages. We have a general baseline to say, okay, we know we have high conversion on welcome messages. What's our open rate? Pretty good open rate, not as strong as some of the others, but that's okay. Our click rates are really strong. So how do we focus on getting the click rates up? The more clicks we get, the more conversions we're going to get, and we're going to increase and compound that revenue there. So this is what we're looking at and saying, okay, conversion rates, open rates, click rates. Open rates is going to be a baseline in about a month and a half here, but it's going to be really impactful for your Q4 holiday plan. So automated messages, super important. SMS, super important. How do we optimize our campaigns? Super important as well. So we want to fill the gaps here, and we want to fill them in a strategic manner, in an actionable manner. So what do? I'm going to tell you right now, if you're not doing SMS, take a serious look at it. But SMS can drive and increase revenue through your email program. That's why I want to talk about it for just a second. It is an opt-in channel. So again, only consumers like email who say, yes, I want to be marketed to that channel are going to get those messages. It is increasingly being utilized and adopted by both brands and consumers over the last 2 years. We've already sent nearly as many messages in the first half of this year than we did all of last year. We're going to crush it by the end of this year. We're on pace to do 3 times as many SMS sent than we did last year. And you can see from 2019 and 2020 to the first half of 2021, click rate is going up. So our engagement's going up. Now the conversion rate is down slightly from last year. I guarantee you this will be higher at the end of the year. Q4 sends the majority of all SMS messages. Brands are using them here. So when we look at projections out, it's going to come up. The conversion rate during Q4 for SMS messages also extremely high. Giving Tuesday last year, so a day after Cyber Monday, I think we had a 9% conversion rate on SMS messages. It's nuts. It was 3-point-something% on Black Friday, which was also the highest volume send day last year. So as inboxes become more crowded during those key shopping periods and consumers are adopting the SMS, right? Brands are using those to cut through the clutter, but there's another use for them as well. Now, here's why I say SMS is going to be so important. If you're not doing it next time, at this time next year, you're probably going to be playing catch up here, is that everyone texts, right? So the generational cohort narrative that you hear about, like Gen Z, it's only for Gen Z, it's only for millennials. It's a lazy narrative now. It's no longer relevant. Everyone texts. My parents are boomers. They text. I'm a Gen Xer. I text. But here's the thing with those younger cohorts. Now they're all younger to me because I might not look it, but I'm creeping up there in age. Gen Z, which is that young generation, they're already graduating college and they're already in the workforce. Millennials are in their early 40s already. So then you have Gen X like me, young to mid 40s going up to their 50s. We're all texting. This is just a natural communication. So that's a really important point. It's not like push notifications where you have this slow adoption and people are trying to figure out how to use it. SMS is there. It is a trusted channel. We're seeing it from conversions. We're seeing it from clicks. We're seeing it from brands sending out to consumers during those high periods. Here's the beauty though. You can add these to your email workflows. So we can be smart enough to say, okay, whatever we're setting up, is consumer email only? Are they SMS only? Or are they both? Because that's going to change a lot of strategy for you have for how many messages you might want to send for something like cart abandonment for email only versus someone who is email and SMS. You might want to replace some SMS in there. It's great for last chance reminders. So if nothing else, look into doing it if you're not doing it. And then if you are using it, are you using it to its full potential, putting into the same automated workflows to capitalize upon that customer journey and the customer intent at that moment? That's going to be big. I'm going to show examples of how we can actually do this with email and give you some results as well so you can actually see it in practice. Now it comes to filling in the gaps. All right, we looked at some of the messages that we might want to fill in there. It could be browse, it could be birthday messages, it could be lapse purchase messages. I'm going to give you a couple that I would personally start with, either start with or start optimizing. And I'll tell you why, right? Lapse purchase messaging, I'm not going to cover. If you stick around to the end of the presentation, I'll tell you why I'm not going to cover it, even though we saw that the conversion rates were better than some other ones. So I'm going to give you 3 different types of messages to focus on. Welcome messages, we saw over 50% conversion rate. Hot toddy, let's get it going. So let's get people converting here. We saw from the first half, again, 53% conversion rate for the most part. Here's what we know about welcome messages. All right. We want to follow the customer journey. We want to follow the intent of purchasing. Why are people signing up for your email program? It's quite simple. You either promise them a discount, or they're signing up because they are evaluating you and might want to shop a week from now or 4 days from now. So they want to be reminded of you, or they are ready to make a purchase and they want to see if you hide a discount in there without promising them. At the end of the day, they are on your website. They're signing up for something. That is your signal that they are ready to buy. And they're probably going to buy it from you or someone else, but they are buying. So the old school mentality of what you do in a welcome series is, hey, send a message, tell them all about your brand, tell them your life story, tell them how much you're going to send to them, put your send cadence out there. Those things are missing the point. There's a huge conversion opportunity that's being missed there, because the consumer, if they're signing up for your program, they're on your site, chances are they've gone through at least a little bit of that research already. They're aware of what you got going on there, but they are following some sort of a purchase journey at this point. So we want to cater to that purchase journey. So think about what really matters to them at that point. Sign up for the email program. Instead of saying, hey, this is all about us, you can always link to that in your welcome message, maybe in the navigation bar. But what matters to them if they are in a purchase mindset? Maybe top-rated products or testimonials or other sort of user-generated content you might want to send to them to influence that purchase. Probably shipping and return policies, right? Am I going to get hassle-free returns? Do I have an extended return policy? These are things that are going to drive a consumer to say, hey, okay, your brand might be a little bit better than that brand, or everything's equal. I don't really care who I buy from. You both give me 10% off in the welcome message, but I get free returns for these guys. That's a deciding factor. So think about all the value adds that your company might offer over your competitors, or you just want to call out 24/7 customer service, right? Concierge, whatever it might be, and promote those in your welcome series. Same with, I mentioned top rated products. That could be a message all in itself. Customers, give these sets of jeans, 5 stars across the board. The other thing you can look at is finding ways to enhance that initial welcome message. And it doesn't have to be earth shattering here. You can see the examples from FigPin, which is a customer of ours. I'm going to tell you about their stats here in a second. These are not earth shattering messages. They just know their brand. There's no incentive included in here. But think about if you have a pop-up, and this is all based on how your site is structured. But if you have a pop-up, for instance, that shows up when Greg is viewing men's shoes, and you have an identical pop-up that shows up when Nicole is checking out women's swimsuits. And when they submit that, you just tag that person and be like, okay, this email address, Greg, it's men's shoes. Well, think about what you could do in a welcome message. You could have some recommended products for men's shoes. You could have top-rated men's shoes. And for the women's, you can target that a little more directly and have a very customized, more relevant message to the customer without really doing anything, right? It's very minor at that point. So always think about the customer intent with your automated messages. Think about the journey. And these are small things you can just iterate. So you can see the FigPin examples here, right? 52% conversion rate. It's a pretty high number. My guess is most brands are going to be a little bit under that. You might have deep discounts that kind of drive that number a little bit here. So FigPin, they have a 22% conversion rate across all 3 messages, no discounts in there. So that's pretty darn good. These messages count for just over 3% of their total email revenue with no discount. So they've got 3% of their email revenue just on automation, converting people with 0 discounts given, unlike you might see again on a promotional message here. So they can be impactful. And then you can take it a step further. We talked about SMS before, but think about this. Okay, on that pop-up sign-up form or wherever you're collecting the sign-up form, are you asking for mobile number as well? Some people will give it to you. Some people won't give it to you. It's a great way to test whether people will give it to you is just by asking for it. And if they don't, it's your sign that your audience isn't interested. So Black Halo is a good example here. They offer a discount, 10% off for signing up. So they'll say, if you're signed up for both, we'll send you a welcome email. We'll also send you a welcome SMS message. Now, the beauty here is 1, they start those communications in the channels that you opted into. 2, maybe I abandon my email. I'm shopping when I'm in a passenger seat in someone's car later, and I want to go back to buy something, or I'm on the train commuting to work. I don't have to go to my email to find a discount code. I've got it right there in my inbox. So you make the purchase path a lot easier. And you can see the metrics here. So this series, from an email standpoint, generates 9% of their total email revenue for the course of the year. Percentage of sends that accounts for less than 0.2%. 0.17% is driving 9% of their email revenue. So you can see the earning per message on the SMS, 746. So again, that 746 is on top of that email revenue. So a simple automated welcome message that really just mirrors the welcome email message is generating $7.50 for every time they send one. That's a pretty sweet deal there. So think about it again, we're following that customer intent. We're providing more opt-in channels that can feed the email. Next thing I'd recommend you to do, chances are most brands do have abandoned cart messages. Not all do, but most have them at least to a scaled down, stripped down version. That's okay. Those things still work, right? We want to become simple and become more advanced over time. But cart abandonment messages, we're close to cash here. So we want to think about, there's 2 questions that I always tell people to really think about when they're looking to make their cart abandonment messages more profitable, increase more sales. We've got a 40% conversion rate. Pretty good. We want to take that all day long. These are the 2 questions I ask. What matters and who are they? And this, you could have, I say this lovingly, you could have the worst cart abandonment messages in the world. And if you tailor these messages to answer these 2 questions, you can leave it a terrible message and you'll still get high conversion. So let me explain what this means. What matters to the consumer? Well, this is where you can use your marketing automation tool to really step up, and a very simple split. So in the workflow, you have almost like a yes/no path. Well, what matters to the consumer? My answer would be, well, it depends on the consumer. It's a generic answer, but think about from a very simplistic version. Okay, we want to make these messages more relevant than they are. Say you have a $35 free shipping threshold on your website. You could have that split. Cart total under 35, cart total over 35. And here's why. What matters to the person abandoning a $20 shopping cart? Well, it's probably, getting over that free shipping threshold, because people don't want to pay for shipping typically. It's one of those little barriers. They will do it, but it's a barrier you've got to overcome. But they have different needs at that point. So whether you want to change your incentive strategy and give them a minimum spend on there to get them over free shipping, kind of get them a double dip there, whether you want to offer no incentive to people there, having a split there, those people have a very different mindset for why they didn't make that purchase versus the person who might be have a $200 or $300 shopping cart. Free shipping doesn't matter to them. They expect it at that point. But what they do probably care about are return policies. Do I get free returns? Are they hassle-free returns? Do I only get store credit for it? Do you have 24/7 support? Whatever it might be, those are things that might matter. So if you have that split based on, say, a free shipping threshold or something very similar to that, you can have one message that is just this, again, stripped down version of a cart abandonment message, but say, hey, don't forget, hassle-free returns, 30 days satisfaction guarantee. And if you need help or have any questions, we have 24/7 customer support. That can enhance that $300 shopping cart to actually make the purchase, because they know when they get it, if something goes wrong there, they can then go back and have a hassle-free return policy. The other question is, who are they? And this is, again, a very simple split you can do in your workflow, but say, have they never purchased from me? Are they a one-time purchaser who is now coming back for a second purchase, or are they a loyal customer? Because this is going to impact, again, maybe a lot of what you do. Do you give the one-time customer a little bit of a sweetener to get them into becoming a second-time purchaser, which we know is where we start to see a little more profitability with that customer? Do you need to bribe someone to make a purchase with you the first time, or do you just kind of let it go and then, maybe you give them a tier discount, whatever, or just see if they convert on their own? Loyal customers, maybe you don't need to give them anything, or maybe you give them a tier discount, they spend more, or whatever it might be, right? This is kind of based on your own brand and your discounting philosophy. If you discount at all, it might be a luxury brand that doesn't, but this can tailor how you want to message. Hey, Greg, thanks for being a loyal customer. We noticed you left something in your cart. We love to have you back. What can we do for you? But get them before they're gone, right? Use a little sense of urgency there, reinforce the good nature feel here. But if you ask, who are they? It's your clue to figuring out how we want to message to that person to make that 40% conversion rate up in the cards go to 45 and 50%. All money, all while you sleep. And for the third one, I'm sorry, here's I'm ahead of myself here because I'm getting a little excited here. But again, we want to layer SMS onto here. So again, you might have a 3-part abandoned cart message. If we can identify someone is signed up for the SMS, think about how we can do this for, okay, maybe we'll just send you 2 messages and we'll give you the third one as an SMS instead. Maybe a loyal customer, you only want to send 1 email, 1 SMS to them. New shopper, never purchased, maybe we want to send 2 of each, whatever it might be. But you can customize that relationship and that communication however you want. Toac Chocolate's a customer of ours. They're not on the screen here, but luxury chocolate brand. They do not discount at all. They have a very basic and stripped down version of a cart abandonment message, 44% conversion rate, no discounts. So it's all possible here. And again, these are things where beyond SMS, we get 1 of 3 people that click on a push notification message, goes on the convert. You can put push notifications into that same workflow as well. Really capitalize them, try to get them before they leave, or try to get them come back before even email and SMS hits them as well. So tons of examples here for you. The last one I'm going to look at today, and I'm going to tell you why I like it over lapse purchase messaging, which has a higher conversion rate than, say, browse abandonment. For product abandonment and browse abandonment, very similar strategies. Product user is on your website, they're shopping for a specified product that you're looking at, and then they leave without carting the product. We can automate messaging to that person to try to get them back. Browse abandonment, think about more category specific. So men's shoes or menswear, right? And then you can automate that back to me. Here's why I recommend this over lapse purchase. And it's a couple different reasons. But one, lapse purchase might convert more, but your conversions are going to be fewer because you're already targeting people who have chosen to lapse with your purchase behavior. So as opposed to funneling someone through or nurturing their customer journey and their purchase intent, which is, again, probably what they have if they're on your website checking out products, we're automating out to people who have purchased but have chosen not to purchase again. Doesn't make it a bad strategy. I recommend doing it, but I would prioritize this because we can connect the dots, which I'll talk about in a minute. So that's why I say, this is where I would go with it. So really important message here. But again, it feeds that customer journey. Greg, I go to your website, I sign up for your welcome messages. I don't convert off there, but then I'm browsing your site. I kind of poke around a little bit, but then I leave because I want to check out some other sites. And we can automate that message, then go out to me after a certain period of time, say, hey, I saw you checking something out, or come back, take a look, and you can highlight some value adds there. Come back, maybe I cart a product, I abandon again. I get those cart messages, and then I convert. So we're just touching people at every different stage of that customer journey to feed their intent, and we're automating it out. So you can see example here from Carrots. I'll talk a little bit about Carrots in the next toward the end of the presentation here in a minute as well. But they do a seasonal and a product abandonment message. So you can see, hey, we're checking this thing out, equestrian apparel. I'm going to give you some value adds, maybe show you a little video in here, and we're going to rock through this thing. So these messages for them convert 630% better than their scheduled promotional messages. Out of all their automated messages, they make up 14% of their email revenue, which is a great number. And again, this is all going on in the background while you're asleep. And, we want to put it all together. And Carrots is that example of putting it together. So it is a one-woman wrecking crew over there. Sarah is their marketing guru. She is mostly working by herself, so she doesn't have those large resources. And she came on OmniSend and she goes, all right, you have all these tools for the automation. So we'll do the welcome message. Obvious. We'll get that going. Having success with it. Cart abandonment. Obvious. We get that going. We're having success with it. They had no plans to do product abandonment messages. And like, well, OmniSend offered it, so I figured I'd try it. And boom, revenue starts coming in. And they start seeing this. So like, well, maybe we'll start doing post-purchase. We'll do some seasonal bestsellers. We'll do some lapse purchase messaging. And then they were like, you offer SMS. Let me put some SMS in there, right? And then they started doing some of those very simple workflow splits based on customers. So one person very slowly, but in a relatively quick short matter of time, started generating revenue off there. So 23% of their total email revenue, 4% of email sends. So you can kind of see the figures here, and they are just generating repeat customers on here. They're engaging people at every step of that customer journey, and it's super important for them. And it's all with one person kind of doing this work here. So super important, but super doable. And this is where if we look at those charts earlier on, conversion rates, right? We look at click rates, open rates more as a baseline to figure out, okay, we've got high opens here, pretty high conversions here, high clicks. That means high engagement. How do we tie those? And we start making your own punch list for, hey, this is more important for our brand. This is more important for that brand. And you make your punch list and you start implementing as you go through. So, I always tell people opt-in channels, social, paid social, great. Keep doing it if you're doing it. Always look to optimize it. Paid search, if you're doing it, great. Keep doing it. Always look to optimize it. Opt-in channels, do whatever you can because it's data that you're going to own. You're going to collect in one place, and you can use that data to then push out custom audience syncs to like Google ad networks or Facebook, Instagram retargeting, but you have more data, which hopefully will increase your ROAS on those other channels as well. So look at those opt-in channels. It's becoming more important and consumers are liking them, right? We have iOS 15 rolling around in about a month, so prepare for it. Start collecting mobile numbers now. Again, if you start collecting them and you don't have a plan to use them, that's okay. It's a really good indication that one, whether your customers with your brand and your audience are going to want to get them. And then if you find out you're getting a lot of them, start doing something with them, right? But at least you have numbers to start working with. So Divatress is a customer of ours. I spoke with him on the Card Insiders podcast, which is what I host. They were like, well, we'll start asking for them and see what the interest is. 70,000 subscribers in less than a year. It's nuts. It's perfect for their audience, and they would have never known if they didn't just start asking for it. So look at those opt-in channels. They're really important. Automation is essential. It's going to drive revenue in the background, and you can kind of hit it at all stages of the customer experience, the customer journey, and it doesn't have to be hard to do. Keep that all into one place. And look, again, it's done, not perfect. So we want to put a simple message in there. A message is better than a perfect message, and you can iterate and optimize over time, but at least you're generating revenue in the background. Consider where customers purchase from your brand the most. Are they purchasing more from birthday and lapse purchases messages than they are, say, browse abandonment or cart abandonment? Well, birthday and lapse have better conversion rates than browse abandonment, but I'll guarantee you'll have more revenue at the end of the day from browse abandonment than you will from those two. So just prioritize, but don't always base it solely on conversion rate. Look at other data points as well. And again, start simple. One message at a time, iterate, follow the customer journey. Shameless plug here for the Card Insiders podcast. We just wrapped up season 3 a while ago. Whole season was interviewing brands like Carrots, Divatress, Figpin, and each episode talked about one specific email marketing automation series they did. They break down types of messages in there, why they chose those messages, learnings from there, and how they adapted to it. So if you haven't got a chance, check it out. It's really good, and give me any feedback and any questions on any of this. Feel free to reach out to me, greg@omnisend.com. You can visit omnisend.com. You can find me on social. You can find Omnisend on social. So hit me up and I'll answer questions that you guys have.
Perfect. Awesome. And yes, we'll also have the link to this podcast in the show notes. If you haven't been looking at the show notes, I'll even link you to the show notes in just a second to make sure that you've bookmarked that, because you're going to have to go back through that to take advantage of all the nuggets that Greg just dropped just now. Thanks so much, Greg. So I want to talk to you about opens are dead.
Yes. Yes.
We talked about it earlier in our opening session, actually, with Christine Russo. And this is still very scary to me because I am a marketer that grew up on email open rates. Also, I know that email service providers such as yourself, you typically charge per contact. And if I can't tell who's not opening my emails, I can't scrub my bad contacts out of my database. So I feel like, obviously we're losing information. We're going to have a hard time keeping our list strong. What's the plan? How do we solve for this?
So right there. Right. So I have been doing it. That might not look like it, Derek. I've been doing email marketing for over 15 years. So open rates, right? It's that tried and true metric always there. When I was consulting, I would have customers be like, or clients of mine that would be like, hey, can I get open rate benchmarks? And I would be like, don't look at open rate benchmarks because you have no idea how other people treat their list, right? You just mentioned they could be sending to 100,000 people that haven't opened in a year. Terrible open rates. I can't compare you, right? We went on clean the list. I'm glad open rates are somewhat dying. You hit on the magic, the $1 million question though. It's like open rates from the best thing that open rates do is it gives you a health of your deliverability standpoint, right? So that's how we don't open after 30, 45. Like Gmail looks at those numbers and said, okay, they're not opening messages. You're probably not cleaning your list. I mean, Apple even recommends to look at open rates to clean your list, right? And they're still trying to figure stuff out. Mm-hmm. That is the thing we don't really know for complete transparency, how this is ultimately going to impact. So I can look at engagement metrics like clicks and things like that, but there are a lot of people that open messages just to kind of see what's going on but they don't click on that. We don't really have an answer for that. We are working on different ways to kind of get around it, but find other identification points in reporting through the platform to say, okay, we think these people are opening. Obviously, one of the things we do is looking at client devices. So we can see whether it's iOS or something else, right? So we know this will only really impact people checking Apple Mail, which is still about 40, based on what you read, 40 to 60% of email opens. So if we know we have Android users or we know we have XYZ web client, we can still use open rates for those people. It's the Apple side of things, the iOS, like the Apple Mail side of things, which is kind of that gray box right now. We don't know. I know we, and I'm sure every other email provider in the world, which is following this, is talking with, email sending infrastructure teams and stuff like that to also figure that out, because that's where those feedback loops are going. So I would tell people, don't panic, clean your list now, right? We have those metrics now. So get a clean list when we're going in, pull those, do your re-engagement campaigns before the end of September, before these updates hit. Have those contacts to the side so you could do, paid retargeting of those. But I would clean the list now. We'll figure it out later. I tell you not to panic, though. I don't panic.
Yeah, everything's fine. It's the fire with the dog with the cup of coffee. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. I'm not completely convinced. It's I do agree. Talk to me about. I think I know the answer, but why is Apple doing this? What is it from a privacy standpoint that makes this so important for them to make this change?
Well, this is the really funny question. Is obviously they're trying to set themselves apart in the industry, and they've been doing it for years, right? So this isn't anything new. We saw with the 14.5 update, but they're basing themselves on privacy. We saw this years ago with like Snowden and whatever terrorists, where they're like, nope, we're not going to give you their phone, right? And then they get someone to crack it and stuff like that. So this has kind of been their cause from day one. My gut feel is that, one, the privacy is just kind of coming up more and more as an issue. And that could be the increase in hacks, the increase in this. So you kind of cannibalize on that. Listen, I guarantee you, they're still collecting that data. They're just not sharing it with, the brand, the D2C brand over there,
that makes them more powerful and us peons,
Well, so I mean, they've got their own products too, right? They have their own like media ecosystem. So like Apple News and things like this, like they're going to have a use for that. They'll have publishers. They'll probably
a very large e-commerce company.
Yes. So I mean, there's a use case for it. So like they've got their own reasons. They're going to spin it in the privacy standpoint. I think the unfortunate part is, I don't think the general consumer, I don't think consumers and marketers are really aware of it. I don't think the general consumer, for the most part, understands how looking at activity and things like that impact the relevance of the messages that you might send. Now, sometimes they don't. Now, we'll still be able to look to see, and this is kind of the importance of having that data in one place. We can still see clicks. So we know Greg clicks. We can still see website behavior. So Greg clicks, or Greg is checking out xyz.com without clicking on the email. We can still append that to the record if we've captured them. So, from an identification standpoint, so we'll still have data, having that data in the one place. SMS recipients, right? Your SMS and email are on two different platforms. You've got siloed data. There's more that we could say, okay, we don't think Greg is opening his messages here. We don't really know, but we don't think he is, but he's super engaged with SMS. So I can make educated guess that, I can make an educated guess. I'm still interacting with emails. If I want to go the extreme, I go, well, at least I got this channel over here, but I can tie those records together. So I think that's
huge. So it emphasizes SMS more. I'll give you my theory on the good reason to perhaps do this is so that spammers can't see open rates and then verify an email address that way. That was my first thought and understanding of it. What is that? Am I just off base, or is it just part of it? Maybe, I don't know.
I think it had to have come up at some point, right? I think that's a huge thing as well, right? There's nothing worse than, right, phishing attempts. This is a huge thing, right? Because phishing is getting so much better now. Like you get messages that look legit.
I've been phished 4 times today through SMS.
There you go. So, I mean, SMS and email, it's all the same, right? They're cloaking email addresses where you might think it's actually coming from something. You got to dig down into see like, hey, this is actually XYZ47, at whatever. It's got to be one of the reasons, right? So this is probably just a compounding thing, but at some point they want to centralize this data for XYZ reason. We'll probably figure that out in about 6 months or so when they announce their new product. But
Apple
yeah,
email, are you threatened?
Well, here's the other thing, Derek, which is really interesting, is we have this unofficial survey inside our platform right now. It's like, are you aware of, I forgot the exact terminology, it's pretty much like yes, no. Are you aware of the upcoming iOS 15 changes and how it's going to impact email marketing? It's about 50-50 right now.
Okay, that's good. I honestly didn't know about this change until now. I think I even went to Opens Are Dead, but I thought this was more of a PR stunt, if I'm being honest, by OmniSend. But now I see that it's actually really important. It's a little bit of
yeah. So if you weren't at the beginning, right, opensaredead.com, it's a kind of a website that we threw up right away. It's got our insights that we have external non-OmniSend affiliate people with commentary and stuff, but it just gives you more information about what this all means. But I think the scary part of this is, like, we have that website. It's been up for, I don't know, a month and a half already. We've been talking about iOS 15 and how it's going to change open rates. For the fact that half of marketers surveyed that have filled out this form said, I'm not aware of this. Like, that's kind of, what are they going to do when this thing rolls out and they're like, oh, my open rates are like 80%. This is awesome, you know? It's like, hey. So I think that's a bigger story, is just how many people are actually aware of this thing. I do think it's flying under the radar.
Will you create separate open rates for because you can kind of see who's going to have 100% open rate. So you're going to give me my open rate when I remove the iCloud accounts or the iOS devices, or is it just like, we're just removing open rate?
No, we're going to have open rates on there still, because there's still some value in there based on, but you'll be able to see the client that they're opening on. So we know, like I mentioned, right, this is only Apple Mail. So if you're on Android, or even if I'm on my phone, my iPhone, and like I have some Gmail accounts personally that I use through Apple Mail, and others I use the Gmail app for.
Yeah.
Gmail app, I'll be fine, right? We can still track that stuff. So we will have that separated out. So.
Well, if you have the Mail app on your phone, then I feel like it's going to force send the open data for that or something. I don't know how they actually can pull this off. I don't know logistically, do they actually open every message, or do they just trick open, but then they mark it as unread? I don't know. Maybe it's simpler than I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the details. I somewhat compare this though to, you remember, I think it was 2012, 2013. I think it was 2012, but Gmail announced they're going to image cache, and images will turn on by default at that point, right? Before then, it was bulletproof buttons and 60-40 text to image ratio, and like all the emails look terrible, right?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, people freaked out. They're like, our open rates, we're not going to know what's going on with them. And it was all for naught, right? You saw, it's okay. Like, they figured it out, right? It worked for them. I do think you will have other platforms like Android and stuff. I do think that, if we look 6 months out into the new year, they will probably follow suit to try to compete with that too, which could be a whole nother ballgame where you could lose them altogether. But if you lose 20% of opens, like, it's not apples to apples. They mostly become unreliable.
Yeah. Okay. So one thing we know for sure is that the future is going to be changing, and OmniSend is on top of those changes. So if you are thinking about combining email and SMS and other channels as well, or if you're struggling with your email marketing, you guys got to check out OmniSend. ecomtech.link/OmniSend will get you to the site. Greg, amazing conversation. I feel we could go on for hours because there's more questions I have.
We will more in person.
Yeah, exactly. We'll leave it at that. Really, thank you so much for the presentation. Amazing knowledge bombs there. And I look forward to seeing you at a live event, and I look forward to continuing to see the success of OmniSend and the growth of OmniSend.
Very good. Thanks again for having us, Derek. This is always fun. And thanks everyone for attending and your time today.
Awesome. All right. Talk to you later. With that, we are at the end of day one. Day two will start at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. You might only get a session notification for the 9:40 a.m. session. You won't want to miss that. It's me and Elise from WeCommerce. WeCommerce is a fund dedicated to investing in e-commerce technology products. So we're going to go even deeper. Christine talked about retail technology, and we talked about emerging trends there. Elise and I are going to talk specifically about changes in the e-commerce technology space and how she views that from the venture fund perspective. It's going to be a good conversation. And of course, we've got a whole bunch of amazing sessions lined up for you tomorrow, including our closing merchant interview on how to raise $10 million as an e-commerce brand in a taboo industry. I hope you'll join me again tomorrow. Thanks again to OmniSend and all of our existing and additional sponsors. Too many to even mention at this point. I would love your feedback, by the way, and what sessions you enjoyed today. I'm still thinking about Bloom and how amazing that tool is. I don't know if you get it, but I am like, oh my God, this is amazing. But anyways, with that said, I will let you go and I will see you guys tomorrow. Talk to you later.